wait for it.
I'm a real tough kid, I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here, bringing to you live yet another Throwdown Thursday. I have scared the living daylights out of I Killed Earl. She's panting, she's in high anxiety. She's watched some of our craziness go on here, and she's already like, you know what? Fuck this, I'm out. Just kidding. She's ready to take on all you crazy beta bitches who think you're alpha males with the red pill sphere of glory. I don't know. We're going to have some fun though, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is I Killed Earl, also known as the Earl Killer, also known as Earl, also known as She Don't Give a Hoot about whatever it is you have to say. Either way, we're going to go down the red pill conundrum in the world. I found her on Matters Now. We rated Matters Now, I think a couple weeks ago. And I stuck around to hang out and see what they were talking about. And I saw her on panel and I thought to myself, oh my God, this is a spitfire. I love her. She's fun. I need her on here. And so I emailed her and reluctantly she responded back. And I asked her, I said, what topics are you passionate about? And she said, the red pill. Like, these people are crazy. I can get on board with a few things, but the conclusions are absolute bullshit, she said. And so thus, this is your title. I Killed Earl, Earl Killer. Where can everybody find you, or where do you want to plug yourself at?
IKilledEarl.com is my blog. There I write subversive nocturnal prose of the most absurd kind, and it's basically my brain, just tiny little corner of the internet, but it's fun, and yeah, so check that out. That's if you fair. Are bored and want to see what my brain is like.
That's a scary place. That's a scary place to be. Any female's brain is absolutely a scary place. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, but go check out her blog. I think that is absolutely fun and should be tuned into, especially if you like to know how to get into a woman's head and figure out what all the craziness is about. Outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to like, subscribe, do all that crazy stuff. I know we've got a few other panelists coming up later for sure. Team Fatty will be here. Super excited for that. I believe he will be connecting and restreaming as well. And then I think Flow State's going to make his way on board too. So, your few favorites will be here. We're all going to have a good old time. Nonetheless, let's get back to Earl. All right, Earl. Let's start with what even brought you over to YouTube? How did you end up here?
I came to YouTube through the pandemic. I was in lockdown, and I'd watched YouTube for ages, but I'd never made a channel or anything, and then got into atheist YouTube. And then that became there was SJW sort of YouTube, and we no longer speak. They don't like me over there. I've been booted from that part of the internet. I'm not sad about it. They can suck
Kind
a
of
dick.
proud. Kind of proud.
They can all suck a dick. But I kind of got out of a lot of atheist YouTube as well because it's the same old shit. But
Really?
then through other channels and things, I started to take a more active role in the content creationers that I watched, and somehow I still don't know how this happened, but I ended up as a like I ran the live chat on Matters Now and was part of the like official team of Matters Now, and I still don't know how that happened.
Just kind
All
of
of a
fell
sudden
into.
they were just asking me questions, and they were like, well, how do you do this and how do you do that, and what about this, and I was just like, I have answers for that, and they just kept me around. And then the owner and I ended up having a beef, and so we parted ways, and then
Aw.
created another channel, and then through SJWs, blah blah blah. There's the whole stories on my blog. I won't rehash the whole bunch of
That's
drama.
fair. You know what? If they like the mystery unanswered, they're gonna have to go check out the blog.
They're gonna have to check out the blog. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to know why I hate SJW so much, that's why.
Well, let's go into Red Pill. How did we end up? I mean, obviously SJW kind of led into the Red Pill. How did you
Right.
end up there? Is that just kind
So
of fell into it?
Red Pill and I got snugly. I've been on Reddit for ages. I'm a writer. Reddit's for writers. You want to be verbose and just like write a novel, go on Reddit. So I was doing some clicking, which is dangerous on Reddit because you can find yourself in all kinds of really fucked up places. Holy shit. The things I did not know I never wanted to see is just, it's wild. It's one of the last bastions of like, it's like right before you hit 4chan, or I guess 8chan. But it's like right before you hit that, that's Reddit. It's terrifying. And found the purple pill.
Oh.
And it was this whole, Andrew Tate was kind of the manosphere. There was a whole the trad wives and all that kind of stuff. All of this was sort of brewing particularly with atheist YouTube and Christian nationalism.
Okay, yeah.
Those two things mushed together, and because this is how my brain works, is that you do a hop skippity and a hop skippity and around your elbow to get to your asshole, and then finally you end up at a point where you're like, oh, this is how I got here. And that was sort of the meandering that happened, where I stumbled upon the purple pill and went, this is interesting. And at first I was very like, I'm a second wave feminist, fuck the fourth and fifth waves. They're
right.
They're nuts.
Right.
They're part of the SJW like shitheads. Like I don't want anything to do with them. So when I say feminist, I'm like, we're old school. Like you
right.
and I think we're kind of we're reasonable feminists.
Right.
So I being that kind of women, initially my brain was like, oh, this is misogynistic and bad, and then the more I talked to these guys and the more that I researched things and the more that I got kind of into the lingo and the lore and because there's a backstory with all of the it's wild in there, the more interested I got in it, and the more I realized that these are people that are in pain. This is not.
Wow.
This is a movement supported by people's pain.
Yeah.
And fueled by people's pain. And and some of that pain is, I mean, feelings are should be verified, validated. Sorry, should be validated, but at the same time, the conclusions, the things you decided along the way that brought you to that conclusion aren't always logical, and so you
Right.
might feel a certain way, but how you got there isn't.
Wait, are you calling men illogical?
No.
Actually,
Some
good
of them,
question from Ghosty. Ghosty is kind of asking what, or maybe stating, but how would you define the purple pill exactly? Because
sure.
most of us would agree that purple is the mix of red and blue, but which parts of red and blue does it take?
So purple pill is, there's red pill on Reddit. There's, I think that they got rid of black pill because those people scare the living shit out of me. Those are the people that go and become like they shoot up schools and shit. But the purple pill are the guys that are red pill adjacent. They are, so there's blue pill, sort of, beta cucks, whatever. And but these guys they know they're not that, and they're interested in the red pill, but they don't quite want to dive all the way in. So they're asking a lot of questions. And that's what purple pill is for, is that these guys that are leaning red, but haven't made the leap yet, and are in this forum asking questions, for the most part, fairly honestly, in my experience. There are some that are, there's always going to be the filthy, degenerate pieces of shit in there. But
yes,
I think for the most part, my experience has been that they are asking honest, earnest questions, trying to figure out why their life sucks.
uh-huh.
The like base of it is that why their life sucks, and some of it is very easy, like get out of your mama's basement,
Right.
take a shower, shave, do the basic things, and for that, like Andrew Tate shit, was that kind of started out sort of okay-ish, like get your shit together, go to the gym,
It made
get some
sense.
motivation.
It made a lot of sense. But
Yeah.
then
He took
where
it a
did
little
they
too
go
far.
wrong? Where would you say the red pill like really like veered way off the edge?
Blaming women for literally everything that's wrong. Like everything. Like that's a step too fucking far. That feminism is the downfall of Western society, and all women suck, and all of us just want to be gold diggers and fuck random men, and I love the one that's we want to, we'll get with you, but then as soon as we see somebody that's like got more money or whatever, we're like dips out, and then just
What do they call
goes
that?
and finds another
Monkey branching? Isn't that what they call it? Yeah.
Seriously, most of us are kind of serial monogamists. Like,
Yeah, I would say most women. I mean, from my experience, like once you pick one, you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
And until you do
most of us are
something
lazy
to make,
and we don't want to leave. That means
yeah,
moving our shit out.
yeah, we like to. It'd be much easier to like get away with not having to shave our legs every day, and
Right.
okay, I might be able to put on a few pounds and not upset anyone. Like
Right.
it's a whole lot of work to date.
That's why I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I could even say like I just kind of removed myself from the dating market.
I did too. Yeah.
It was just, I mean, number one, I just don't have the time. I really don't. I'm very focused between my 9 to 5 and then obviously my 9 p.m. to 3 in the morning job.
Yeah.
And then kids in between all of that. I'm like, I could just not squeeze anybody into this at all.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that to me, it's just not worth it right now. Because I'm focused and I know dating would kind of like take me away from that because I would want
It's
to focus on
it's a time sponge. If you give a shit, then you actually have to invest time in somebody. I think that I mean, time is one of those things that's very, very valuable to me.
Right.
People willing to spend their time on me means a lot. And in return, if I'm going to spend my time on you, one, it better be worth it. But two, I need to have it in order to give it to you. So
Right. Right.
You know,
No, I totally agree.
if I don't, then I'm not going to bother because it seems shitty. It just
Yeah, I feel like that's not fair, right?
Right.
It wouldn't be fair to the other party if, like, if I let them try to court me and put all this time and effort into impressing me and yada yada yada, and then in reality, I'm like, I can't give you any of that back. That's not
Mhm.
fair. That's not
Right.
fair at all. And
Yeah.
Finkel coming in with a big 20, all ready to start off our goal. He says, I cannot subscribe to a pool color or a wave number. Each person has free thought and free will to free will and to each their own. That's my opinion. And
You
those
do
who
understand that
disagree are
words have
wrong.
meaning. We don't live in this fuck postmodernism. It can kiss my ass. Words have meaning. There are words associated with ideologies, and so we put those together so that we all know what we're talking about. That's how conversation works. Welcome to the real world.
Oh, so you're disagreeing with him?
Yes, absolutely.
I love this. Okay, so you're saying like we can all agree on
Yeah, he's saying that pill colors and wave numbers, none of that actually matters because we all have free will. I'm sorry, that's just how words work.
Oh, I think he's acknowledging it. I don't think he's saying that it
Yeah.
doesn't exist. I think he just says I
He
can't
says he cannot
subscribe to it.
subscribe to. Yeah, that to
Mhm.
me that means that it matters not, and he does not care about pill colors or wave numbers or. All I'm doing is putting a frame of reference in a,
That's
thing
fair.
that is
That's fair. Okay, I can understand that. That's fair. There
free
you go,
will,
Finkel. She
a
doesn't like you.
nonsense
Go away.
concept that I reject here.
Yeah.
Free will is a
So
nonsense concept anyway, so I reject the whole premise. Starting off hot.
Oh my God. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I already can't wait till the pill opens. Okay, so with the red pill, let's start off with like the basic foundations of red pill. Ideally, we're going with, work on yourself, get in shape, get your money situation together, leave your mama's basement, all of these basic things. And you're all kind of agreeable to all of that, right?
Mhm. Yeah, for the most
Okay.
part.
I mean, I think that's good advice for anybody.
Anybody. Yeah.
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 Anybody in that
Work
aspect.
on yourself, be okay with yourself before you go trying to wrap somebody else into what you are, because
Mhm.
if you're shit, one, you're going to attract shit, and two,
Mhm.
you're going to be shit for somebody else. And so don't be shit before you go trying to date. I think that's pretty,
But in that same breath, the red pill would kind of disagree with women doing that, though.
oh, absolutely. We're not allowed to have standards. None of it. This is why none of it makes any sense, because their logic is so fucked. Their logic makes no sense. So you're supposed to be a virgin, yet you're supposed to give it up whenever they want because they deserve sex. They are owed sex
Because he took you on a
from
fancy
women.
dinner date, right?
Right. Exactly. He spent his money on you, so therefore you need to put out because that's how you're paying him. But all women need to be virgins.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. How are you supposed to court her if like by courting her means she has to put out, but then you don't want
Right.
her to put out? I
Right.
don't.
And then you're taking another woman off the market for
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
other bastard.
Eventually, there's not going to be any of us left. We're all just going to be modern
And
women.
we're all used goods, as though our vaginas just sort of like shrivel up and die the minute it's used
Finkel
goods.
is clapping back with the big 20. He says, well, okay, she has the right to her opinion. Now we deal with her. Oh my God, shots fired. Shots fired. Don't worry. Finkel is an absolute doll, baby. We love Finkel over here. He's really not mean to women. He's actually incredibly kind to them. But I've seen him tear down a few men very quickly. And wrongful rage. Where's wrongful rag at? Is
I
wrongful rag
know
checking
that
in
battle
for
that they
tonight?
were having the other night was
Hilarious.
yes, that was great.
I love it when the super chat is actually the content creator of the evening, and I'm just like, this
Yeah,
isn't even my show anymore.
You're sitting pretty.
It's like a sideshow.
And getting paid. Damn, woman.
I don't know how we got it so good over here. But Wrongful Rage says, "What an argument! Everything sounds black-pilled."
I am a little bit black-pilled, yes.
Oh, but they're kind of cringy.
The men are.
All right, so define the woman in a black pill. Like, how would a woman live in the black pill world?
Well, like they have Sigma males. There are Sigma females.
Mm-hmm.
And black pill is essentially you've given up. You're no longer trying to acquiesce to other people's bullshit opinions. You're just you are staying this way. Fuck it. This is what you get, what you get, right?
Mm-hmm.
And black pill can be kind of badass, and black pill can also be really, really, really terrifying.
I mean, I would say black pill in the bad way would be when the men kind of give up. Like, if you aren't
they give up and literally don't care about. That's how they go out in a hail of bullets. Like that part of black pill, which is terrifying. And then there's black pill where you've seen the light. You know, you've gone past red pill. Like, you know it. You feel it, you live it, and you own it.
Huh.
But you ain't changing for shit.
Right. Unless you want to change for the better or do something for yourself. But even at that, I think you're not doing it for anybody else. Where red pill,
correct.
Oh my God, I just had a light bulb moment. Red pill literally like thrives on the idea of impressing women. Like, isn't that beta
men
though?
While impressing men, yes. The entire part, that's again, that you're nailing it. That's what makes red pill make absolutely no sense, because you're trying to win women while trying to impress men. It's like how they say that women wear makeup because it's part of the patriarchy, and we're trying to impress men. We're not trying to impress men. We're trying to impress each other. Women in all women's prisons still wear makeup. Why is that? There's no men.
Oh, they do?
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to prison, so I wouldn't know.
And I jail a couple of times. It's fine. Good sucks.
I love this girl. You're cracking me up. Yeah, okay. So I tried to have this conversation once. I believe it was with Andrew Wilson. I had an interview with him, and I was like, women only dress to impress other women. Mm-hmm. And I remember he was like kind of arguing me on it, not in a bad way, right? Mm-hmm. And he was like trying to logic he's like, no, women dress to impress other women. Like, what are you thinking, Sarah? But like later on, I thought about it. I'm like, but women run the social structure. Mm-hmm. So if you see, like if we're all at a picnic, for like it's a kid's school picnic or something, right? And I show up looking like a total hoe bag. Mm-hmm. Well, it's going to be the other
in front of all the other mamas.
In front of all of the other mamas, and all of those other mamas are going to ensure nobody is excited to see me dressed as a hoe bag. Right. So I'm going to present myself well in a way in which other women, because they will let the other men know, like, no, she is trash.
They put you in that hierarchy.
Yeah. Right. Women run our social structures. So I do agree with that women do dress to impress other women. When you go out to nightclubs, yeah, certainly you want the guys to, appeal.
But you want to be the one that when you walk in a room, everybody's looking at you, and you want other women to know that you are hot shit. Okay, and so you got this.
That's what I was trying to exemplify was if I can make the other women insecure, and I'm harnessing the attention of the room, that makes the other women insecure, and that naturally knocks out all competition immediately just by confidence and whether you're insecure or not, because it stinks Like
Mhm.
being insecure is very, very stinky. So if I can walk into a room and my confidence
I
is
wouldn't know.
sleeping, I would. Finkel following up with the Big 10. Yes, I am playing all good here. Yeah, he's our sweetheart. We love Finkel. He's not mean to women. I think he's just having a good old time with those.
I'm just
super
wound
chats.
up. I've been wound tight about this damn shindig for a week.
Really?
Letting it all out.
Oh my God, no, you know what though? I think that we have such an interesting community here that can fall one way or the other. I haven't been paying
So
attention to chat,
diverse. I
but
love it. I
yeah,
absolutely love it.
and that's what we want to harness because
Mhm.
we want we want to avoid an echo chamber. We want to be able to have the arguments
Mhm.
kind of safely.
Yeah.
I want to say I offer a safe space here, but it's not safe,
It's
right?
really not safe.
But what I
But
mean by
it's I feel like that if the wheel should fucking fall off, I feel like you can be like, okay, all right, here, like the other was it the other night when everybody when
oh,
they're
the
all going
date.
crazy and you just started shutting shit down. I was like, I was,
I just play stupid
beast as
clips.
fuck. She just went nope, one big nope. I was yes, I was rooting for you.
I hate being talked over. I really do. If I'm trying to say everybody shut the fuck up, then you should just shut the fuck up.
Right.
It's not that hard. It's like
Right.
it is like herding cats, but honestly, it's like teaching kindergartners after they've all had a bunch of sugar packets. I mean,
Right.
110%.
Yeah.
But we love them all for their fire and for their argumentation and all of those other crazy things that they all do. Either way, I think what I offer here is like your opinion is not going to get you booted from the show. Like what will get you booted from the show is like just pure disrespect towards
Right.
me or to other like complete if you do TOS or like just complete straight up disrespect, it's like you're not welcome here. But
Right.
your opinions, I'm not going to shut you down just because you have a differing opinion for me. And I think that that's where this channel comes into play. Anyways, let me get off that high horse. Finkel coming in with a big 50. My pill color chart, pink. This is already good. I like this one. Pink equals blood thinner. Big white equals blood pressure. Little white is water pill. Long beige is ejection fraction. What the hell is that? What is an ejection fraction?
That's a scratchy beard one. I don't know.
I mean, I wanted to, when I first saw that, I wanted to read ejaculation, but
That's
ejection,
immediately where my brain went. But
right. Fair enough. Diamond beige, kidney function, tiny orange, potassium and blue, nobody's business but Holly's. Who is Holly? And is Holly dealing with this ejection fraction? That's what I want to know. Oh, Holly. But either way, I guarantee
we
you.
have questions.
I guarantee you, old Sarge Finkel sat there with his little Monday through Monday the pill holder, and
day
he
of the
was
week,
like
yeah.
opening him up as he was writing the super. I love you, Finkel. Always in with the jokes. All right, so red pill. In terms of the starter kit for red pill, we're on board with that. We can agree that that's good for anybody and everybody. Now let's move into the disagreement factors. Like, give me one point to start with that you're like absolutely not.
It's the biggest one that all women are essentially the root of all evil, and that feminism is the reason for the decline of Western civilization. It's a cop out. It's lazy. It's wrong, and it's boring. To be honest, it's just a bad argument. It's trying to blame half of the entire world's population on your problems is bullshit.
Well,
it means that you are.
But doesn't that mean
that's a them problem?
Doesn't that mean women rule the world?
Well, of course we do. We're actually a little bit
But
more
what
than
I'm
half the
saying,
population.
like, then that kind of negates the whole concept of having alpha males. If women are able to dismantle an entire system, doesn't that mean that, like, no
Well,
man is in charge then?
the problem, the thing is though, is that they want to make it this binary. They want to make it this black and white, that women bad, man good, men have all problems, women have it easy, and that's just the way of the world. It's reductive and frankly it's just asinine. Men need women like women need men. We cohabitate together, like we to build a I'm not advocating for a all female society or anything. I mean, how the fuck are we gonna get any of the pickle jars open? Like, it's not gonna happen.
Seriously, I always go to the pickle jar.
I love pickles. I would never be able to eat another pickle like that. This is not okay in my world. It's just not. I'm a good German girl. I need pickles. Jokes aside, you can't have a society with just a whole half of the population just evaporating into the ether. Like, it's dumb. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work with all men. It wouldn't work with all women. I think that we have the gender role stereotypes are, I think that they are both problematic and also kind of innate, and we can't get around them. They just are. They're built into us as a species, and through hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, we are but monkeys, and our little monkey brains, women make babies, like, man chop down a tree, like, this is just fundamental, like, basic bullshit that I don't think that we as a species can completely get rid of.
Right.
But would I like to see more women in certain fields and have there be a little bit more overlap for certain things? Yeah, sure. But the red pill likes to go on about, women aren't going to go and be bricklayers and build buildings, and men have built this country and blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, but who fed those men? Who raised their children? Who then went and made more things with more power tools? And
I think it's fair to say that men and women both are very vital to society in their own ways, and just recognizing that and owning it. I do feel like being a stay-at-home wife and mother can kind of be regarded as almost useless in a sense.
And I don't know about your kind of feminism, but my kind of feminism says that you're allowed to make that choice.
Right.
And no woman should ever make any woman feel like shit for wanting to stay at home and raise her babies. Like, that's
right.
That's fucked.
And
that's why I don't like the newer waves, because they're idiots.
Yeah, the new wave's crazy.
They're judgmental, and they're like, oh, women can do anything that men can do. Again, pickle jars. Can't do it.
No, we can't. We literally can't. I think it's okay to recognize that. But I also think that where probably a lot of this stemmed from, sorry, I'm making noise. Where a lot of this probably stemmed from is the concept that exactly what you said, this country was built by men. And I think that we all acknowledge that. But I think in the same breath, they kind of have like shat on women by saying, like, you didn't do any of this. You're not a part of this. You can't do these things. And it's like, yeah, I know that. You're right. I can't. But recognize that what I can do and what I am good at is being a mom, making babies, making sandwiches, and ensuring your socks are ironed, and whatever that case may be. And I think that that's probably where, in my thought process with the red pill, that's kind of where it geared off And just kind of like you were saying, they hate women, and it's like
Right.
you
It
can't.
just became this black and white reductive, all women bad.
Like a
All women
He-Man.
useless, all women bad, all women have bad intentions for all men. And
It was
yeah.
like a He-Man woman haters club.
Right.
And it's like
With alfalfa.
what we should be doing is acknowledging and cherishing the fact that women are delicate and fragile and are tender and should be seen as such. And we do raise your baby. So if you're treating women like they are holes,
Right. Furniture.
then to me it says, well, how are you going to treat your daughter when you have one? And so on and so forth. And I'm not saying that the crazy women that are out there doing all of this, like I would take it down to like the Fresh and Fit girls or the whatever podcast girls who like kind of go off the wall. Like, that's not the bulk of us. Please stop representing us that way.
Right. Yes.
Not to say they haven't had some reasonable women on there, but the bulk of what they show is like, even I wouldn't put an approval stamp
they're
on
vapid and
Finkel coming in with the clarification. $10 says eject frac. The ejection. What did he say? Ejection. What was the word earlier? It was
ejection fraction.
Ejection fraction is heart pumping ability. Holly is the beneficiary of the blue pill, the Viagra. Ooh, Holly.
I don't know.
And wrongful rage coming with the Big 10. All of this sounds like a healthy dose cope. I'll stop. Maybe. Ooh.
I don't know who's coping.
Are we coping?
I don't know.
Coping?
I
don't think we're coping. I think we're just kind of like calling out a few little tidbits. And I think we recognize and appeal to the concept that all of the crazy feminism that's more recent, fourth and fifth wave, so on, are completely off the charts. Most women aren't agreeable to it. I'm not agreeable to it. I think it's all shit. And I think that in the same breath, I'm also saying that the red pill side of things with their He-Man woman haters club is kind of like the exact opposite of those fourth and fifth waves of feminism, right? And I think
they are a direct response to those fourth and fifth waves. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So did
the ones that were like, porn is empowering and all that kind of shit. Yeah, they are direct. Yeah. They're directly, So
is this which came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, was it red pill or was it fourth and fifth wave feminism?
Fourth and fifth wave feminism.
Really? So who kicked off that notion? Where did that I see I don't keep up with this kind of stuff. So where did fourth wave start? Like, what did they start with?
Fourth wave, let's see if I get this right. Fourth wave was I believe fourth wave was part of the Me Too movement. And then we are now currently in fifth wave, which involves trans stuff.
Finkel comes in with a big 5. Rosie the Riveter takes men built as BS. I mean, that's a good stance too. Women, when I think it was World War II, when all of the men, or even one, right? Or was it really 2?
It was 2 that women did a mass into the workforce.
But as soon as the men came back, like,
they didn't have any jobs anymore. Yeah. And they were put back into the homes, and that's what spawned second wave
boomers. Feminism. But didn't the boomers all of the boomer babies come out of that one when the World War II kicked off? Yeah. Or ended?
Second wave feminism was the 60s and 70s when it was more of a political, where we were trying to get, or governmental, we're trying to, gain rights. And that's when Title IX came in and the getting contraception and abortion became legal, and all of that kind of stuff happened with second wave.
Oh. So you're okay with, well, I guess let me ask, where do you stand with like abortion, birth control, all of those things?
I think that the government needs to stay out of my fucking uterus. And if I wanted the government to talk about my uterus, I'd fuck a politician.
Oh my. I never phrased it that way. Finkel comes in with a big head. He says, "Did somebody say boomer? I am triggered." Well, sorry, Finkel. You are officially labeled now. You have fallen into a class. Okay, that's fair. I mean, I have some disagreements with the abortion stuff, but I also kind of keep all of that to myself in an aspect. Like, I don't feel the need to argue people over it. And please,
Yeah, I don't.
everybody,
And that's
like,
kind
we
of
are
the
not
point,
going to
is that it should be
argue.
between a woman and her doctor and nobody else, is how I stand on it.
Yeah, that's a fair stance. That's absolutely a fair stance. What I'm saying is, to the group out here watching, we're gonna leave up the abortion piece alone. It's such a moot, beaten down point. It's just
Indeed.
worthless to talk about. I just
It's
wanted to
just-
know where you stood on it.
It gets everybody all aggro.
Yeah. Well, and that's not the talking point tonight. So,
No.
so with those in mind, all right. So, your concept of red pill and the biggest issue you have is them blaming women. Would there be a solution outside of just stop blaming women? Like, what could they, in your mind, what could they more focus on going forward instead of?
I mean, there is a conversation to be had about the impact that fourth and fifth wave feminism has had, and to take responsibility for some of that rhetoric that has spawned this monstrosity, because it's not all unfounded. The fact that fourth and fifth wave feminists have been on a tirade, at least online, saying kind of the same thing that red pill's been saying, like all men bad, this whole, especially with fifth wave, holy shit, the whole colonizer bullshit, the shit that they say about cis white men, the nonsense that goes on about that all women are to be believed in every single situation. You know what I'm talking about. That men are useless, and that all masculinity is bad, and basically making men feel like shit for being men.
Right.
They need to take responsibility for what they've
created.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and I think we should love men. I love men.
I think so too.
I mean, not only for the pickle jars, but for 1,000,001 other reasons. I just don't think it's fair to me in my thought process. I think if you have to step on a whole nother half of the population in order to boost yourself up, you didn't earn it. You know, if you want to go and like earn that right to say like I did something better than you, you should go do that. But I think if you have to crap on other people and hold them down in order to promote yourself, then is that really fair? Like, is that really getting you anywhere? It's not.
Reading my work. Get out of my head. I have been saying for ages that you can. I am in full support of you having your experiences. I am in full support of you having rights and freedoms, but do not step on me and my experience and dismiss my experience as a person, as a woman, to create your own.
Right.
That's not fair. You don't get to stomp all over everybody to make your existence valid. It doesn't have to be that way. And there's all it does is create a situation where you've got two sides that really need each other, and they're both screaming at each other for reasons that are really asinine and pretty pointless. I don't understand what the point is of doing the finger pointing and calling white men colonizers. I don't understand what that does, except to lose us an election. So,
Right.
you
Yeah,
know,
no, I think that's fair. I think it's a little bit more reasonable to I mean, you're only as good as your weakest link.
mhm.
And if we're constantly trashing, left, right, center, men, women, up, down, over and around, well, are we really going to get anywhere then? I mean, I can understand some shaming. I think there's a healthy way to shame, but I
Mhm.
don't think dismissing an entire, population of people
Right.
is necessarily always going to be the answer. We're not going to get anywhere if we turn in on each other, then externally, you know, that to me is a weak point and a vulnerability, if especially with the atmosphere of the culture worldwide. If
Mhm.
we focus and have our own little civil war, men versus women, this versus that, yada yada yada,
Mhm.
then we are now more vulnerable to anybody else.
Mhm.
Scribs comes in with the Big Ten. What can women do that men can't besides reproduction? We can definitely reproduce. That's a good thing. And we can
Some of us,
survive. We can
I
survive
cannot,
colds. We can survive colds. Okay.
without
All right.
feeling like we're dying.
And like, I'm gonna die. Yes, we can survive a
Yes,
cold.
sandwich.
And in
Yeah.
fact, we can go about our day. We can still wrangle up children. I myself went to the ER for the last 2 nights in a row with my children,
Oh my
for my
gosh.
daughter. And both nights, I myself was sick as a dog, but I still had to sit there the whole time because I had no other option. My kid
And you're
wasn't feeling
here with
good,
me.
and now I'm here with you. And
Holy
I've only had about 5 hours. I was there last night from like midnight to 8 o'clock this morning. I came home.
you guys in the chat best be bringing up some super chats for this poor woman.
I went to
She's got
bed.
medical bills now, man. She's got to.
Right. But I went to bed at like it was around 8 o'clock this morning. Well, like probably closer to 9. And I got up at 3. Actually, I was rudely interrupted by a phone call that didn't need to happen at 1 o'clock, but I received the phone call at 1 o'clock. Went back to sleep for another 2 hours, got up at 3. So I've had like, let's see, 9 to 10, 11, 12, 1. That's 4 hours plus kind of an extra 2. I've had very minimal amount of sleep, but I'm still here with you guys.
And you still look fabulous.
Yes, thank you.
Like you got all your beauty sleep.
I don't need a whole lot.
I'm
T.O. coming
simping
in with,
again. God damn it.
I
You need
know,
to
you and your lady crush.
squirt me. Yes. With a squirt gun. Bop me with a newspaper. It's terrible.
That's fair. That's fair. And T.O. coming to him with his 2-month membership just to say hello to us. Hello to you, T.O. And James asked with the big 5, please name 3 to 5 red pill personalities, excluding Andrew Tate, that you follow.
You
Do you
think I
follow?
follow these fuckers? I don't know their names. I don't care. I don't remember people's names that I don't like. I do that on
Yeah.
purpose.
I know
I don't have enough space in my brain.
Rollo Tomasi would be what is he is coined as the godfather of the red pill. Then you also have the SJW concept. And then let's see who else was red. Well, Michael Sartain doesn't necessarily sit in the red pill. He's very adjacent to it. He takes kind of a different approach in which, like, he believes you should surround yourself by women, and then therefore they will bring more women. He kind of taps into that a little bit, but not all the way. Let's see. I think just Pearly Things still sits in the red pill.
Oh, I do love shitting on Pearly Things. She's
Too
such a
easy.
twist.
It's too easy. It's way too easy.
Low hanging fruit. It's very low.
Yeah, we of course we did that one last Thursday, and I just don't pay enough attention to her. I feel like she's kind of lost her juice.
Yeah, her relevance has long been
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I necessarily disagree with everything she says, but to me, like, it's more comical. If you just watch her and you just pretend she's being satire, it actually becomes funny, and you're like, okay, now I can enjoy watching this. but I think that she's kind of reaching a little too hard. Like a lot of the videos that
She's a pick-me. She's just a
I
pick-me.
think that one's too easy to nail down. I think we're all like over calling her that. But
I mean, she is. I mean, like in its
Well,
original
I don't even think-
context. I don't know what it means now anymore, but in its original
think-
context, she's absolutely a pick-me.
but I don't think that's what she's trying to be. Okay, I think she's more so like trying to. It's just clickbait, right? If I say something completely outrageous, they will continue to click. And then also, I would say, like the viewers that she brings are like sad, lonely, divorced men, you know, and she feeds them exactly what they want to hear. And so they stick around and hang out until one day they get a new girlfriend and realize they're actually happy, not hating women.
Right. They give her attention, which is what pick-me's are doing.
Yeah.
And she is, have you heard interviews with her past friends? I don't think this is a grift. I think she actually believes this shit.
Oh, yeah.
And that she has drank whatever Kool-Aid, but that she is so desperate for male attention, crying about how, you know, all these women are whores and we're all, you know, blah blah blah, while being unmarried, much like the Fresh and Fifth guys, you know, can't or won't, or, you know, whatever, but, you know, claiming that this is how you're supposed to get women and then being unmarried. And I loved how she, at first it was, if you're not married by 30, then you're a, you know, awful degenerate. And then she had to like boost it up to 35 because she herself.
I know she backed it up to 20. It was 26. And then when
was
she
it? I forget how it went, but yeah, she got older and then the age increased so that she
Well, I kind of laugh. Well, I laugh at the hypocrisy behind it, obviously for those reasons. But the hypocrisy behind it is that, like, you are a woman running a podcast telling men what to do. She's not necessarily giving prescriptions, but it's fed in there indirectly. And I don't hate her. Like, she's a podcaster, a content creator. We all have a market. We all do certain things, right? I'm not mad at her. I don't hate the world for it. But I think in that aspect, like,
I just think she's an idiot.
I feel like it worked in the beginning, but when you run off of clickbait styles, like, it's eventually going to run out and then it's going to drop off, especially when you're in a very small corner of that clickbait style, right? Because eventually you're just repeating the same things over and over and it gets old. You know, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that that's a content creator is going to run their stuff based on what works. So in that aspect, I it's respect. Like, I give the salute to her. But in terms of her direction and what she does, it's kind of like, man, you know, I think it's more reasonable to find a gray area and have better conversations for it than to just make broad statements in one.
Well, she would have to be smart in order to do that, and she's not.
Well, she's smart enough to build up her channel, right? I still have to give kudos to that aspect.
Because she's a white girl doing what she's doing. I mean, she's inflammatory. You know, any idiot. Donald Trump is a fucking moron, and he's the leader of this country. Like, the man has a room temperature IQ. It doesn't take a genius to build an empire. It takes a niche. It takes you really diving into that niche and then knowing how to hire people to do the shit that you don't know how to do.
But that's the smart piece behind it, right? If, like, for instance, if let's pretend I know how to host a show, but I don't know how to manage a show, right? Essentially, I could hire somebody who knows how to do those things. Or if I know how to be the host, but I don't know how to
edit or whatever,
or edit or things like that, right? So I think that, again, that is a smarter tactic to delegate out and have people run their, do their jobs. Of course, you have to kind of make it, you have to make it far enough on your own to be able to hire out, right? But I think that still can be a smart move.
And part of it's luck. I mean, she got picked up by a couple of different channels with her, she had shorts or something on YouTube, and she had like a nothing channel, and then somebody was like, hey, take a look at this idiot, and kind of shoved her into popularity. I mean, a lot of it was really just kind of lucky, but she's not smart.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was clickbaity, right? I think it was a little because it's like you're going to watch for one of two reasons. One, you're going to either watch in order to because if you're in agreement, right? Oh my God, she's telling me exactly.
Or you're going to hate watch.
Or you're going to hate watch, or you're going to watch it and be like, what? So I mean, it could go one of two directions, and that's where that comes in. And I think again, I think it was really great marketing, because you couldn't go anywhere, whether Facebook, Insta, YouTube, whatever, without running into her shorts. The minute you catch one, you're going to catch them all. So I think, again, that is a smart move. But in terms of what she built on, it has a shorter lifespan, only because if you build do you know who Just Tree 411 is? Tree of Logic. Okay. No. She is a clickbait drama streamer, and I always like to use her as an example because she did the exact same thing, except her clickbait drama is hate drama, where she sits and just makes fun of all of these other content creators. And at first she grew really well, right? And it's moved, and she had good numbers. And then once that drama kind of runs out, and it's kind of like, same shit, different day, we're making fun of the same people and over and over and over again, you saw her numbers just die and die and die. So like, it's kind of like a choose your content wisely, because if you always are running the same corner all of the time, it's never going to you
have to have a niche, but you have to have enough new, fresh something to feed that niche, or it's you're just making the same video over and over again.
Right, exactly. And shout out to T.O. With the gifted 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. All right, so were there any other pieces aside from Red Pill just hates women that you can't get on board with?
I'm sure there is. That encompasses so much, all by itself. But nothing specific is coming to mind.
Yeah. What about the concept of divorce? Where do you stand on their
the against no fault divorce that they have?
I believe that falls into the red pill category.
It does, yeah. That is dangerous as a survivor of multiple murder attempts. I am a fan of no fault divorce. And I think that all it would do would be to increase the rates of domestic violence against women and some men.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that I think that I don't think we should utilize no fault divorce as just I don't want to fix it, I just want to walk away. I don't think it should be
that's
utilized.
Valid.
Yeah,
I think that if somebody is not willing to put in the energy and they don't want to anymore, I think they should be able to get the fuck out.
Yeah, but I think that also with that, I think that we shouldn't just wake up one morning and say, "Oh, I don't want to be married to you anymore." I don't think
not advocating for laziness, but
right. I think you should. I think we should fix it from the beginning. And I think Ghosty was making a point to this or something, but I think that we should make it to where we fix it at the beginning of the marriage, like before you're getting married. Like we need to make smarter decisions and really think through this on like, you are going to be with this person the rest of your life. We shouldn't just treat divorce as like, well, if it doesn't work, I can just get a divorce. Because
Couples therapy is honestly, in my experience, fabulous. It couldn't and didn't save my marriage, but I learned so much in couples therapy that I still use to this day with lots of other relationships that aren't romantic, you know, and just regular interpersonal kind of shit. Because
like
weird little
and respect, all of that stuff.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Well, are you ready to meet our panel?
Yes.
So far, I have dropped the link, ladies and gentlemen. It is pinned to the top. If you have thoughts on red pill or you want to just you know, get mad and red pill rage, that's okay too. We're here to let you cry. But outside of that, panel is open. So far, I've got Fatty, Flow State, and the fabulous Furby.
We need a new goal.
We're gonna have some fun. Oh yeah, I do need to get a new goal. Jester All with the big 5. Sarah, we are lost directionless. We seek guidance. We need a new goal. All right. While I bring the panel up, I'm gonna get a new goal set. Let's have some fun. Let's go into open.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
Okay, it like went slow on my end. Did it still come out on your end?
Yeah, it did. Everything good.
Okay, good. Because it like everything like froze for a second on mine, and I was like, "Oh crap! I hope that's working." All right.
You might have to get rid of that bit with Destiny in it.
Oh shit! I didn't even think of that. Well, he specifically said red pill, so that actually kind of works. But you know, yeah. All right, panel, floor's open.
Not a good look.
How are you guys doing?
Hi, Fatty. How are
new
you?
day.
Long time no, Fatty. Where you been, big boy?
Trying to go corporate.
Ooh, how do you mean?
Trying to go corporate, but I was hearing the conversation. It's kind of funny. Shout out to the Mr. White Knight State. I don't know who he is. And Melanie, how you doing, Melanie? Sarah, glad to see you back again. And I Kill Earl. Nice to see you too. This is a lot of misinformation. Like even the definitions of like black pill, for example, weren't actually, I don't know, maybe it's on Reddit, that's what they say about the black pill, but black pill is predeterminism. Is woman usually will choose you based on looks. So you either win or you lose the genetic lottery. So why are you telling men to get out of their basement and you're calling yourself black pilled when literally black pilled is there's nothing you can do other than look better to get a woman? It's contradictory.
That doesn't negate what I said. That is kind of what I said.
Does. If you are black pilled and you believe that on the genetic lottery that these men believe on looks maxing, they can go to the gym, look a little better, but you're not going to be higher. Your dick is not going to be longer.
That's what red pill says.
No, that's black pill.
No, that's what red pill. You're saying what red pill says.
No. Red pill actually pushes self-improvement.
Right.
Go ahead. Yes.
Saying?
No, because red pill believes if you get money, you get more chances with woman. If you get clout, you get more chances woman. If you on the black pill, it means that you are stuck in the genetic lottery that you got. So no matter how much money you get, no matter if you leave your mama basement, you will always be a loser because your face. Your mama is your daddy fault. It's your mama fault. It's not your fault. It's their genetics. So
but we know that's not true.
It contradicts your point that you are black pilled. You are not black pilled. If you believe that me living on my mama basement is a detriment to me getting woman, you're not black pilled because they don't believe in that.
That's not what I said.
Do you believe that I get more chances if I don't? I go out of my mama basement. Do you believe I get more chances with women? My chances will increase. Do you believe
I
that?
believe some men do. I believe
Okay,
some are
so you are not black pill because black pill doesn't believe in actually increasing other things other than looks to get
for
women. You are not black pill.
themselves. Yes.
So we can agree you're not black pill.
Personal. It's not across the board.
So
They don't believe
okay,
that for everybody. They
Fatty,
believe
can
that for
you-
themselves.
Fatty, can you like really lay down a definition for black
the
pill
same-
and then lay down a definition for red pill?
So red pill is just reality. Okay, red pill, and if we go to the concepts that are being expounded on the red pill, they believe that you can actually max out other things in your life that will help you get woman and keep woman. That's why they tell you go to the gym, develop game, get money, get other things that are just your looks, right? So they actually push self-improvement. Every single content creator on this space, y'all see them, even if they are saying woman bad, woman bad, woman bad. As soon as they get a fat, short piece of shit, leave them out, they cuss them out. They tell him go get better. The black pill believes in predeterminism. The same way Rollo Tomassi is the godfather of the red pill. There's a guy called Wheat Waffles that is not doing content anymore. That is
He was the other day.
I'm sorry.
Like a couple. Wheat Waffles just did a debate like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but I think he's not doing content like that. But Wheat Waffles is what we actually as reference as the black pill guru. And every time they actually talk about this, is always based on looks. If she thinks me living on my mama basement is hindering my chance of getting dates, getting woman, she's not black pill, because black pill has nothing to do with your living conditions. It has to do with how you look. That's the point. Like,
That's not what that. No, you're trying to say that somebody is something while saying that somebody is prescribing something to somebody else and saying that it's the same thing.
So
it's
what is the red pill? What is the black pill exactly? Can you define it so we can actually get an understanding?
You've already said what I said in the first place. I don't understand why this is confusing.
It's for clarification, so we don't.
Black pill do not believe that there is any point in trying to change. They are okay, it seems, and are accepting of their situation in life. They don't want to change. They don't try to change. They have accepted their fate.
Okay. You claim black pill, right?
That
you said I'm black pill, right?
That is what black pill means.
So, but you claim black pill, right? You said it. I'm black pill. You didn't say that?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that prove that you agree with them? Why are you calling black? So you don't believe in improvement. You believe your destiny is set. No need to do nothing, because that's what you got. If you claim black pill, then you describe black pill. You don't believe in self-improvement.
No, see, you're trying to say that I'm prescribing that for other people. This is for an individual. You don't prescribe an entire. You don't say that one person is black pilled and then say that that's what black pill means for everybody. That's not what that means.
So, but this is the problem with you putting labels that you don't understand on people. It's like me calling MGTOW. I got you.
I'm using it for myself and not.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's like me calling myself MGTOW, men going their own way, and then says I am MGTOW, but I'm married. I have 2 kids. Oh, just because I consider myself MGTOW doesn't mean that I can be married and have 2 kids. Words have meaning. Labels have meaning. Either you are black pill and believe in what they say, or you're not black pill at all.
Let me go ahead and read this.
I'm like that for me, not for everybody else. I don't know why
Rage coming in with the Big 10. I hope my summoning powers work this night. Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson. All right, Mirror, do your worst. Thank you, Rage. And Wiggy, I see you backstage, but it doesn't look like your stuff's connecting. I'm going to kick you out and go try again. All right. Anybody else want to kind of dive in on this between red pill, black pill? Are the definitions lining up, or does it matter at this point?
I think over defining the pills is a straw man.
Yeah,
I have a
Wasn't that what she was saying before she got here? Wasn't she defining,
the
over
exact same
defining
thing
the
that you
black
said.
pill and the red pill and the purple pill? Wasn't this the conversation for 30
Well, I
minutes?
was asking her to kind of elaborate on what her thoughts were on them. Yeah.
Yes. So if I define feminism and I say I consider myself feminism, but nothing that I actually defend actually goes with feminism, I'm not a feminist. That's simple. You are using labels to attack a group of people while you are denying said labels to defend yourself.
I'm not though.
You're not?
I'm using these terms that these people use to describe themselves.
So you didn't call them losers. You didn't like you did. You weren't using those labels to attack said group while you're now excluding yourself from the label that you gave yourself to defend yourself.
I'm not understanding.
I
The
don't
argument,
understand
Daddy.
what
Let
you're
me,
talking about.
Yeah, because
No, I
I
didn't.
don't think that's the case. Is whether she is one or another. We're talking about the concept in a topic that she enjoys discussing and why, like, kind of why she is like sat in the SJW, understanding that, and the red pill, the purple pill, black pill, kind of where she sits with all of those things. I think everybody kind of does that. We've Flow State just had an entire panel talking about red pill as well right before this. I don't think that's necessarily. I don't think you have to be one or the other, or I don't think you also have to claim one in order to discuss the the concepts of what it is. Now, if she's getting a definition wrong and you know better, then that's okay to correct.
I said the
narrative
exact
or
same thing
something.
he did.
So what about the fact that
why he doesn't understand?
that's fair? That's fair. Listen, I'm not even going to pursue. What about the fact that she said that she believed that second wave feminism, which is something that she actually sees herself, is about choice, and stay-at-home mothers shouldn't be shamed for their choice. So she's actually pro people having a choice to do what they want to do, but you are literally shaming men en masse that are deciding to do what they want to do. What about that? Is not that a contradiction too?
I'm not at all. I don't think that men are wanting to be red. I don't think that men are wanting to be red pill. I think that they just are.
Respectfully, words have meaning. If you are telling that we shouldn't shame women because women have the right to have choices and to choose if they want to go to work, if you want to stay at home,
you said that
why
already.
are you shaming men that have the same choices and can choose to actually behave and use their life in their own way? You wasn't shaming them too?
Fatty.
I don't think they're making these choices.
Let me clarify. I don't think she was shaming men. I think what she was shaming, or the concept she was discussing, was the conclusions of the red pill that come out of it, where the red pill, the end point is like they end up hating women, when in fact, like, it's kind of like a cyclical concept. Like, we want to be able to get laid, so we're going to go work on ourselves. We want to be able to do this, we want to be able to do that, but at the same time we hate that women are doing these things that we're like kind of improving ourselves and doing all these things to do. She's not shaming men for being men. She's not shaming men for any concept. What she is shaming is the concept of the red pill and why
at the very beginning,
the prescriptions don't make sense.
That's all she did for 1 hour was shaming people.
No, at the very beginning of this, like the first couple sentences that I said is that this comes out of people's pain. Why would I shame anybody?
Yes, that's the who hurt you thing.
Just because they come.
No, that's the who hurt you. Who hurt you? That's literally a shaming mechanism. We say this all the time on this place to tell the people. The earth thing is you only think this way because somebody hurted you. You know what? You got it. I'll wait for the panel to go around.
We could psychoanalyze her all day long. It's not going to change the concept, right?
Sarah, is not psychoanalyzing her. Words have meaning. You can talk for 1 hour and make definitive statements, call people losers, say this and say that, and then when you question about, do you really believe that? I don't know. I don't need to say that. I don't know.
You come to some really wild conclusions, my man. I didn't.
Do you believe in people having the choice to pick what they want to pick as long as it doesn't hurt other people? I don't think
they're making these choices.
No, I ask you a question, okay? Let's have a conversation. Do you believe that a person should have the right to choose whatever lifestyle, whatever thing music they want to listen, whatever podcast they want to listen, as long as they're not hurting other people?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you literally looking at this group and actually I'm not going to use the word shame because you don't like the word shame, but looking
I'm not
down on
shaming
them,
anybody.
calling them losers, and actually going against them living their own
Did I
life. They're
call
not
them a
hurting nobody.
loser? Did I ever say that? I don't think I said that. I don't think I called them losers.
So
Yes,
let
get
me
off of
ask
your
you,
mama
Fatty.
basement,
See,
and you need to take a
Fatty,
shower. And
That's what they-
that
that's
is
the,
the
that's
concept,
the common
though.
argument.
Yeah, that is the concept of like, don't be in your mama's basement, don't be a
Right.
loser.
Yes.
I was
Get up
saying
off
the
your ass, do this, do
the
that.
usual tirade of shit that they tell men. I'm not saying that.
So you don't agree with that?
You need to listen,
No.
man.
So you don't agree with that? That
She
the
did
men
agree.
that are
No, she did agree. She from
Sarah,
the very
she's on the panel. I think she can defend herself, right?
No, because
Because you are doing the translator thing, and we are kind of
yes,
getting mixed
I
up.
know, because that's my job, Fatty. It's my show. This is how I host it. I translate for people when they start arguing and they're colliding. What she did say in the very beginning is she
Yes.
liked the red pill concept of self-improvement, get out of your mama's basement, all of those things. She liked that. What she didn't like is the conclusions they come to later, where it's like, hate women for doing this, hate women for doing that, yada, 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 yada. That's the piece that she said didn't make sense. But as far as self-improvement, we both agreed, no, that makes sense for everyone across the board. And let me read these 2 super chats real quick. Fabio coming with Big 20. Everybody should just listen to Sarah. She's the smartest, intelligent, on topic, and she knows the most. She's perfect. Thank you, Fabio. And Fatty, you got a new membership over on your end, I believe. Welcome back, Player One, and gifting the Raging Tomato membership. Congratulations to the lucky lottery winner. Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. I don't hate women. I love rizzing my ladies donut. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so Salmon, I believe you were interrupting a second ago, and I wanted to see if you had a thought in here.
Yeah, sure. So I do like math and economics and all kinds of stuff, and the debt to GDP ratio corresponds inversely exactly to the birth rates. So I'm just going to start with that to point out that money has a lot to do with it, like a lot to do, like downstream with social dynamics that are going on.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
So I've mapped it even further. So if you look at the kind of 4 main theories of value that exist, you have labor theory, marginal theory, modern monetary theory, and then quantum, which is like kind of crypto. So that corresponds to an axis of fairness.
Are you walking away from your mic or something over there?
No, I don't think so. Can you hear me?
You are kind of going in and out. Let me turn you up a little bit and see if that helps. Are you using a earpiece that has a mic on it?
Earbud. Yeah, the girlfriend walked over there. Don't do that, please. Thank you. So it maps to an axis of fairness and reason, which is postmodernism. So that's lacking in objective morality and ordering schema, because objective and morality, fairness and reason. So it's an axis of fixation on fairness, fixation on unfairness, fixation on reason, fixation on madness, which corresponds to an algorithmic looping of flight and freeze instincts. Basically, it's a self-creating cascade, like a stampede, where more. No, really, it's. I'm saying some of this is automatic. What's going on? It's a flight instinct and freeze instinct, creating pressure from running, which causes running, which causes running, which causes running in a closed system. Everyone's bumping into each other.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what's your point? Are you saying people aren't having kids because of money or something? Is that
no shit?
Yes, because it's an interrelationship between the organism and the environment. Which is causing maladaptivity and neurosis, which just means that there's certain things that have to be addressed. I hate to get really ridiculous with Byung Chul Han and Fukuyama and Baudrillard and everybody, these theorists about the end of history and all this stuff. But it has to do with addressing very specific issues, which can then change the environmental pressure, which would then cause, because if you've ever seen the movie Lucy, Morgan Freeman does a scene where he explains immortality versus reproduction, like these underlying life drives. If the environment is sufficiently hospitable, organisms seek reproduction. If it's insufficiently hospitable, they seek immortality, which means they're fighting for their life. So yes, I'm coming at it from a completely different angle, where it's just an equation. Unironically, drives me crazy. I don't even see conscious thought most of the time. I see drives, like Freudian drives.
But you have a better time actually arguing that it's less because we're in a survival state. We're in a
I'm saying the red pill's bullshit.
Sure, that's fine. We're in agreement there. But it'd be easier to say that people just aren't having children as much because we're smarter now and we're trying to do family planning more.
No, not at all.
Because
I don't agree with that in the slightest.
Turns out that birth rates also rise in times of crisis because people are trying to spread their genes before they die as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not happening, so
it's expensive to have children. Sorry, go ahead.
Enoch coming in with the big 5. Red pill want low body count women, but also want to sleep around as much as possible. LOL, make it make sense. And I think that was kind of the point we were getting to earlier. Was you can't hate women and want them all to drop to their knees for you at the same time.
How is that the contradiction?
Well,
seriously,
if you want to sleep around, if you sleep around and you're having sex with women, well, that means you're adding to those women's body counts. So now you're making those women absolutely useless, and then any woman left that would be a virgin is probably not going to make it to 22 as a virgin if the men are being taught to sleep with as many, because they'll be convinced and emotionally inclined to sleep with a man. Okay. Therefore, it is kind of like backwards how that's being said. So what women are you sleeping with and what women are you not going to try to sleep with?
Okay, so Sarah,
you know what a supply demand?
One second, please, because I got understanding.
But this is so easily explained by a supply demand.
No, but I know, but that's the thing. You guys agree with it. I disagree with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are you explaining something that you agree with? You guys agree with it. It's fine. I accept it. I'm just asking, and you guys can answer. If I say that women want and should require resources from men, and I go to men and says, "Men, protect your wallet," how am I contradicting myself?
I think men should absolutely protect their wallet.
So how am I contradicting myself? If I'm telling that women should require for resources and for minimum investment for men to guarantee that he actually is into you, and I'm telling the other man, "Hey, sir, protect your wallet because these women are going to try to suck your resources away," how am I contradicting myself?
Because not all women are trying to suck your resources.
But
the contradiction is that there's a red pill talking point, like I hear a lot, that says if you date women and she doesn't put out, like she doesn't sleep with you within the first couple of dates, stop wasting your resources on her. But if you want a virgin woman, if these men are looking for virgins, but they don't want to date women who won't sleep with them within the first couple of dates, that doesn't make sense. That's a contradiction.
So it's called a zero-sum game. Both of sexes, both of genders have contradicting advice. I will tell a woman to protect her body. I will tell a woman to protect her body because these men are going to try to hustle you out of your pennies, and I'm going to tell these men to get sex out of the way so they actually can make a fair assessment of the woman that they have in front of them. They are literally, if you guys talk about the red pill, Rollo Tomasi, Kevin Samuels, and all these people give completely different advice to women that they give to men. They say, woman, protect your body, men, protect your wallet, and try to get sex out of the way because it's how women manipulate you. How is that the contradiction when you're telling me both people different advice?
Zero relationships.
Yeah, how is it zero sum to essentially say don't shame women for their body count if you actually want to have more sex?
Right.
But that makes no meaning. Women have men that they fuck, and women have
meaning of that. It's a
women have men they fuck, and women have men they actually care.
Let me ask you this: do you think that those men sleeping with the women that are putting out are developing a healthy relationship with the concept of respecting women enough to not try to sleep with them on the first, second, third date? Do you think that that's developing a healthy relationship with how they view women in that moment.
Men follow women when it comes to sexual tendencies. A few years ago, or a few decades ago, if woman required a man to come in to talk with their dad and all that, that's what men will do. Women are having sex in large, so men adapted to that. It's not that men now want to fuck hoes just because they wanted hoes. They always wanted to fuck woman. Woman changed the sexual market, and men says, these women are fucking with us, we are going to fuck the hoes, and we are going to cuff the good woman. How is that different? How is that different from hey, 1 second, hey Earl, Miss, hey, 1 second to the two ladies on the middle. Have you guys ever had casual sex? Ever?
Have we ever? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you were having sex with a man that you didn't want nothing for, you just wanted to have fun. But if one day you get married again or get married, you are going to ask for this man to actually bring way more to the table: resources, stability, responsibility, and all that. You are not contradicting yourself. You are not contradicting yourself. You are looking at the market. We fuck some hoes and we marry women that deserve that. Just like you do.
Women don't also bring something.
Yeah, women.
Why do you think only men are bringing?
Can you stop move the goalpoints and address my point?
This isn't if you're making a dichotomy, it doesn't exist.
And let me jump in at some point.
No, I just.
Why don't you go ahead and take off some heat,
All right.
Flo?
Let me jump in because Glenn is texting me and saying, "For the love of God, Flo, please be the voice of reason and read the messages that he sent." He's got definitions here for the pills. I don't know that I agree with them, but I think that he's technically.
Weren't we overanalyzing the pills?
We are overanalyzing the pills.
And now we're going to do it again. Okay.
Yes.
Why doesn't Glenn just hop on?
He's on a video set, or he's filming or something. I told him he should hop on. He's dressed like a priest. Oh yeah, I was gonna read those.
So you stop all of that to read the Glenn messages?
Rabble.
That's crazy.
Let Flo.
There's a lack of respect, immense lack of respect. But you got it.
Did you?
I do think Glenn should get his ass on here. I do think Glenn should get his ass on here instead of trying to speak through other people. Glenn, we deserve better. Come on, but go ahead, Flo.
Basically, he said red pill is the observation and black pill is the prescription of like how women and men are. I think
that's.
I mean, I don't know. It's they're umbrella terms. And really, what we're talking about is men who refuse to take responsibility for their own issues with women. Right? Does anybody disagree with that?
Can you say it again? Sorry.
Men who refuse to accept responsibility for the problems they have with women.
That's black pill or red pill?
I think that's all the pills.
That's all the pills.
Yeah, I feel like that's both.
Yeah.
So that's all. That's why you try to save them, Flo.
That's all. Yeah, that's all.
So now can we go back to why Earl and Sarah think that they can have casual sex with men and then look at men seriously and cuff a good man, a respectful man, an honorable man, but men can do the same without being
men can do the same.
Well, yeah, that's not the contradiction.
You're just saying that women can't.
Patty, did your mic push away or something?
Yes, I wonder how is that a contradiction? Are you contradicting yourself when you give yourself for nothing, but then you choose a husband to marry that actually doesn't have the traits that the guy that you fucked?
It's because you are requiring.
You are being contradiction. Well, no, you're contradicting yourself.
You don't know me or my relationship. So please stop saying that I do things that you have no idea.
No, I'm asking you. Are you contradicting yourself?
No.
So if you're not contradicting yourself, why are these men that are doing the same as you do?
You're talking about preferences, right?
No, I'm talking about what you do.
Well, what I'm saying is that would be a preference, right? To want a virgin to marry, correct?
Let's go with yes.
That would be a preference.
Yes.
Okay. I don't mind casual sex with random women, but if I'm gonna marry one, I want a virgin. I think that's a fair assessment.
That's not a fair assessment. Men are not asking for virgins, they're asking for a woman with low body count. They know a virgin is unrealistic.
Oh.
Yes, is a woman with a low body count, not a woman with more bodies than the Seattle Seahawks.
But the problem is you're not putting time into women unless they sleep with you right away. So how does that equation make sense?
Because let me explain you why. Because women are being trained to use men for their resources for foodie dates.
Trained?
Like
What?
they are putting the
Trained
carrot
by
in front
who?
of their heads, and while they're not having sex, these men are literally going along with them. What we're telling men is stop doing that. These women are going to put the carrot of sex, the possibility of sex in front of you to bamboozle you. So take that out of the way and treat it right. We're not
I
saying to
thought we
treat
were
the woman.
being I thought we were being trained by feminism to work for ourselves and pay for our own shit. I thought that was the whole thing you guys were mad about.
Ask feminists who should pay on the first date, and you'll see they are clearly not feminists.
So okay, so you think, Fatty? Let me make sure I get this right. So you think that women are trained to lead into dating with the intention of getting as much as they can out of it, and leading with the pussy, for instance, and you're saying the red pill is teaching you to basically have them get the pussy.
Yes, take the leverage out of the way.
Okay, then how do you impress a virgin or a low body count?
You don't, and this is why if you listen carefully before you left, and this is why if you're going to be a man that is going to bamboozle a virgin out of her pennies, all men on your community should stone you, because you are playing with fire. You should play with women that are already playing. You shouldn't be playing with women that are out of the game. Like, we have actually morals. We're not going to tell a man, oh, go ahead with that virgin, if that woman is a virgin. If that woman had a long marriage or long-term relationships, or she didn't have sex out of wedlock, I am very okay with saying, you know what, Barbara, you only have 2 bodies. It's your 2 ex-boyfriends. You never had sex out of wedlock, so I'm willing to wait for you to get married so we can have sex. But you are not asking me for Rhea Ripley to have 55 bodies, and now all of a sudden, and wants a lot of standards, and she wants me to be a... No, that's not going to happen. If you fuck 49, you are going to fuck me too, and then we're going to find out if I like you or not. Just like you're doing.
You're entitled.
Yeah.
How am I entitled? I'm not entitled to shit.
You'd make the argument that, like, basically, like, women have, like, their standards have plummeted through the fucking floor in modern day.
Right.
You know
He
what I mean?
gets it,
used
so
to
I
be,
deserve it too. I'm entitled to what he got. You just said that.
I said entitled?
No. Because, like, in terms of, like, with each
That's what
body,
that
your
means.
value goes down.
That's what that word means.
By the way, Happy New Year, Ellen. I didn't see you in all.
Happy New Year, broski.
Yeah, go ahead.
But like that's the whole thing of, like, with the more bodies you stack as a woman, the shittier the lock becomes. Whereas, like, the man, the more and more locks you can open as a man, the higher your body count goes up, the more and more proposed value that you would actually have. But I would argue that in modern day, like these women, like, they basically have they've kind of, like, they have no standards. Like, the fact that like back in the day, when you think about it, like, you know, in order for, like, a guy to get pussy, it's like he had to have the ring, and that came with so much more. Whereas now, like, women are throwing it away on the first day, and then you just kind of go back to women. Well, how do you know that he's actually interested in you and not just in the pussy?
The standard used to just be that the man had a job. That was literally the single standard. Today, men actually have to have a personality, have to, like, there's a lot, actually women have higher standards.
No, in order for a man to get laid,
God forbid.
In order for a man to get laid, you need to, like, get down on the ring. Like, that was the whole kind of, like...
No. Good grief. Now? Today?
Prior. No, he's saying prior. But I think that the reason why the standard has changed to where, like, Ghosty, you were saying it used to just be he had a job, and now he has to have personality, this, that, or another, is because inevitably women have their own job, like, they have their own apartment, they can pay, they bought their own car, they did all their own things. So if you're bringing something to the table that she's already providing for herself in aspect, and this is a very feministic point, right? So she already has all of those things. She provided for herself. So you coming to the table with a job and money and can provide a car and a house,
it's literally baseline.
That is baseline, bare minimum, because it's like, well, that's easy. Everybody can do that. So now
Sarah,
now she's up in what I'm saying is she's up in the ante to, yeah, you actually have to be nice to me. I don't need you to, like, do these things for me. Those I can already provide. We're both bringing that to the table. What else you got?
So why do we as men has to be better than our grandfathers, but y'all are worse than your grandmothers?
Why do women have
think
to
that we are
settle?
better.
No. My question is, if you are going to come on the table and say work is not enough anymore, you need a man that has a personality, is charismatic, fun, have this and this and that. Why do I have to be better than my grandfather when y'all are worse than our grandmothers? Why?
That's an opinion.
That's your opinion.
How is that an opinion?
So,
Because
so
it
the
just
short
fell out of
answer
your
is that
mouth.
women shouldn't have to settle,
that-
and you having to do better so that way women
our
don't have to settle.
grandfathers, I
isn't
don't think that
bad
we
of a
are better than our
request.
grandfathers.
No, they are asking for us to be better than our grandfathers when
Well,
they
we're
actually worse
not.
than our grandmothers. They're giving us less and less. Cooking 4 times per week for them is a plus. Having 40 bodies is regular. I don't. If I can do bad all by myself. I don't like this. Let me what is
Hold
this?
on just a second. Wiggy, I'm going to drop you back. I've got Neve backstage, and she is my favorite. So you are going backstage for a little bit. So somebody else
How
comes
you
off.
gonna do your simp like that?
I am going to do him like that.
You're
Sorry.
just proving all the
Hello,
pills
hello.
right because you just took advantage of the nicest
Hello.
guy.
Hi everyone, how's it
then
going? Fatty
Carney
long
and
time.
William
How you doing?
backstage. If somebody gets booted off or drops, then I will bring you up. But otherwise, you guys are impending. And let me read the super chats real quick just to get through this. Jester All coming with the big 5. Someone told me if we reach that dono goal, they'll gift 20 memberships. Why isn't 6 hosty cammed dropping a deuce? Oh, Ghosty, are you dropping a deuce while you're paneling?
No, I'm just in my dark bedroom.
That's fair. You are welcome. Girls always have priority on this panel. You don't have to be cammed up if you don't want to. Men, I could drop you if I want. Mike coming in with the big 10. Y'all should put this kind of energy into your own game. Seems like you guys are just arguing semantics. Stop overthinking, gentlemen.
May I say something
Fair.
really quick?
Yeah.
And that is that women are also having to do better too. A lot of times, like anti-feminists try to say, "Oh, why would women want to be held to the legal system so that way they can vote and stuff like that?" It's because women are willing to do the same work as men. They just are. Okay, maybe not all of them. Maybe some of them want to be stay-at-home moms, but not all women want to be stay-at-home moms. And since women are doing better now, men should too.
Can I?
Yeah. So one sec. You had a question of why should women settle? Because if women don't settle, like there's no impact against the dude. So when you look at for example, like all these women will throw themselves at the top 10%.
One mic.
Somebody's talking. Teriak, I'm sorry. Somebody else was talking over you, so I only had heard half of what you said.
Yeah. So Ferb was asked the question of why don't women shouldn't settle, but if women don't settle, you're just going to have what you have in the current day, where it's you have the top 10% dudes have all these women throwing themselves at them.
That's not a reality where only the top 10% of men are married and dating. And
ugly
stuff.
fuckers getting married.
No. The top 10%. We're talking about the NBA athletes. That anytime they go
get
to
hoes,
every single
they
time
get
they're
bitches,
at the
whatever,
they
get women to
all
sleep
these
with
women throwing
them.
themselves at them. Yeah. But even the women that they're in the relationship with know that they're doing that, and they basically have to accept that.
Eric, do you think today it is more difficult for men to engage with women, or is it easier?
It's more difficult.
It's more difficult.
Yeah, I'd say for the average guy, yeah, it's more difficult. But
More difficult because before you was engaging with the village. So the butcher got with the cleaning lady, everybody got with everybody because there's 150 people. Now you're competing with the world, and the options are endless. So
I just want to finish up with the reason I asked the question. So do you feel like that's consistent with your belief that women don't have standards? If women had low standards, don't you think it would be easy for women to engage with men and men to engage with women? It's clear to me that they have higher standards, and maybe
they have high standards.
Well, I just wanted to point out that contradiction because I don't think
it's not a contradiction.
I think it is a very big
your premise is not what we're saying. Women have standards. There's 10,000 men that wanted to fuck them through their lives. They only fuck 50. That's standard.
But I'm engaging with something. I'm engaging with something that Teriak said, right? When he said that women have really low standards, right?
Is not that the standards are low. Is that they are lower than they ever been.
Is it okay if Teriak defends what he said? You can come in with the sword
you know what?
shield.
You're actually right, me. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
coming in with the big 5, feminism is cancer, and then Teriyaki, I'll let you respond. Let me get through these last 2. Glenn coming in with the big 5. What do women bring to the table that men cannot provide for themselves? And yeah, I agree with this. Actually, I think we're both at kind of It's at a standoff. I think we're all kind of just standing together with the same bare minimum. Like, I work, you work, I went to school, you went to school, big fucking deal. Okay, now we're talking about bigger things like, do we get along? Do I like you? Will this work out? You know, it doesn't just come down to providing anymore. I mean, women can have babies. So if you want a family, being a man, you know, there's one way to get that. But also that works both ways for women. If we want to be able to have a family, ideally, we need a man to be able to do that and be the fucking man.
Wait, can I answer that super quick?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just my own. Like, I feel like a lot of this red pill and radical feminism turns the like gender relations into a competition, and it's not about like what can women do that men can't do, or what can men do that women can't do. It's providing relationships, and if you want a family, like, you're gonna need a partner, and relationships are important. It shouldn't be this competition.
I guess if you want your bros to jerk you off too, that's cool.
That's fair.
True.
Yeah, I do agree with that, Ghosty. Women and men shouldn't be competing with each other. This is why we have our own separate categories in sports and not competing in that level. And I think that if we are turning against each other in that aspect, then why the fuck are we doing anything? There's no point. We might as well just all go and be single, die alone, don't breed, don't reproduce, don't continue society, and we should just end it right here, right now, and call it a day.
Can I ask one question before we move on?
Yeah.
Is it better for women to be competing with each other, or competing, and I don't mean this in terms of like what's better, but competing with the opposite sex? And I mean that in terms of solidarity and stuff like that.
It will be better for them to compete with each other if it wasn't a race to the bottom.
I would argue that this whole, like, you know, I'm not that type of feminist, or you know, the red pill is right sort of rhetoric, or has a point rhetoric, just enables kind of pick me behavior where there is more competition between women, when what's most empowering for women is solidarity among women, and kind of not nitpicking over these differences and stuff like that. Now, I know Sarah made the case.
This is like bullshit.
You should be competing with cooking with Kaya. You are competing with Meg the Stallion. That's why we have problems. It's a race to the bottom instead of race to the top. Instead of seeing a woman that's cooking for her man and saying, I want to cook too, you are trying to get bigger titties and a bigger ass and scantily clothes and more attention from men.
And who
it's a race
wants
to the bottom.
Nice.
I want what?
Let her
Who
finish
wants
the
those
super chat
things?
so Terry can address this.
Sure.
Oh, the Steriac again? Sorry.
Well,
yeah, so
I mean, I'm waiting.
Yeah, I don't know if Sarah's still going through the chats or not, but fundamentally, there's no contradiction here, because like you're basically to sum the question up, you're kind of saying, well, if the standards were lower, I don't know exactly what you said in terms of like, oh, like it seems like they have higher standards, but why are their body counts higher than ever before? Why are there more people having sex more than ever before? Because women have lowered the standards. Before, they like a guy had to provide the ring to get the pussy, but now it's just first day.
How does
that back to the Roman Empire?
Because women can make choices.
I take you to the candy shop.
So it seems like your real belief is that women and men are still engaging. But yeah, I don't know.
Some men are, but it depends on like what men you're talking about. Are you talking about like the guy who's, you know, like morbidly obese, sits at home all day, plays video games, you know what I mean, never goes out? Or you're talking about like the player who's, you know, flashing the cash?
All
Sorry?
Sarah, do it, Sarah, do it.
Why would it's mine?
Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 50. I know they don't want to touch this point. However, did she say AB was only between the women and her doctor? Oh, abortion was only between the women and her doctor earlier. If so, what about the father? Or in her view, is he only a donor and not worthy of consulting the issue? That question is to you, Earl Killer.
Yeah, I think that it deserves a conversation. It's complicated.
It's not his body. It's not complicated. It's not his body.
You know what?
Sarah said she didn't want to touch it. So
I think the clarification was you were making the decision between You and your doctor
her
versus
partner
the
and her
government.
doctor. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's a good
It's
clarification.
it's a family thing. It's not the government's. It should not be the government telling a family how they should make their family.
Okay, that's a
But
fair
you believe in no fault divorce, though, right? You don't believe in it.
That's also
I
the
wanna
government
touch
telling the
the
family that. That's also the government stepping out of it. The only the government's only part in a divorce is it's invited in to basically liquidate the assets.
Right.
Absolutely.
By the way, I just want to
divorce is a piece of paper. Marriage is a piece of paper.
Yes.
The
So
government
and you believe in no false divorces, right? So
Nobody wants to hear it, Furby.
Yeah, well, I feel like we were.
That's a contradiction.
I feel like we were bordering the discussion of hypergamy there, and I saw someone say in chat, like, we don't ask women to wear this stuff. Do men not realize how much you go for like the most sexually attractive in the woman in the room, and how much you act like fucking animals for her, and how that totally incentivizes women?
Projection, I think.
No, it's right. Like, it's right. It's objectively right.
And that just
you can observe it. You can observe it.
We both do it to each other. They want the tallest, the most handsome man on the room too. What's the problem with that?
You can't win.
Okay, one second. When we talk about like acting like animals on the shit, who's the one who's twerking in the clubs?
You don't think men are like grinding?
This is what I'm saying. I genuinely don't understand what the fuck Mel's talking about. I genuinely don't think that Mel's touched grass.
Was that the woman with the big booty, and she was the woman that she was the man that does the bottom, and he's throwing money away. Like, what's the problem with that?
Teriak's brain's a little slow, so I can try to explain this again. The woman is twerking because that makes the men more attention.
Because she wants the attention from the men, not the vice versa. Like this whole thing of like men are acting like animals. Like I think, you know, like twerking your ass and all that kind of shit for attention, that's acting like an animal. Who's doing the OnlyFans? It's the chick that's doing the OnlyFans. That's acting like an animal.
Have you ever been to
the base animal instincts.
And seen how there'll be like one chick on the dance floor and 5 dudes all trying to dry hump her?
Yeah.
The same way but that's the point. The same way if I open a section and I have a bunch of bottles and I throw money away, all the women want to be on my section. We do the same shit to each other.
Yeah. Why do you open a section if you don't want to?
Because on that type of environment, we want to fuck and women want to have fun. Nobody's looking for a husband or a wife on the nightclub. We do this to each other.
Why are you bitching?
I'm not
I think
bitching.
again, we're not bitching, we're stating the facts. Fergie's one that's like, why do men act like animals? And it's like, they both act like animals.
But
I just want to say.
Let me ask you this though, Fatty. If you open up a bottle and you open up your section to, you know, you tell your little bouncer, hey, any pretty ladies that walk by, invite them in. They come have some champagne with us, whatever. And those girls come in, they have a glass of champagne with you, dance around for a little bit, and then they're like, all right, thanks, and they walk away. Are you mad?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I open my wallet. This is the difference.
Okay.
When men are giving their money away and open their wallets, I don't say to women, don't take that shit. If that motherfucker is dumb enough to give you money, go ahead and take it. It's your money. But y'all are telling if women are giving us pussy away, discipline. Why are you creating the woman that should know? We are here to get pussy. Y'all are here to get resources. If the next sex give it to you, take it. And by the way, Miss Wednesday from the Addams family, don't ask me if I was bitching. I don't want to go there. I'm trying to be nice and diplomatic. Don't do it with me, so I don't do it with you. Okay,
Can you try that burn again, Patty? Can you try that burn just one more time?
I know, and they don't need to do it.
That was a fail. And Man-Made Media TV, I miss you, Mr. Life. He says, BG, I believe that's bad. Gemini, coming up shortly. Happy New Year, and Happy New Year back to you. Just for the record, the panel is currently full, and the backstage is already filled up right now. I think I have one last backstage seat. I've got William waiting on board, Don J waiting on board, Carney's Ride, and Grid One Motorsports, all in that order. In order to exchange these panelists, you have to boot. All right. The only one that cannot be booted for the evening is our dear friend Earl Killer, only because she is the guest of the evening. She's here she brought this topic in. So if you want to get somebody that's backstage up, and I have animated effigy now waiting back there as well. In order
can we, the panelists, choose if we want to drop? Can we pick who we want to rotate in?
I can just fuck off and come back.
God damn, thank you. We've been waiting for that forever out of you. I'm just
fair.
Noble.
That's fair.
I kid.
Well, I'm gonna go in order unless somebody pays otherwise. So who said they're dropping?
Yo.
No. He
I'll
made
just come back.
made a nice guy offer, and I jumped on it.
Oh, okay. That's
but
fair.
no, I'm not.
Alright.
I'm not
Should've been on the
choosing it. I was
movie
just wondering if I were to say like, I want my seat for grid 1, which I'm not doing. Grid, suck it.
Yeah,
Would
when you're
you
late
allow
to the
that?
party, and the back panel is officially filled up too. So whoever's trying to get on, there are already 5 people waiting in line back there. So you're gonna have to wait.
Okay. I'll drop for grid. He doesn't have long. I only dropping for grid. I'm not dropping for anybody else.
All right, I'll just remove you for now, and I'll put grid up.
Yeah, can I do the same for effigy?
Yeah, that's fair.
If Kevin Samuels is
remove-
on the back, I'll do the same.
Remove and add up. Now, Fatty, you are connected, and I specifically invited you to this one as well, so you don't have to go anywhere at all.
I wasn't going, Sarah. I was just being
Okay.
jokey.
Patty, you can contextualize like weekend behavior for women, shaking your ass at the club, drinking, when it's convenient for you. But when it's time to make like prescriptions for women, you muddle that together into like the behavior of women, and you think that they're worthy of that criticism. Like you have such a reasonable understanding of that right now.
What is the difficult part in saying stop having sex casually, stop twerking, stop having the shit that you're doing on college? What's the part? Like we said that to men too. Hey man,
But I think I would agree with that. I think that I would agree with the fact that if you're out booty shaking and having casual sex with whomever every weekend, I think that is a fail for any woman in that aspect. I think that that's not really going to get you anywhere, especially
Unless
if
that's what you want.
If that's what you want, but with that comes consequence, right? So if you went out shaking your booty and sleeping around, and then 5 years later you want to settle down and have a family, and every man in your town knows that you've slept with every single one of them, then I think that consequence might come back and bite you in the ass. But I'm not going to go out and say, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that, because that's not my place to stand. It's not my soapbox to stand on, just the same as I'm not going to stand on the soapbox telling men, hey, don't go sleep around. But what I will say is what I will say is you can't ask for one thing and then do another that's in direct opposition of that, just the same as women sleeping around and then expecting to find a wholesome man later. Like, it's gonna work against you in a lot of.
Sarah, you both of y'all admitted that you were having casual sex. You don't have to be shaking your booty around to actually be indulging into the same things.
Well,
you know what actually happens?
I'm not saying I'm out there having casual sex actively. You asked, have you ever had casual sex? Yes,
So-
that could be amount of one person.
Okay, so Sarah, this is what is happening, right? We are asking women, can you guys stop fucking randomly on your 20s and then wanted to be saving your 30s? And women are listening to it, and instead of actually stopping that or at least reducing the numbers, they are hiding it. That's why I can never ask a woman for their body count, because they're going to lie about it. Like, women understand this, so they will hear the prescription, they will hear the solution, and instead of actually becoming what we're asking, they are hiding the truth so can get the same results.
I just don't. I guess my lived experience is that I was a fucking hoe when I was in my 20s and managed to get married and have, helped raise his children. And,
let me guess, did you divorce him?
He was an abusive motherfucker. So yes.
And you see what I'm talking about? And you chose him. Huh? Of all and that's what the red pill is coming here talking about. Hey Johnny, do you see that woman that was a hoe? Do you see that woman that chose to have a kid for an abusive father and all that? At 41, she's going to have a diseases moment. You should save her. You should cut her.
Can you stop spurging so I can read my super chat real quick, and then I'm going back down?
Islam.
Go ahead.
Right?
Money talks. Money talks.
Women for all the problems of the men, right?
Glenn Lawrence says all men love a specific garden tool. They just don't want to marry that garden tool.
Right.
That's guys all tend to check out the women dressed the most. Thus, guys all tend to check out the women most provocative. Okay, so he's saying there's a difference between a hoe and a housewife.
Yeah. And
Also,
you know,
I
you're
want
allowed
to point
to have a
out-
hoe phase and then clean yourself up, move towns, and then you know get your shit together. Like I don't see why you think that you know women just need to be like
realistically
Puritans
say?
until just because they want to get
Can
married.
you unfuck somebody, lady?
Sense.
Can you unfuck somebody?
No, and I think
Fair question. Can you
No,
unfuck
it's not. That's
somebody?
a retarded question.
No, can
Yeah,
you
but
unfuck?
one second.
Why do you think just
Earl.
because you took a shower that I have to actually understand what you did? You can unfuck nobody.
So
Yeah,
I
but
don't
like
want
realistically,
to. I don't want to unfuck anybody. It was good.
It has like faulty logic to it where it's like, oh, like we have a hoe phase, but that doesn't make any sense because we wouldn't like go out and tell someone, oh, have a heroin phase. Don't worry, you'll get over it.
People have heroin phases too.
Heroin and
Yeah, but you wouldn't actively encourage someone to have a heroin phase.
I don't
not
think
even
that,
sober.
I don't think that that's necessarily comparable.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Heroin can literally like kill you.
Yeah, but having sex phases where you're an absolute slut can kill your entire relationship.
Hold on,
phase
wait,
and,
wait.
like, being a good partner.
Except that it doesn't.
What do you mean it doesn't? That's part of the
Because
reason why
every
we have
relationship
defined
is
birth
different,
control, because
and
people don't
nobody
understand what it
who
means
has
to be
any
together.
kind of like normal people don't run around asking women what their body count is. If a man asks me
That's
that, I tell him
absolutely
to go
normal.
fuck himself.
You literally
For
said
all
you
of
were a
human
hoe. What's the difference between
That's
literally that you were a hoe and your number?
And I
That's
was
a really
like-
interesting. That's a really interesting
Well, okay,
statement.
but the thought process
don't
there
regret it.
is okay, Fatty. When you take a girl out on her first date, is that the first question you ask? On
she's
the
gonna
date?
leave
Is
your
that-
No, nobody asks that. But if it actually
go on dates to ask that.
No, yes,
you suss it out of them.
yes.
No.
I don't insult avatars. You need to show your face.
I'm gonna
No
be
man
honest
does
here.
that. No man does that because we know they're going to lie. I'm not going to ask somebody that is going to lie about it.
Any
what he's
self-respecting
saying.
As much
woman
as I
would
love
never answer
blanket
that question.
statements, let me make one. I dated my wife probably 5 months before I asked her how many men she had been with before me. That was because at that point I was considering marriage and it was pertinent to the conversation.
You were insecure.
Yes, but
Oh
my
Cope.
Wait, you dated her for 5
You-
wait,
you're
hold on,
just
question.
insecure.
But
No, but-
insecure is not one of them.
You dated her for 5 months, and was there a number that if she answered, you would have broken up with her right on the spot?
Yeah. But,
No,
Ghosty
no.
or
That's a good
Earl
question.
could answer this as well. If there was a guy, if you were on a date, one sec, because I'm gonna highlight exactly. I'm gonna highlight exactly with these women, right? If you're on a date with a guy and the guy goes, yeah, like I've had 10 dicks in my ass, like would you like end the date or how would you feel? Like would you be? Sarah's face
I
was.
mean, first
was
of all,
perfect.
I've dated
bizarre thing to tell me.
First of all, I've dated bisexual
Yeah, so
men, and second
it
of all,
only
that's
matters.
not an
So
equal
it doesn't matter.
comparison.
No, because exactly because they know exactly where this is going. 'Cause it matters. It matters how many dicks the guys have had, but it doesn't matter how many dicks the women have had. Do you see the unequal standards? Okay. Exactly. Because again, we can flip it. We can flip it. A guy would have no issue dating a lesbian.
Ariak, hang on for
But a
second.
woman will have an issue dating a gay guy.
I've dated bisexual men. I'm telling you that right
bisexual
now.
men.
No, stop. Everybody shut the fuck up.
And it's
Ariak,
different.
that is a comparison of a man saying that he's either bisexual or maybe has gay tendencies. And that is something that wouldn't sit okay in my book because I wouldn't want a man that wants other men. That wouldn't be okay with me. Not because he's had dick.
So what's wrong with a man that wants
it? Not in terms of the count.
Yeah.
One dick.
But just
would have
like
been
you
enough.
said. Yeah,
One
but
dick. Stop and listen, Teriyaki. Listen.
You just said it, though.
You're saying that he's gay or bisexual. That would not amount to anything okay in my book.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
totally
but
different.
you just made the claim. You don't want a man that wants other men. What's wrong with a man not wanting a woman that wants other men?
No,
Because
no,
one is
Guys, I really want to answer Ghosty's
Me
fucking
too.
question.
I want to hear it.
I
Go.
literally am trying to answer Ghosty's question. She asked me a question in good faith. I'm going to answer the question in good faith. Here's the deal, Ghosty. Are you still there? Did you run away?
No, I'm here.
With all that yelling, I would have just like tuned out. But so no, there wasn't a specific number, but definitely if I'm considering marriage, it's a pertinent fact to me at that time. Prior to that, I really didn't give a fuck, right? Like at that point, we're just dating.
But the more serious we got, the more questions needed to be answered. She asked me questions about how, what I wanted to do in life, where I wanted to go. These were pertinent questions to her because that went to my resources. Men and women value different things, correct? Can we agree on that?
So then answer why body count matters.
Sorry, I was addressing Ghosty.
Right. But
maybe
that
sometimes.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Ghosty, did men and women value different things, correct?
Maybe sometimes. I think overall they largely value the same thing. But
so
can you give an example?
Okay, so, hold on. So it would matter to me if a woman had been with 100 dudes, right? That would matter to me. Call me insecure, call me whatever the fuck you want. It's just gonna fucking matter.
Is he insecure?
There's some women who would care about that too.
No, hey, Ghosty, is he insecure? Because Earl.
No, I don't think so.
Would it matter?
No, Earl calling him insecure, right? I just want to make sure. I'm not going to interfere in your conversation.
Context matters.
Hold on.
Not one of them are married, so fuck them. I can be insecure all I want. I've been married 20 years. Ghosty, so
didn't deny it.
What would it be fair to say that if my wife did ask me what my plans were, that if I had answered that I was going to fuck off for the rest of, for 3 or 4 more years, just kind of work my, pissant job and didn't really have any plans after that, if she told me to fuck off because there was no future with me, would that have been a fair thing for her to do?
So you're comparing the future versus something that happened in the past with somebody you've been dating for 5 months, though. I think that's kind of the confusion.
Probably
I think both of you would probably care if both of you had answers for a different future.
That's
right?
not there's not something similar. And shout out to
I
philosophy of right part.
Ghosty. I didn't value the fact that I valued her future, but I didn't value the fact that she could make money or have resources.
Yeah, but what if she said she didn't want
kids?
kids? That's part of the future.
Fact that she could have children.
Yeah.
And hadn't had children before.
Yeah, so if she said, I don't want children in the future, then you would
that would have changed the
right?
conversation. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. That has nothing to do with body count.
Ghostly, the similar will be waiting 5 months to ask one
body count, but that I'm just saying that she asked the question, I'll answer the question. For me specifically,
money's talking.
Those were the way things go.
Let me interrupt you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very quickly. We're gonna get through a few of them, so everybody bear in mind.
You need to be sending those super chats in. This is great entertainment. You pay up, sup fuckers.
Yeah, fuckers. Call HQ comes in with a big 5. What the hell have I stumbled upon tonight in my flu-filled derangement? Yes, buckle up. You're in for a wild ride. When we talk red pill or manosphere shit over here, it usually gets unhinged, out of control, crazy, chaotic, and just off the charts. Mike Ball coming in with a big 10 to kind of follow up exactly what I was just saying. This entire conversation is priceless. Yes, I love the differing opinions. I love people being all over the place, and I love the pushback. You guys are beautiful. Robert Demita comes in with a big 5. Goal achieved. You know what that means. Just Gerald with your call to arms earlier. Someone told me if we reach that dono goal that they'll gift 20 memberships. There you go. All right. Goal has been achieved. And then Fabio with the big 5. Guys can't be bisexual. They are just gay. Sarah has beautiful brain. I love you, Fabio. And Philosophy of Rap comes in with the 20 gifted memberships. Wow, that was entirely kind.
Go.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of the Lucky Lottery winners. And Glenn Lawrence coming in with the big 20 says men just need to assume that all women are sluts until they've proven otherwise. Body count doesn't... Body count...
Body count prove if she's honest or not, possibly?
Body count doesn't
prove she's honest or not.
Prove she is honest or not. Men need to focus on what they can observe, her behavior, and how she treats them. Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree as well. I agree as well.
I think that is in the same goes
Except for the
for
first
men, right? With how he treats you from the get-go. And usually women have a saying like how he treats his mothers, how he's going to treat you. And I think that's something that we can recognize across the board is action is everything. Watch what the person is doing. I like to see how they treat servers, like waitresses, bartenders, so on and so forth.
That's huge.
That one is a very big telltale sign if they are disrespectful, if they can't say something as simple as please and thank you.
How they treat their parents.
how they treat their parents. I especially like to see how they interact
forbid
with
they live with them.
children in the room. You know, because if you're just an asshole to kids, then you're just an asshole. And Noah coming in with the big 20. Girls have cooties. Stay away, boys. You don't want to catch them. True. We have cooties. Go away. Okay,
I want to build on Glenn's. I want to build on Glenn's point. I don't. Obviously, I don't agree with assuming all women are sluts until proven otherwise. But the piece that he said about the behavior is true. I think women that don't operate with discernment and would have like 100 bodies, like that's going to be obvious in her behavior before you even engage intimately or sexually. Like that's like I think women who operate without discernment have a way about them that is going to kind of scream red flag to most people. And if you're looking for, you know, engaging in casual sex yourself, then you're going to see that as a green flag. But I think, yeah, objectively, just not analyzing somebody's behavior and saying this person doesn't seem to operate with a lot of discernment is obviously going to tell you that that person has probably had a lot of sexual partners.
You can tell the difference between our woman with 20 bodies walks, talks, speaks, and a woman with 53 bodies. You have no idea.
No, maybe okay. I won't. Look, I don't want to be arbitrary. Fatty, maybe not 20 and 50, but 20 and 100, absolutely. I think 20 and 100 is going to be very big.
Most of like. Agreed.
I have kind of an interesting question, right? So, obviously, we kind of established earlier that men kind of care about somewhat these days about sexual purity, probably not as much as they used to. Women care about, you know, that you're going to be able to provide, right? You're going to be able to provide. They just do. You don't agree? I killed Earl. You don't agree with that?
Women make their own money.
She's lying.
I don't need to.
She's lying.
Okay. Well,
let me actually interrupt for a logistical portion. I'm going to start rotating that corner seat. Robert, you are in the corner seat. I'm going to rotate you out. You can still hang back.
I've been talking. I'm trying to.
No. What I'm saying is I'm still going to rotate that seat for now, only because there are so many people backstage, and I'd love to get more voices on this panel. So I'm just going to rotate you out, hang backstage. I'll probably do like 10 minutes a piece and see kind of what flows.
And I can't stay long. I've got to go to bed. But okay. So I guess where I'm kind of going with this is, so let's just say, for argument's sake, that my wife, you know, my wife, who we've been married now, we're in our 20th year, 2 kids, awesome, everything's great. Let's say she had 6 intimate encounters before we got married. I was pretty close to triple digits, not quite there, and I didn't really keep count. Does that dichotomy bother the ladies on the panel?
Wait, can you say it one more time?
I could care less.
I think
as long as your STD test comes back negative, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, it all depends on the person. As far as body count, I think it is a little hypocritical if you've been sleeping around a lot to expect your partner to like judge them for sleeping around a lot. But I also don't care if people who have lower body counts want to be with other people who have lower body counts. It really all depends on the individual.
It's called double standards. You want a strong man, and you can even open a pickle jar.
I don't think so. I think if Grid is in a committed marriage for 20 years, but what that number could have implied if he had not obviously backed it up with the commitment is some degree of attachment issue. So I think there's a difference between valuing a man's experience in relationships and then also recognizing that there might be an attachment piece there. I'm not saying that you do, Grid. I'm just saying looking at that.
Yeah, actually, you're dead on. I made a conscious decision when I was about 23 after my second attempt to get married. I had 2 fiancés that both tanked. And after that, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to get married. I really didn't believe I was ever going to get married. So I became a complete degenerate. Just bluntly, honestly, I didn't believe I was ever going to get married. I didn't want a lasting relationship with a woman. As a matter of fact, I consciously avoided dating good girls that I might accidentally get into a relationship with.
What age were you when you were married?
I was 35. When I was 34, I changed my mind. I had a couple of I kind of grew up, and I was at a place in my life where I decided, hey, I could probably get married now, right? Like I have skills. I'm going to have my own business.
So you bought a wife from China?
It had a 12-year-old.
Wish I had. They didn't have Timu back then, bro.
Wait, yeah,
you
so I think
you can get 3 for the price of 1. I'm just saying for a moment.
I got you on what the problem is. We're wired to make a mistake. If you think about sex, it's always a terrible idea. Always, 100% of the time.
Yeah, I guess there's not really a logical
Flo,
reason to
did
do
you
sex,
want to
is
read a
there?
super chat?
Yeah, read some super chats, Flo. We need more
okay.
super chats, guys.
Right, we do. Glenn Lawrence says, men just need to assume that all
already
women
read
are.
that.
Oh, you did? I wasn't paying
There's
attention.
no super
We
chats.
went through it and everything.
All
I
of
thought
the
you had a
super-
Cash App, maybe.
We just
yeah,
finished
yours
on
all
that,
yours
actually.
all come
Your
up
job
on my
is through,
end.
sir.
Yeah. All right,
Just
bye, Flo.
Banish.
Damn.
Yeah, so
Greed.
Nev, no, you
That's
were
not
100%.
greed. That's not the equivalent greed. The equivalent will be, can you keep a job? If you say you had 10 jobs in the last 5 years, you are a red
that's so
flag.
superficial. I think the
No,
issue
it's
is
not superficial. It's real life.
my-
Remember, listen
We're
what
applying the
Greed
same
said.
standard
Greed
consistently
waited
here,
5 months to ask her a body count. Imagine that his wife waited 5 months to ask what his job is. What
I
is your
think-
job? That makes no
I think
sense.
that my problem to me, I think I would have a problem personally if Grid loved this woman and if he had
Yes, I
slept
do.
with close to 100 women himself. I
Yes.
think I would have a problem with it if I would find it problematic if she gave a number that instantly just made him want to leave her. I
Do you
think
believe in
that
double
would be
standards?
problematic.
That's fair. Do you believe in double standards?
I think there
That's what
are
she's
some
saying right
double
now.
standards, but this is not a
For
double
example,
standard
do you
I am
believe that men
acceptable
should pay
of.
the first date? Do you believe that men should take their jacket and put
I
it on
don't.
their woman?
I usually offer to pay for my stuff on
Yeah,
first
but is
dates.
there
Not
any
that most
double
men
standard
even
that you
ask to go
believe?
on first dates anymore, but
No, that's fair, Gusty, because
So
you're making
first
it
of all,
about. Is there any double standard that you believe? Like anyone? Any?
Fatty,
I
cool.
think certain
Yeah,
double standards
I don't need your
exist.
elf grid. I don't need your elf grid.
We need more grift, chat. More. We need more grift. We don't have enough super chats coming in right
And
now.
John Mo
Nev, you're
coming
right.
in with the big
100%.
2. Thank God I married a woman who made me her first, and I think that's admirable, right? I think that if you and your wife, or you, the wife, and your husband are able to be each other's first, or you've got that innocence, like you were high school sweethearts and so on and so forth, or whatever the case may be. I think that's admirable. I think it's beautiful if you can do that and if you choose to do that. I think a lot of this honestly comes down to your preference, your life experiences, so on and so forth. But I think the biggest part comes into like the values and principles you were raised on, and like kind of like the way you roll into your adulthood, and what kind are you coming with trauma? Are you coming with church? Are you coming with principles? Was your dad really in the picture and a good man? Was your mom there for you and able to help you emotionally work through stuff? Like all of these different things all coincide into who you're going to be as an adult. And I think that for those who can say this and do this, I think it's very admirable. But I also don't think that it's like we have to be mad at anybody else for not having that same life experience in and of itself. Not saying that you should go out and just fuck around and find out, but I don't think that mistakes are necessarily, I don't think they should be held against us as people in that concept.
But you just did, Sarah. When Terry X said this man had one dick in his life, you said, I'm not dealing with you. You are literally punishing him for his past. You are punishing
him because I don't date gay men.
No, but
he had a gay face.
No,
But it was just a phase, Sarah. It was just a phase.
God damn it!
It was just a phase, and he's over it now.
You are 1 second, please.
That's a terrible.
This is literally
example,
what
I'm just
Ghosty was
saying.
talking about, right? This is what the double standard that she doesn't agree. Do you understand that most of y'all at this point either are lesbians or at least bi-curious, kissed the woman before, and we don't call you gay, we don't call you nothing.
It's not a double standard for me.
But this is the
It's not a
thing.
double
Women are
standard
more
for me.
homophobic than men.
What I'm saying is that Tirek is actually right. If one dick for you is one dick too much, if that man sucked a dick or sucked a dildo,
dude, I already told you.
I didn't finish talking.
Well, you didn't hear me earlier because I already told you I've dated bisexual men.
Let Fatty finish.
You can literally let me finish and then you
He
can
interrupts
answer.
me every time I talk.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, for real, bitch.
Oh, no, I don't want to have a conversation about the conversation. His point was very simple. His point was very simple. His point was very simple. And at this point,
but there is a difference. Okay, there is a difference between like, are you interacting, you know, and having sex with, or are you having gay? That's gay.
Yeah,
you guys
right?
really
And
but Sarah, you asked the average guy.
I didn't finish my point.
Let me finish. The average guy, Teriak, are you getting dicks in your ass?
No, what I'm saying is, if you ask the average guy, would you get with a woman who had a lesbian experience? None of them would have an issue with that. You'll say, yeah, of course, yeah. But yous all have an issue if a guy has a gay experience. It was just a phase. Because when you say, when you make the claim that this is a whole phase, that is just some sort of phase and it's over and done with now, it makes no sense.
A whole new panel. Listen, that is preference. That is preference, just like body count is a preference, just like being a virgin is a preference, just like I date or I don't even date, like I will be set up in my marriage. That's a preference. All of these things are preferences.
But that's not what you said, Sarah.
No,
you said you wouldn't be you said you wouldn't be judgmental, and you are literally judging the man for actually.
Somebody,
Sarah, I am okay with
believe in
I'm okay with your standard. Listen,
no. Listen,
hey, Sarah,
you're not hearing the words. You hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Listen,
that's crazy. You guys are interrupting me, and then you want me to be quiet.
You're taking my words and spewing them. What I'm saying is I'm not going to judge you, Fatty, for fucking other people. I'm not going to judge Earl. I'm not going to judge Neef. I'm not going to judge Grid. I'm not going to judge any of you people because you are not people I'm dating, right? Okay. Now, when it comes to who I want to date, I'm going to have my qualifiers, my standards, my preferences, and all of those things just the way that anybody else would. I think that that's fair across the board.
Stop there. And that's judging. If I want, listen, if I want a woman that is not a hoe, is not being insecure, is me judging her like you're judging me. And respectfully, Teriak's point was literally lost. If one dick for that man is one dick too much, why can't a man have the same standard and say 7 dicks is good, but 8 is too much?
Exactly.
I'm talking about my personal preference to date a man. If he was gay before or had a gay phase, I think that I'm okay with passing on dating that guy.
The qualifier is different.
Stop. Just the same as Fatty, you saying that you want a 0 body count woman, I think that that's fair. But you cannot say I want a 0 count woman and then go fucking a bunch of women at the same time and expecting to just settle down and find a woman.
There. Stop, Sarah. Stop there.
It's retarded. And Sarah. William, I'm throwing you backstage, bringing up the next person. Right. If you want to talk, you got to talk. You got to get it in. You got to shout and get it out. Go ahead.
Hey, Sarah, that's actually perfect. I have just one question for you. Have you ever kissed a woman?
Can you say no?
Fatty, why don't you?
Checkmate. This is what I'm talking about. You don't want the man to suck one dick.
Okay.
Fatty, Teriak is making an argument. Teriak is making an argument against homophobia, if anything. The contradiction just parallel does not exist. We're talking disqualifying based on...
I'm a lefty. I'm not making an argument about nothing. What I'm telling you is that she's judging a man by something that she did herself.
Jesus.
No, her qualifier.
You literally said, I wouldn't be with the man that suck a dick, but I was with a woman before.
Unironically, Fatty and Teriak up here to fight homophobia. I'm with it. Your base. Keep going. Please.
No, I'm just saying he's a
just refuse to fuck them if you're not a virgin.
Right. I think if
it's logistically impossible, but okay.
I think that, like, for me, I wouldn't like a guy who has had a gay phase. I think that that's strange.
And all we're saying is that the average guy doesn't want a woman that's had a hoe phase. It's the same ick that we
Find
get.
me an underage virgin.
I understand
The disqualifier needs to be women. If she's
There's no
engaged with other
disqualifier.
women, yes. Listen,
Earth,
think about the
anywhere.
parallel that you're drawing here. You're ascertaining whether a partner is good for you. It's a woman. Now, are you asking the question? If this woman has been with other women, do I want to be with that woman still? You're not asking that question.
That's not. This is what we're saying. It would not be a disqualifier for a guy.
Now use
If
the
a woman
parallel
had
that you
a woman had a
constructed.
lesbian phase when she was in
Now
her
use-
20s, that
Okay.
would not be a disqualifier for the
Now use
vast
the
majority of
parallel
for the
you
average guy.
constructed, draw it on the opposite side and ask yourself if you're making the same question. You're not. You're making an argument
I clearly
against
am.
homophobia.
I clearly am,
which
but
I
you don't
support.
like it. It
But-
puts you in an uncomfortable
Why would
position
I-
because
why would I-
No.
because
actually-
it clearly destroys their logic.
And I run it. No, I like what you're
Dude.
saying.
What if
I'm
the
just saying it's
question
not
isn't
applicable. It doesn't-
possible?
You're not making the point you think you're making.
What if it doesn't
is what I'm
apply to
saying.
anything that exists?
Also,
This
two
has
women-
nothing to do with homophobia. This has to do with
literally
logical
does.
consistent. Now, it's about you
Exactly.
being consistent with your logic. If you don't want
Okay.
a man to motherfucking lick a dildo and you'll never
Okay.
deal with it, why are you
If you
kissing
want
and
it to be
scissoring another
consistent and
woman?
logical,
That's an
then make it
inconsistency.
consistent. Draw parallels that are actually inverse to one another,
Neve.
Yes.
and ask us to engage with it. Don't just make
Neve,
shit up.
What the
and
whole
tell us
point
it
that you
doesn't
are making,
exist.
the whole point,
all this conversation was the double standards. I don't understand why a man that has 100 bodies gets offended if a woman has 100 bodies. The same way you get offended when a man sucks a dildo, but you are scissoring your friends on basketball practice and we don't say nothing. Double standards. Congratulations.
You
That's
guys
what
are
we have in
telling
here.
right now. You guys are telling right now. Just keep going. Keep going.
We are right. That's why you're laughing and giggling, because every time you get caught, you do the smirky thing.
Because your
There's
argument
nothing to
is
do with
based around-
homophobia. It's
Okay,
with the
sorry,
logical standard.
Patty,
We're just
Patty,
talking
you
about
know what?
logic.
You know what? You're right. If you want to suck dicks, and if a woman rejects you on that
No,
premise,
again,
they're wrong.
like you,
that woman
it
is
always
wrong.
comes down to
Sarah,
you're gay, you
Sarah,
got a
you
small
should be
PP,
ashamed
or
of
you can't get
yourself.
laid.
You know what?
And
You should be ashamed of yourself.
The
And
logic,
if
the
you
logic,
wish
the logic
somebody
still
would suck your
stands.
dick, but you cut yours.
You were trying to make the case that a woman's past shouldn't.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Shut up. So okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's see. Let me do this. I need to make if I need to make room backstage, I might have to boot some people backstage. I'm told there's some other people that want to get on. If that needs to happen, I need to be messaged to make it happen. Otherwise, I'm going to let the people sit back there. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, because y'all are getting out of hand. Let me just run through these super chats. If we have a quick response to something, please make it a quick response. Don't argue with each other. Just respond to the super chat and then save your thought for later. And we'll go from there, okay? Outside of that, let me get through them because people are super chatting on all the channels. There's over 300 of you watching. I love that, but we owe it to the people who want their voices heard. They pay for it. Robert Demita coming in with a big 10 for the grift. Yes, the grift that keeps on grifting. We appreciate that. And then Elon, I said that backwards. Ilkan.
Whoa, you butchered that, Sarah.
Ilkan.
Ali.
Ilkan.
Almost.
Let's go, Fatty. Hey, Sarah, and the panel. Yes, this is a lit panel. I invited just a couple extra people for this, and then all hell ensued after that. Glenn coming in with the big 15. Okay, Flo,
back,
this is my
step back.
last super. Oh, you want to
Step
read
back.
it? Are you?
You're about to
give me the
prattle
butt
off my
too?
super chat.
Well, it's my job as the host. Remember, you're dueling off of mine. But yeah, go ahead, Flo, with your bad self.
Okay, Flo, this is my last super chat. I trust Sloots more than I trust any woman who is trying to sell she is a trad wife. I know what comes with Sloots, fake trad wives come with problems you don't know of.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
Like Sloots, the only people who are mad at Sloots are people who missed their shot at Sloots, I think.
Yeah.
They didn't get a piece of the
Now,
pie.
to be honest, the trad wives usually have like rod knock or something at the end of it. So
What is rod knock?
What is that?
Flo got the reference.
When you throw a rod, I like clunk, clunk, clunk.
Like the rattle.
Yeah, it was that means it's about your car's fucked.
Oh. No, Noah R. coming with the Big 10. The dating market won't improve until the feminist women who are 20 now reach age 60. Once the final feminists hit the wall, the younger generation will finally realize how much they screwed up. That's a fair point. We all learn from prior generations.
You wish.
I think we all learn from prior generations, but
I think this current administration radicalized the existing feminists and created a whole new wave. We just haven't seen it yet.
The new wave of feminists is called the manosphere.
The most feminist administration.
fair. And Ghost of Edward Anderson says with the big 2, Neve, I need some head on the DL. Oh my God.
Wait, whoa. Wait.
Yeah,
You got
this isn't exactly DL, so.
Oh my.
That was good shit. I don't give a fuck. That was funny.
Note to self, read before posting. Wrongful
God.
Rage comes in with a big
Wait a
10. This whole convo makes me happy I found my woman because the world is on fire and I fear for her daughter and my son. This dating world is a trash fire being fed gasoline through a mister.
I disagree. I think that
It's
the
really
internet
not that
is a
bad.
dumpster fire. The internet's a dumpster fire.
The internet is
Yeah.
in our corner.
Yes.
I think everything's like to the extreme.
Mm-hmm.
And Naomi with
for now.
and Naomi with her membership. Stop whining, fatty. Jester all with the big 10. Fatty needs a tea break in the back. Okay, you've got 10 minutes in the back, Fatty. I will set a timer. Hang out back there. It's just 10 minutes. Go take a potty break. Let me get my timer set real quick. And
Gotta read the chats first.
all right. And then Robert Demita gifting Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you again. Striking it rich with the big 2. I think that name is kind of an oxymoron to only dropping 2, but body count.
£2 is like $3.50.
And says body count matters the way bank account matters.
He's still striking.
Yeah. All right, I'll leave that one to the side. Naomi with the big 5. Give Fatty a pacifier and a timeout break. Okay, Fatty, you got 15 minutes in the back. Let me add your 5. All right, and he can be bought back, guys. So feel free to buy him back.
But you know who can't be is Neve. So if y'all would get off my woman, I'd appreciate that.
Ghost with the big 2. Why do women have a hoe phase but men don't?
They do.
Men don't grow out of
Absolutely
it
do.
unless they.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, should.
Not
So
a
this,
phase.
this goes
No.
on my question. Should a woman's past matter?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
Okay, so wait a sec. So it shouldn't. So
Yes, with
so
Yeah,
it
but we
shouldn't
don't
matter.
agree.
So
Here,
so if a guy has a gay
yeah,
phase,
yeah,
that
yeah.
shouldn't matter, right?
It's
Still
entirely
reading-
subjective. This is
Gay
not
is
a fair
completely
thing.
Still
weird,
reading-
though.
Because this is
Not
the thing.
even
This is the thing.
comparable.
A woman's. We have no issue saying that a woman's past shouldn't matter, but then when a guy's past, okay, yeah, guy's past should matter.
No.
Why do
it's
you want to
That's
Do you see the
Women are
differentiation that we're saying here?
Completely different.
Cardiac.
Men
That
hit
means
100,000
you're
bodies and
attracted-
so
Still reading super chats, dudes.
That means you were attracted to, as a man, you were attracted to men, right? And to me, that means there's no reason for you to be attracted to me. And the concept in my mind says like, why?
It's just a
why would we
phase.
even? That doesn't sound like a phase. No, Fatty
Yeah,
doesn't.
neither does hoe.
And bring Fatty back. Fatty is back. Welcome back. I knew that wasn't going to last long.
Yeah, the
You have a
Untouchables
strong
roll
team
deep.
behind you.
Yeah.
And there are certain
appreciate the
women
Untouchables.
who-
Please go ahead and follow Sarah. The link is pinned at the top of my chat. There's 85 people watching, and Teriak literally caught you sexy sex. And if you can't judge a person for their past behavior, you can judge the person for their past behavior. If you got trains run on you, I believe that is very close. Like that. Don't tell me that's the regular behavior too. And most women says, "Oh, don't judge us for our past." No, if you're judging for my sexual past, I will judge you for yours. What about that? I don't
Yeah,
think that. I
I
think that's
think
very
actually
fair.
just want it to be
attraction. That's your.
equal.
You're showing an attraction. That's. I feel like that's.
I feel like
That's what is my past. I'm delivered. I'm not gay anymore. You never saw that video of the guy in the church? I'm delivered. I'm not gay anymore. Woman.
I ain't gay no more. I am delivered.
A woman can be lesbian in college, go to her basketball team, lick all the cleats in the locker room, and then all of a sudden become a wife and heterosexual. But the man can do it. Figure that out.
Is it gonna break your mind if I told you I dated a guy for years who used to suck dick?
The world is not your oyster. You clearly date a feminine man. Destiny probably is on your wish list.
Okay. Striking It Rich is upping the game to a whole 5 this time. I still think the name doesn't match. Okay, do better. Your name doesn't match. Or you need to say just striking it. Women, it's hypocritical if a man who has slept around wants a woman with a low body count. Also, women, I've been bisexual in my past, but don't date by men. I think, again, that comes down to preference. Nobody's saying that you can't have that attraction. But what I'm saying is it just comes down to your preference.
Also, I feel like most lesbian, maybe not most, but I feel like a lot of women who hook up with other women that aren't actually bi or lesbian do it to impress other guys. It's not usually just like, oh, I'm attracted to this woman and I'm doing it. It's usually like at a party and the guys think it's hot or something like that. There are obviously like bi and lesbian women, but like, I don't know. I feel like this is a common thing we see in porn.
Women. Yeah, the issue, what you were saying there, though, Sarah, is that it's like before we had this kind of like confrontation with the whole kind of like what about a guy's past is, it's like you were saying, it's like it's preferences there, it's just preferences. But the general guy's preferences is he doesn't want a woman that has a hoe phase. But instead of saying that's his preferences, it's you're insecure.
No, I didn't say that.
That's not what Sarah said.
No, it was literally Earl. Earl
I
said
hear it
that.
was what she said that. But what I'm saying is the concept comes down to principles and values, right? Essentially, that's what it is. You want to marry a woman with a low body count because that would line up with your principles and values, correct?
Do you see what's going on in the chat right now?
It's my preferences.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Right, that's your but that lines up. Why is that your preference?
I don't have to explain
Does
my
it
preferences.
matter?
It's my preferences.
Why your preference comes from something?
Yeah.
No,
Okay, why is that a preference? Grid kind of explained it earlier. What is your preference with having a woman that has a low body count to marry?
Why? But again, like there's no kind of like what is your preference to have a hoe phase? Like we never ask these questions. We never go down this thing.
Focus on what I'm asking.
But this is what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a question. If you want to marry a woman that has a low body count, why? We understand that's a preference. Why is that your preference?
It's my preference, but like instead of being told it's my preference, I'm being told that it's.
Why are you making that why is that important to you, Teriak?
But why? But then why don't we ask the questions of? Okay,
she's just asking you why. She's not making a judgment. She's asking you why.
No, again, no. Because like again, what I'm trying to point out, all these things with the whole gay thing is that it's none of this gets.
Hold on.
None of this gets addressed.
I'm going to speed date you for just a second so I can get your undivided attention. I love you, Grid. I love everybody. Okay. I want you to focus on something with me here real quick, okay? Let me change my music so I can make this nice and sweet with you, Teriak. All right? We're going to make this nice and sweet. Why do you want, I'm assuming that's what you want. Why would you want a woman who has a low body count to marry and have children with?
I don't know. It's what turns me on. I can't explain it. It's just my preference.
Okay, why does that make it important?
I never said it was.
Okay. Let me back it up to what makes it kind of hypocritical to say one thing and do another. Okay. It comes down to a principle and a value. In order to marry somebody that has like a low body count or so on and so forth, essentially that comes into, these are my principles. This is what I stand on. I want my marriage to follow suit of that principle and that value. I want it to be recognized and I want it to show in my relationship, my principles and values to line up with that person who has the same. So if you're saying I would marry a virgin or low body count woman, you know, because essentially I want that to continue through my marriage and that to be passed down to my children, that comes with a principle and a value concept. So if you're living with that principle value concept, you know, you can't just go out, like, let's pretend you want a low body count woman, but then you're going out and you're smashing 10 girls a night, then that is directly hypocritical to that principle and value.
No.
Does that make sense?
Because by that logic, then only women who come from money should go for wealthy guys. But that's not the case. We see that all the time.
What?
What you're saying is your principles and values should only be the same thing. So by this logic, only women who come from money should go for men that have money.
No, but that has nothing to do with the topic.
Exactly. This is the whole thing of like where a guy getting a lot of women is not the same as a woman getting a lot of guys.
I'll put it in line with you again. All right, if I have principles and values and I'm a hard worker and I believe in having motivation and goals and being goal oriented for my family that I maybe one day might have, and I say, okay, in order to obtain this type of family, I have to inevitably be with a man who has those same principles and values, and we're goal oriented. He doesn't have to own a business, be a CEO, make thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a day, right? He could still very well be a janitor, but he could still be motivated, goal oriented, and said, you know, I'm going to start a business. I'm going to own a janitor business one day, and I'm going to do great things. Like, watch me. And he's a go-getter, and he's, you know, working his 9 to 5, being a janitor, you know, cleaning toilets and shit. And then at night, he's, you know, working on like his business degree or doing something that, you know, is leading towards that goal. He doesn't have to be rich starting off. What I mean is he would have to be in line with that values and principles concept of we are both goal oriented. We want what's best for our family, and we're going to not stop at anything until we get there. So it's not about the money, it's the principle and the value of, are we both motivated to do what we have to do to provide for our families? Just the same as...
You understand the trope with like the gold digging hoe kind of thing. I mean, like there's women who literally just want to go after men.
And
for
there's guys that have sugar mamas out there too. I mean, it goes hand in hand. And there's guys that.
But this is the thing. This is what I'm saying. Like how we got here was that like earlier there was Earl basically made the comment to the fatty, I think it was, oh, you want a low body count woman. That's because you're insecure. But when you were kind of talking about women,
I didn't.
No, I'm not saying you did. I'm saying Earl did. What I'm saying is typically for guys, it's always you're insecure because X, Y, Z, because you have some sort of standard or whatever. Whereas with women, it's like, oh well, that's my preferences, and you have to respect my preferences. Where we don't do the same thing for
at the
men.
end of the day, I think that we all still have our preferences, but our preferences come from our experience and our principles, our values, our goals, what we want to see in our family, you know, our family life later. I'm not saying you can't go out and have sex with 100 women. I'm not saying you can't, but in that, like, are you in line with your own principles and values that you're demanding upon another person? I'm not saying it's okay for women to go out and have sex with hundreds of women. But what I'm saying is if you're going to do these certain things, you had better like be following that line to lead those same things too. Does that make sense?
But again, like the whole kind of thing of like a guy wanting, like he just could just have that preference where he just thinks it like sex feels better with virgins.
Wait, say that again.
For the guy in this situation, his main kind of like underlying thing could be sex just feels better with virgins. Whatever that is, that's just it makes it's what gets him up the hardest or whatever. Like it's just his preference.
So is he going to go around having sex with just virgins?
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going with that.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying in terms of like the whole, like you're trying to say this whole case of like principles and values, and if you want a low body count woman, then you have to be a low body count guy, but like that doesn't sync up at all with what we're saying.
What I'm saying is your principles and values should be in line with what kind of family you're trying to establish later. And if you're not bringing that in, then like you're trotting off that. Like you are not leading your family down the same path. If you're gonna go run around and do whatever you want, and then now I want a virtuous woman. Well, are you and answer me this, like, do we really believe any father is going to hand away his daughter to just some random guy who is not portraying those same principles and values? You think it doesn't seep off of you too, that you guys are like going around doing whoever you want?
But this is where we get back to the whole situation where it's like, is the guys is the men, but it's like we have like Earl on here saying, yeah, I had a whole phase and I'm not ashamed of it, but then on the same side to it, like, would you say that, well, Earl shouldn't be expecting a traditional outcome because you had that untraditional
I don't think
phase?
they would. I don't think women should expect a traditional outcome if they're out hoeing around. But I also think that goes the same for men too.
Okay, so then how would you define that?
Like I just said, I don't think any father is going to hand his daughter over to some dude who's acting like a hoe all the time. And those
not
low body
because
count women, those low body count virgin women are probably coming from a more Christian-based or church-oriented family where that daughter is going to seek daddy's approval, and daddy's approval is very hard to come by.
But is a low body count woman the same as a low body count man?
Yeah, I think you're both trash.
No.
Or no, I think you're both the same.
It's the complete opposite. A low body count woman is idolized. That's what men want, as we've seen from all the preferences, talk, and all this kind of stuff. They want low body count women, whereas women aren't pointing out for low body count men. Matter of fact, they're giving it up to the high body count men, to the players.
Do you think low body count women are looking for high body count men?
Low body count women are like, they're like the prize. Low body count men are losers. No one wants them.
Okay. I think that all still comes down to the principles and values. All right, let me bring everyone back
it's
up.
what me and Fatty were speaking to the whole thing. It's like there's double standards on men and women. It is what it is, folks. If a guy can get over the fact that it's like he's under different standards than women, then hey, it is what it is. Play the game with the cards you got in front of you.
Let me. I've got. Is that Glenn?
Damn it, I was muted. Why would you give a shit?
Yay! What's
Well,
up?
Thank you for having me, but they bury me under the prison. I'm in
So-
Guantanamo Bay right now. So.
I think, hold on. Everyone hold on just a second, because I think we need to do some math over here.
It's $125 that they need to bring me. So I already did my, don't worry about
To
it.
keep you on?
Yes. No,
Okay.
I'm dropped. I'm 125. I'm being shipped to Guantanamo Bay right now. But I appreciate everybody that actually supported the show. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Okay, so you're in the back until somebody coughs up 125.
No. I don't think I will wait for that, Sarah. I will wait for more 15 minutes and then I'll bounce. Okay.
Okay, so you guys have 15 minutes then, Fatty, to bring you back?
Yes.
All
and
right.
it's not that I don't want to make you money. It's that I just don't think I'm going to get.
Oh, I think, and guys, you can drop it in on Fatty's end too. That's fine. I think we should all support one way or the other. But yes, all right. So Fatty thankfully did the math for me. So we'll put you in the back. I'll set a timer. We got
Yes, ma'am.
15 minutes to revive Fatty, ladies and gentlemen.
Flow state
All right.
sucks still. I still
Flow state, you
stand
suck.
on that.
All
That's
right.
okay.
Fair
Fatty
enough.
swallows.
Oh
Miss
my
Flo,
God.
Miss Flo doesn't seem to mind. I don't know. She's weird.
Okay.
So Teriak, man, I don't. I have to disagree with you, and I hate disagreeing with you on this, but unfortunately, facts make me disagree with you, and that is women and men just value different things.
Go potty.
I've never talked to a woman who really gave a crap if a dude was a virgin once they were out of high school. But men certainly do. They value that sexual purity, right?
Yeah.
But all women I know and have ever talked to, have ever dated, at some point they start, especially if they start getting serious, they want to know that you can provide in some way.
Yes.
And the logic there is pretty clear. It is a double standard. I think you're right about that, but I think the way that you're going about trying to prove it is a flawed logic, and I'm just trying to kind of steer you into that, because it's not a matter of preference.
I'm waiting for it, Grid. I'm still waiting for it.
Well, because you're trying to say that if your preference is to not date a man who sucked a dick, I agree. I also would prefer not.
You don't
to
date men who suck dick?
No, what I'm saying there is that, like, they'll say easy, like straight out of the mouth, they'll say a woman's past doesn't matter, but then like we say, okay, so a man's past doesn't matter, and then we understand the difference.
I don't know why it matters.
I think that's
It's not an
correct, though.
equivalent.
Yeah, it's
just your past, Ghosty.
It's a
Well,
false.
first of all, for me, it
equivalent.
literally doesn't matter, so it's not an argument
It's a
against
past
me.
full of dicks.
Yeah, and I don't care. I told you I've dated bisexual men, so for me, it literally doesn't matter. But I understand for some women, it's different.
Again, yeah, it's a false equivalency. You would be better off just pointing out that some women really do want men that have a lower body count, just like men want women that have a lower body count. That's a direct equivalency, and that does happen, right? I mean, I had women that wouldn't date me because of my body count, which is fine.
So you're telling me that like a virgin man and a virgin woman is going to be the new, like, they're going to be on par with each other. That like virgin men are going to be getting all the attention.
The opposite of that. I don't know how you get there from that. I
have a
literally just said
question.
the opposite of that.
You said it's equivalent to compare.
No, it's a false equivalence to compare a man sucking cock and a woman not wanting to date that man who sucks cock to a man not wanting to a man not wanting to date a woman because she's had a hoe phase. That's a false equivalency.
Well, they're both sucking cock.
It's a fallacious argument. Don't do it.
How?
It's wrong.
How is it fallacious?
Oh my
Because
God,
it's a
he's
false.
It's comparing their past. If it's in the past and we're moving on, it's a different
comparing-
phase.
This is hijacking the.
Well, you're not explaining how it's a false equivalency.
It is exactly a false equivalence.
Because he's taking a dick in his asshole.
It's not. That's not an argument.
Doesn't make any sense.
And
It's
she
a
was
different
taking multiple dicks in her asshole.
It's a different sexual orientation.
Equating the body counts would be the same. Equating the type of body counts is not.
No, it's a dick in the mouth. It's a dick in
He's
the
just gonna
ass.
be
But
difficult.
we recognize it with men.
Yeah,
No,
this is what I'm trying to point out. It's like you get a natural ick. It's like, oh shit.
This
but
is
then
similar to an
it's the same
argument
ick that men
Andrew's
get.
used, except Andrew doesn't use it in this way because he knows what a false equivalency is.
Okay, so explain how it's a false equivalency.
I just did 3 times.
I have
can't do it
a
again.
question.
You literally have not explained it, Chris. You just said it. All you've done is you've stated that it is, but you haven't explained
No,
why.
I
It is.
said it is not the same. A woman.
Yeah, you're just stating.
Not date a man. All right, here's the exact equivalency. I do not want to date a man that sucks cock. Sarah doesn't want to date a man who sucks cock. That is a direct equivalency. I don't want to date a woman, well, any women right now because I'm married, but if I were single, I wouldn't want to date a woman who had slept recently with 100 dudes and had just come off her hoe phase and had God only knows what swimming around inside of her. Sarah probably would not want to date a porn studio fluffer, right?
I think Terry.
Good, I'm getting a timeout. You have 20 minutes to actually think of an argument.
Okay, so I think Terriak could have admitted there was a false equivalency there, but still stood his ground that he had a point, that there is a hypocrisy, because we're both like the equivalency is more that these are unquantifiable damage to somebody that's also supposedly irreversible from their past. Well, no, I'm trying to make his argument better for him. And so, and this is what I think we initially started arguing with as well, is like, you can't necessarily say someone's irreversibly damaged because they had a certain sexual history, especially if they've changed their mind and been like, no, now that I've had that sexual history, I want to be a trad wife now. I think the fact that they want to be a trad wife now should matter more.
Right. And I think Sarah's position of if you are a man claiming to want a low body count and yet you go out and sleep with virgins, you are acting exactly polar opposite of your end goal.
Sure.
Right? Is what you want.
Of someone else's end goal. You're not respecting someone else's
Yeah,
goal.
yeah, you're not. Yeah, you know, yeah, and which as I and this was not an issue when I was in my 20s. We didn't even really care. We didn't use the term body count. We didn't really care. But I guess the human in me, I never wanted to date what I considered good girls or marriage material because I didn't want to corrupt them further, if you will, or turn them in, you know, have them have a kind of a hoe phase or however you want to look at that. And I very specifically did not date those type. I dated a very specific type of girl, often named Tiffany or Kim. And
that's one way to say you have a type.
Grid. You know, it's the high maintenance part.
I'm sorry?
Said you know it was the high maintenance part.
Well, I mean, yeah, I couldn't afford the maintenance on them. I could just rent them. I couldn't buy them.
Let me run a logistics real quick and then feed through a quick super chats. I am waiting on just one specific person who I was informed wanted to join the panel. That one specific person knows who they are. If everyone else could just hang back for just a little bit. I don't want to clog the
that one specific person is running into problems. He said like you can't let him, it's not letting them fucking on.
Because it was full backstage. I had like 5 other people backstage waiting to, you know, intermingle. So I'm leaving a spot open right now. It is open for him. If he wants to pop on, we will wait. But if everybody else who wants to jump on panel, please just refrain from doing so. Right now, I'm just holding a position. And then also Fatty, I believe, is shutting his stream down and he wants me to just let you guys know you're welcome to pop over here. Please feel free to do so. Also, I believe Flow State is streaming on Powder Dusty. And who else is? Oh, Carney, why are you still? I'm removing. You're not even here. That's not fair. Can't do that.
Someone
and
tried to do that all night last night. Came up 3 times.
Yeah, like if you get on panel, he was hanging out backstage, but if you get on panel, like that's when you kick start it off. You can't just get kind of like free content on your stuff.
Never.
I do like Carney though. And just a shout out to everyone who played the little game earlier to boot and bring back and boot and bring back. Jasmine came in with the big 20. Robert Demita with the 10 saying win Teriak. I'm guessing maybe more people like it in their butts than we know. Jesterall coming in with the big 20. Nope, Fatty gets in the back. And then Noah said, put Fatty away for fuck's sake with the big 50. You guys are really having fun tonight. And it's Ilkan Ali says, Fatty stays with the big 50. Player 1 with the big 20, adding 20 for Fatty to stay. Muchas gracias. And that wasn't enough because you pissed Noah off and he said, nope, put Fatty away. And then Jesterall came in just to back it up. Fatty goes to the back for 200 minutes. Fuck with me, Ilkan. Wow, y'all got some fighting words. And Money Easy comes in with a big 50, says, Fatty stays. Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy. I am thankful you guys did the math on that one for me because that would have hurt. And John Mosman with the big 2, going one-on-one with Sarah only on KJazz. KJAZZ. Yes, flying in with the...
You just spelled cages.
Oh, goodness. Call HQ with the big 5. Body count doesn't matter because they ain't going to tell you the real number. No way.
It's
no
true.
decent person would kiss and tell.
Facts.
I think that's a
That's what I've been
reasonable
saying.
statement. That's very reasonable.
I've been saying.
And following up with another 2, Terry is on the spectrum, I'm convinced. Yeah, I don't think the gay tactic, like the parallels don't match up. It doesn't make sense. I see where you're trying to go with it, but it just doesn't make sense, Teriak. Unfortunately, you telling me that guys liking it in the butt is comparable to girls liking to have sex with
It's
men.
very similar to an argument Andrew made. Very similar.
Okay. I just don't think it makes sense. Like, oh, well, that was just a gay phase, but that's something completely off the charts, from the principal value portion of it. And Fatty with the big 5, women are weak but want strong men. Women are short and want tall men. Women are broke but want rich men. Sarah, your logic here makes no sense. Okay, I'm 5'2", and I've dated a guy that was 5'3", and I had that man had the biggest confidence level on the board, and I can speak from that because I actually
The
have
biggest
not
what?
dated confidence level on the board.
Why was such a short guy so confident?
He was very confident.
He was only
actually,
6 feet
Ever heard of
tall,
Napoleon
and he sat on
syndrome?
his back in a
Oh
wreck.
yeah. But
Napoleon
I
syndrome isn't
never-
confident. That's unconfident.
You
That's
missed
like
that.
ego.
You missed that,
No.
Flo. You missed what I said there. He was
I
only
did miss it.
6 foot tall when he was flat on his back and erect.
Ah. But it never bothered me. I actually never really dated a whole lot of tall men. I can count on less than a few fingers.
Did you have to
so
make sure you didn't wear heels?
He liked it when I wore heels.
Cleans the boobs up.
I actually was like this much taller than him, and it was a turn on. So I mean, yes, maybe there are women that are in that boat and think that, but again, that comes down to preference. And it is actually survival skill to want somebody who is stronger than you or somebody that can protect you. I think that's logical. I don't understand. And
Yeah.
not all women are broke who want somebody who makes more. Usually women want somebody who makes more than her or right on the same level, typically.
I don't want a chick that's stronger or taller than me.
I'd imagine not. And Fatty with the big 5, I'd call you a omen. I'd call you a wait, what?
Woman, I think.
Woman,
Or
a virgin.
Call a woman a virgin.
If you call a woman a virgin.
Oh, okay. If you call a woman a virgin, it's a compliment. If you call a man a virgin, it's an insult. Teriak is 100% right.
In high school.
But that doesn't. Yeah, maybe in high school. But as you grow up, I think it can
At our
vary.
age, if you're still a virgin,
At some point, if you're a virgin in your 30s,
But I think that about
it's a
women
red
too.
flag. It's a red flag
for everybody.
for both
Yeah.
parties at certain age if you're still a virgin.
Yeah, and the
But-
cool girls in my high school were definitely not the virgins, by the way.
That's a good point. And then also with that fact, I think it's reasonable to say just because you're not going to be a virgin doesn't mean that you
That
should
pussy
go
don't count.
around. It doesn't mean you should go sleeping with like 300 girls either. That doesn't negate that fact. You could still be a man with a low body count and, go from there. Okay. We got through everything. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with me on that one.
Yeah, so
I
had
kind
a
of align
question.
more and more with what Glenn said earlier about you're not going to get the real answer anyway, especially today. So
this man is becoming more degenerate by the minute.
just stop worrying
I said
about
that at the beginning. No self-respecting woman would ever answer that question. Ever.
No self.
that. It has nothing to do with self-respect.
Like I'm not
It
asking.
does.
Like why do you care about so much about something that you can't prove? Focus
you
on
can't
what you
control.
can prove. You can
can't
prove her
control it either.
behavior. You can prove her behavior. That's
It's
what you
the
can do more.
implications of the question.
Well, that's going to be shown by her behavior too. Why are you going to take what
Why
she
not?
says as fact? Like
It's
I'm
an
just saying,
ego
most
thing
guys,
for
most guys who are asking that question, it's usually coming from a place of, I don't know, it just sounds disrespectful, or it's weird. There is a context where I feel like you can ask it, and it might be, okay. Like me and my boyfriend have had this conversation.
wow, it's really
I
loose
actually
down
asked
there.
him.
How many did you get in
just
here at once?
Because I was curious.
Yeah, that's
but-
not a thing.
like,
The vagina is
That's not how
made to
vaginas
be elastic. That's how we can push babies
Not if you do your
out.
One of them's still in there.
And
Where's
self-healing.
Donovan at? Where's
But I had a question when we're talking about a hoe phase, like how are you guys defining that? Because I think there's a healthy level for all people to casually date or like experiment with people. Like I don't think it's healthy to just pressure people into automatically assuming the first person they sleep with or date is going to be the one. And I think it's there are healthy levels of casual dating in everybody's life. So what are we considering a hoe phase exactly?
Well, Ghosty, I need to know how many dicks is acceptable in the hoe phase. Like where's the cutoff?
Well, that's
of
what I'm
way too
that's
many
what
dicks for the hoe phase.
that's what I'm asking you guys, I guess, because I think it's like, I mean,
I don't
The
think it's a
honest
number.
answer-
I think it's a
Yeah.
mentality.
It's it's an attitude, it's a mentality, it's you know, I don't know.
I'm gonna
I
say-
think it varies.
I think there's responsible ways of being a hoe, quote unquote. I guess.
I'm
like,
gonna
you
say
could
that if
that.
you had
Yeah.
only two
Yeah,
dicks,
exactly.
but they were at
Yeah,
the
Phil.
same time, that's too much for me.
So Grid, can someone who has been a hoe, can they wind up virtuous?
Yeah, sure.
I was for
Depends on-
Grid.
It depends on like what.
Was
you-
that for me? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was it?
Let's say someone does a lot of sleeping around, a woman, and at one point in her life, can she become virtuous? Like, can she learn from that?
Yeah, of course.
You know, I think so. I have not met such a woman, but possibly.
If she can convey in detail the difficulties with sleeping with 100 men and like the negatives, and communicate that to other people, then I think so. Like if her ultimate goal would be to say I slept with 100 women or men and that sucked, then yeah, there's some virtue in there.
Why does it have to suck? Why can't you just not want to be that person anymore?
I think at 100, I think at 100 bodies, like I'm of the opinion that that's like something internal, like there's like mental
Do
health.
people actually
or
keep count like that?
a validation
No.
that is being derived externally that needs to be
There's a guy
addressed
in
internally.
Brazil that keeps count, but
Well, yeah, there's
It's a
different
matter of time
personalities.
scale,
For
too.
normal
Yeah.
people, like, do normal
counts.
people actually
God
like write
counts.
this shit down? Because like
I've met
God,
women
He
who
has
sleep
it-
around
Doesn't
with
he
men.
have it on his knuckles too? His body count.
no, because like its numbers ever increasing. So
I thought he
don't
had
think-
it when he hit like 1,500 or
Oh, I
something.
think
had
he
it.
did that. Yeah.
That
Oh, that's a good
absolutely cracks me up.
It's
Wrongful
a-
rage with the Big Ten. It's a shit test. If she lies, she fails. If she tells the truth and you can see it, she passes.
How can you tell the truth? How can you tell that she's telling the truth?
That's what I want to know. Like, what's the big?
You
Like,
can
like,
tell.
girls
It's in
don't
it's
have
in
a
like, if
thermometer.
she's a stone,
Women
if she's
don't
a
have a
good liar.
thermometer
If
on
she's
their
a good liar,
vagina.
you can't.
Well, I mean, hold on,
don't
Flo, bro. You just said she. Automatically, that makes her a good liar. That's an equivalency.
Oh no! Oh no! Sir.
No, men are just bad at detecting
Not at all.
lies.
Like women don't have a dickometer above their vaginas that tells you how many dicks have gone in them. All right, there's no dickometer, guys. There's no.
There's no Hofax.
That's great.
No Hofax, like
I'm using that one from now on.
So whatever she tells you, that's why I said earlier, just assume that she's promiscuous. All women are promiscuous. Just assume that. And if she proves that she's not that, then oh my God, good for you. You
So
found
would-
somebody that's not promiscuous.
Would you be upset if all women assume that men are dicks until they prove otherwise?
No.
I actually.
Okay, that's fair.
All women should assume that men are dangerous until proven otherwise.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not bad advice either.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah, men are not your friends until you've proven otherwise.
Well, if you're a girl, men are probably
Some
not.
men would have a problem with that.
Yeah, because they have the problem with like they want you
Now you guys are for the bear.
virtuous.
Exactly.
All men are just men. Men are men, women are women. There's no good or bad. They're just people.
The nature of the thing.
Yeah. Like if they're good to you, then that person could be good to you. But that same person that's good to you could be bad to someone else.
Oh yeah.
So, like
in practice, that's fair, but I think some men resent the idea that they're seen as like intrinsically dangerous. Like I don't think that most men would accept that if that was just like a natural.
Really? I've never met one.
That's where the whole.
I think it's the intelligent thing to do. I think that's the intelligent thing to do is to assume they
I
are.
think guys should own that.
But
Be like,
yeah, that was like a
I don't know any of
cultural.
those men.
That's
If
why
you
the
get
men bear
butthurt
thing.
over that
Cultural
assumption,
thing.
then you're not dangerous. You're a bitch.
Well, there's also just the whole thing that like most of the time women are blamed for putting themselves in that position to begin with, right? So, I mean, that's like the logical extension of that.
Well, it just
sometimes
leads to
people do-
biases
And some
that
women
impact
actually
the
do
way
do
men
that and
can do.
should maybe
things,
take
like,
some
in life. So
responsibility for that. But that's a hot take.
But like no, some women do put themselves in shitty situations, just like guys put themselves in shitty situations all the time. Like there is some ownership to putting yourself in a shitty situation. You know, you may not have brought that upon you, but own the fact that you decided to walk down the dark alley. Okay,
right?
Like
And
you
you
could have
saw
walked around
me
the block.
No, that's
with
not.
grid.
That doesn't make someone. That doesn't justify them going through a sexual assault or something like
No,
that.
it
Nobody said
doesn't.
it justifies
Nobody's
shit.
saying that. Nobody's saying that, but they may have avoided that.
But then
they
taking
actually went
onus,
down the
it means
street.
nothing.
Yes, it does. If you decided to
Two
walk
people
down the
can be
street
wrong.
and use the street with the street lights lit up rather than the dark alley, I think because it's a shortcut, you know, yeah, you could have.
No, it's still on the person who attacked her.
It always is, dumbass. But like, if they avoid,
Well, I'm saying it's 100%. There's no two sides to this coin. Like, you don't get to attack women in dark alleys. Period.
No,
There
no,
are-
but if you
I
don't go down
agree.
the dark alley, you won't get attacked.
The only thing I
Glenn,
would
we
say
want
is
to
like,
hold it open still.
as women, we have to
Um,
tell
I'm-
each other
yeah, let me double check.
to hold certain, like, to try to look out for things like don't take drugs with like mysterious people or something. And even if like you get
Just don't
hurt
take
or
drugs.
something, obviously it's still not your fault. But like we have to make sure, we have to like try to put ourselves in safer situations.
Yeah, if
He's
that's like a
somewhat
near
trying to
miss and she's not planning, if she's
well-
not planning to be picked up, like if she's not planning friends to walk her home, she doesn't have somebody to
Glenn,
take
I
her home.
didn't-
If you're not making
I think we're more talking
calculations,
about like
then it's
getting
somewhat
like being at a
criticism.
party, getting really shit faced drunk, going to fuck some guy with full intention who then does things to you that you say no to.
But I think we would all agree that that's wrong. I'm just saying
Absolutely.
taking
Wait,
ownership
she put
of
herself
your
in a
own-
situation where she
Where-
got shit faced drunk and went
But-
home with a stranger. Yeah.
Yeah, but taking ownership of your own, the things that are actually in your control, you can't control
Right.
the way men are
Is-
going to act.
does she
but you can
deserve to
prepare.
have that happen to her?
Oh,
No.
obviously,
but
obviously not.
Yeah.
Obviously
I think
not.
it's
But
more
if,
about
if this is an issue. If somebody is continually making mistakes, it's not necessarily victim blaming to say plan that ride home, make sure you're with a friend.
There's a difference between
guard
good
your
and-
drink,
right.
right? It's not
and
victim
trying to
blaming to say
minimize-
this, it's intelligent.
There's a difference
Nobody-
between advice and
yeah.
trying to minimize what someone experiences. What I'm saying is that, like with getting shit faced drunk and stuff like that, there seems to be an inherent difference in danger for women than men of
There
getting
is.
shit faced drunks at parties. And
Sure.
I think, you know, I'm just an egalitarian. I want us to live in an egalitarian society.
It's not a
I think-
egalitarian world.
I
It's not a thing of
I think we're still putting too much of the onus on women there. When
Don't
at the
care,
end of the
you're
day,
wrong.
it really
Women will
is.
never-
If
yeah.
men can't handle getting shit faced drunk, and that can't stop themselves from doing stuff, then maybe they're the ones who shouldn't get shit faced.
No fucking shit.
But you
Why
can't control
don't-
other
Yes,
people.
of
So I
course
think the
they are.
difference is like advice. It's like a difference of I don't want to put ownership on women getting abused or
Yes.
anything, but I will put like
That's why I said
advise
there's a
them to
difference.
be
There are shitty
responsible.
people out
Yeah,
there.
that's why I
You
said there's a
operate
difference
like
between
people aren't
proactive device.
shitty,
Sorry, I just need to
and you're
clarify for
stupid.
Ghosty. Sorry, I just need to clarify for Ghosty. Thank you. There's a difference
Oh my
between
God.
proactive advice versus things that are meant to minimize what someone has gone through.
Yeah. Like yeah, exactly. I wouldn't shame-
Obviously, why would we conflate those two?
Well, because it started
And-
with like her taking accountability for having. Anyways.
You know what? Actually, you know what's strange, Furby, is you are here and they spent all their money booting Fatty and not you.
I'm just a good luck
He's still
charm.
working on his PC, rebooting his PC.
Okay, all right.
That's
I'll
nice
give.
therapy.
I'll
Just
I'll
letting you
kind
know.
of keep it on lockdown for now.
My
And
legs are made of rabbit's feet.
You guys have the whole red pill thing wrong.
HMFIC of Steve comes in with the
Why?
big 10. Numbers don't matter. Performance rules.
Thank you. That guy's smart. But
Yeah. By the way, if you want to have good
Yeah.
sex, someone with experience will have really good sex for the
We'll
most part. 'cause
break you
they know
in.
a lot of different things to do. They know how to respond to various different people and the way they interact in
learn.
the bedroom and stuff like that. Somebody who has no experience is probably going to feel like screwing a tin can.
Well, it's
couldn't
usually
you-
painful for them
let me-
too.
Well,
That's
let
a
me
really
ask.
great red pill talking point. Love
Couldn't you, and Teriak, you are back up. Couldn't you essentially still learn and experience all those things with one person together? Like if you get married as a virgin,
yeah.
couldn't you like learn together?
It makes it
But
pretty
if you're,
simple.
I'm saying, like, if you're looking for good sex without having to do all of that work first, you want someone who's more experienced.
Get
That's
The
down
just
there
problem
and do
is
some
these
work.
red pill guys don't care because they
It says-
they
Ooh,
think
the
that
red pill
cheating
guy.
person who's
they
probably
think
never
that
had good
cheating
sex.
they think that cheating is okay for men and not for
Who
women. So
are these
they're
red pill
fine with
guys?
having their virgin,
What?
sexually inexperienced wife at home who it's like
Yeah, and
painful
here's
and
the
not as
speech.
fun to have sex with, but having like girls on the side who are
They're
experienced.
easier to manipulate.
This is the speech, the whole kind
Yeah,
of
Who are the red pill guys? Who
you
are
only
you?
want a version because you're insecure.
We just had Fatty up here, who was a major red pill guy, and people in the chat who are red
Fatty
pill
was
people.
not a red pill guy.
Yes, he
No.
Furby, he defends it
He
like a
kind of is.
champion. Furby, you got 10 in the back. I guess I spoke too soon. All right, 10 for you.
I say Fatty is more red pill adjacent, but he's not a red pill.
Why don't you guys just own your takes? Like, it's
I'm-
obviously red pill, and you don't want to associate with it, but just
you
own
don't
it.
even know who the person that's saying it is. So like, then you just lump everybody in this space up, and you're like, oh, Bill's red pill guy.
Yeah,
Well, if they have red pill takes,
I'm an
can you define red pill? What do you mean by the red pill?
red pill is typically. Oh my god, why do you always try to like fucking get these?
It's a
concrete...
distraction.
Harriet likes to ask questions. He doesn't like to answer questions.
It's the first law of logic, the law of identity, to clarify what she means by red pill.
Do you not
It's an
understand when we're using an
ideology-
umbrella term to describe loser ass?
Oh,
dudes who
like
don't take
law, logic,
accountability?
like this whole thing where like we base our language off and
I
like
understand.
society
You
off.
can
Like,
make things more complicated
you
than
talk.
they need to
You
be.
like to
How
talk
dare
about
you,
these
Teriak,
buzzwords.
with your
You don't
little
ground
logic.
anything that you're saying.
But yeah, can you define it,
So
Ghosty?
you mean that you've been having this whole discussion this whole time? You don't know what the fuck red pill is?
Hey, Ghosty.
I'm asking her to define what she means by red pill because they're calling Fatty red pill and Glenn's saying no, he's red pill adjacent, so they clearly have two different fucking
defending
meanings.
all of the red pill takes.
That doesn't make them.
Well, what
make them
the fuck are you talking about when you say red pill then? Because clearly there's a disconnect here.
It's an
Okay,
ideology
who's the authority on
about
red pill?
men and their quote unquote realities about men and women, which are typically anti-feminist, more traditional, but also like pickup community shit. Like it's a whole bunch of different.
Well, PUA is not red pill by definition. Glenn, you know a little something about red pill.
I don't know nothing apparently. No,
Because I happen to know that you were at one point in time you were very tight with the king of red pill, Rollo Tomasi.
I used to be his producer.
Is body count now? I understand Tomasi's viewpoint has changed on this over time, but was body count originally a red pill tenet?
No. Body count was never a red pill.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Wait, what was that again?
Red pill. So, red pill doesn't care about body count. As a matter of fact, they prefer body count. They don't care about your body count because that's not part of their what they value. They value purity in women, but they don't care about the body count. Go ahead, Glenn. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting.
Let me explain. Red pill is just
And that women often use things like
Hold
feminism
on. Can you
to
repeat that?
manipulate.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. In online men's rights movements, the red pill is about rejecting the idea that men have power and privilege in society. It's the belief that things like feminism actually put men at a disadvantage, and that women often use those ideas to manipulate or control men.
Thank you.
That's kind of what I said. I said anti-feminist.
Red pill is
I
about
thanked AI.
data. It's just data. All right. It's just the empirical data, looking at the data from intersexual dynamics through Dr. David Buss or any other evolutionary psychologist.
Data that's been disproven.
Not all data has been disproven. Some, yes. But it's just looking at the data and says, hey, based off the
Doesn't
data.
that kind of knock out the credibility though?
It makes it non-empirical data also.
it is always evolving. When you observe something, then it changes, right? So it's always changing. That's why they say the red pill is written in pencil, not pen. They leave this room for this.
Well,
is
then
now
how the
changed.
hell can you even say what red pill is?
Because it's based off of looking at observations of how men and women interact with each other, right? So on a average level, okay, on average, when men like this kind of woman, on average, women go after this kind of guy. It's like based on the averages of experience, and it's not about giving prescription. Well, it should have never been about giving prescription. What ends up happening is you can't tell somebody, like give information or data to somebody and be like, here you go, without telling them how to feel about it. So then the next thing the people ask, well, what do we do with this data? And then they're like, well, then they look to you, the person that shared this information, like, so what's the solution, right? So then now you got the same guys that are talking about it, giving now prescriptions. The prescription aspect of it are individual prescriptions. Then they don't speak for the red pill. Those are individual content creators that are giving this type of prescription out.
Why
It's
would
not-
you take
they don't
universal
collect-
data and why would one pill be big picture data and the other
Such a
pill
complicated
be
answer for
only
what something is.
specified?
Yeah, you wouldn't use the same logic when talking about feminists.
Let me go see. Let me help you out. Glenn's getting kind of in the weeds because he's been in it for a very long time.
He's a veteran.
Yeah, he's a veteran, and he expects you to know things. Yeah, and it's weird. So let me put it to you this way. My most charitable description of the red pill, and I am fairly anti-red pill, is that it's a good set of base rules for men to build their lives around, like get in shape, get an education, read, do well in your career, get your money up, learn what money really means. All of these just basic. So a lot of these are just really basic things that a lot of men have never heard in their life because of whatever. And that's it. That's kind of the core. That's the base. And then you have people that spin off of that and say, well, now we're dating experts, and we're going to apply these principles in dating and relationships. And that's what Glenn's kind of talking about, which I believe that for the most part, a lot of the red pill dating prescriptions, which are the interpretation of the base rules, are very self-serving and rely on feminism to the point that red pill will never speak against feminism.
Well, yeah, I already told you that like red pill needs feminism, to keep it in existence.
Yeah.
The content creators that are in that space, they thrive off of it. If they eradicated feminism, then they would have no need for red pill, right? You push back women's promiscuity.
That's what I said at the beginning.
Yeah, like they need each other. That's why I say they're basically almost like the two wings on the same bird. Like they have to have one another in order to thrive. Now, if you just look at the descriptors, red pill being a descriptor, like these are the things that men are struggling with when it comes to dating or with women. Women like this, women are hypergamous or whatever, then that's just data. And that for what the guy chooses to do with that data is entirely up to him. Now, the people that are providing prescriptions, because women are hypergamous, I'm going to be black pill, and because I don't meet the standard of the woman I like, then woe is me, fuck it, I'm an incel, I'm not going to try to do anything. That's a prescription. Being black pill is a prescription to the information that you're being provided. If you're told that all women like guys that are 6 feet tall and up, and you're 5'9", you're going to be like, fuck it, I might as well just go live in my mom's basement and cry. Why try to improve my life? Why try to look good? Or why try to
essentially is the red pill kind of hurting men if they make them believe that they're not up to par, so you might as well not try?
I think it makes them sell
And
themselves.
that's a question I'm asking. I'm not making a statement. I'm asking that.
Right.
And real quick, Fatty came in with his membership chat, said, I don't defend cheating if she knows it's not. If she knows, then it's not cheating.
So you can open up. He's having.
Yeah, I have a problem with that kind of deal, but I'll
that's black pill, right? Black pill is nihilistic and says you shouldn't change.
Red pill says, hey,
yeah, but red pill would say it's a biological. Red pill would say it's a biological truth that men like to sleep around their.
No, that's taken out of context. Men like to have. Men want to have access to unlimited sexuality, right?
Yeah.
So they would like to have access to sex all the time, right? If they don't ever want to be told no. So that could be with 100,000 women, or that could be with the one woman that he married. It depends on the guy how he's gonna exercise that out, right? If let's say he gets married and he loves his wife, and you know what, he just wants her legs to be open for him. He doesn't want her to tell him no, right? Now there's the guys are like, fuck it, I'm never gonna settle down, and I'm just gonna, why get in a relationship? Why get tied down? I want all kinds of women. That's still his. They're both are exercising their sexual innate mating strategy, right? But they're just exercising it differently.
Yeah.
Usually, it's like evolutionary psychology is what red pill usually like bases their data off of. So
sometimes,
to some degree, but it's So the problem with red pill as it exists today is that, yes, you can go read the books, and honestly, the principles have been around since like the 1920s. You can go read that, interpret it yourself, and you'll do well. But what you really have right now is you have very specific creators that gather a following and say, this is what red pill is. And they can't even agree on it. Rollo Tomasi doesn't agree with Fresh and Fit. They don't agree with Wes Watson.
Not on everything. But
not on everything, right?
Yeah.
And so
nobody in the red pills does.
Right. And
That's the
it's
same
really...
as feminism.
I'm sorry?
That's the same as feminism.
May I ask one thing? Could we partially define it as self-help for men?
No, I think you can 100% define it as a method of self-help for
yeah, it's definitely, it falls under the self-help category.
Genre, yeah.
Now, whether it actually accomplishes those goals is what I find debatable.
Depends on what the goal is.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, again, so like, my biggest problem with red pill, and I get taken to task about this quite a bit, because I push back a lot on the red pill stuff. I've pushed back against RP Thor, who is like, he's one of the greats, to be honest with you. And
he's pretty awesome. He is pretty awesome. He is pretty
awesome. But he, a lot of things that he prescribes and interprets red pill as, I disagree with. I'm not red pill, so it's who cares what I say? I'm not a red pill creator. I'm not a red pill guy, but I've read a lot of the red pill teachings. I've read a lot of the mantra, a lot of the descriptors, however you want to fucking put it, whatever you need to have, whatever word you need to use to describe it, to have it make sense to you. I've read it. I've watched the videos. I talk to Glenn all the time. Glenn and I have epic battles on the phone about what, where I think he's like right there, and he just won't see that. You just take that one more step, right, and you're golden. There's all, and when I hear people say, well, red pill is inherently bad, even I disagree with that, because it's, in and of itself, it's just a bunch of descriptors. It's literally like if you pick up a cookbook, this is exactly what it is. If you pick up a cookbook and you read it and you bake the cake and it turns out like shit, you can't blame the cookbook because you're the cook, right? Now,
what about being anti-feminist, though?
I think
if you have someone there to teach you and say, okay, this is how you need to do this, and this is how you need to do that, when the book says this, then maybe you get a cake that's awesome, and maybe you get another cake that's a pile of shit, because depending on how that person is able to interpret it and teach you about it. And that's the problem. That's the biggest problem with red pill, because you will never find more than a few red pill guys that truly agree, unless they're just kind of being self-serving and don't want to argue.
The data is used.
Let me read this one real quick. Call HQ with the big 5. If hypergamy means she's disloyal, then monogamy not being a natural men's, we can't depend on him being loyal either. Who then is more disloyal? If hypergamy means she's disloyal, then
no, that's not what hypergamy
monogamy means.
Yeah, that's not what hypergamy means.
That's not what hypergamy means. I mean, all women can be hypergamous. All women are hypergamous. That doesn't mean all women are going to act on their hypergamous nature.
Well, hypergamy, though, I look at it because that's where like she's seeking a man that is the most resourceful, right?
No, it means that women want to marry or date up. They want to look up to the man, right? They don't want to look.
In what way? In what way? Resources or attraction?
Hold on. I have a question.
Socioeconomic.
I have a question to that, because if you are a father and you have a daughter and she's 20 years old, would you prefer she be hypergamous, or would you prefer she?
I want her to be. I have a 21-year-old daughter, and I'm glad that she's hypergamous by nature.
Right.
Like hypergamy.
Well, I don't think hypergamy is bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not. Yeah. It's not bad. It just is. It's how it's being utilized that would make the guy think it's bad or good. Yeah. It just is, right? Like, for example, women being hypergamous, that's how they vet men out. Mm-hmm. That's how a woman wants to get with the guy that it's going to be able to provide them the most resources, that she can look up to and respect, and that, you know, like that's gonna be able to take care of her and her offspring. That's her natural innate, like, you know, nature from as a maternal woman, right? She wants
So
that.
would the
black
only
guy that's
men
gonna
who
provide.
would complain about hypergamy would be the men that wouldn't meet those standards?
Exactly. And so instead of using that like, oh, I don't met the standard, instead of like, okay, let me level up, let me improve my life, let me improve myself, right? You know, then they're like, well, they want to whine about it. Well, and then you got the guys on the other end who do all this leveling up and improving, but they're doing it for the wrong reason. They're doing it for the woman, right? Like, if you do it for, you want to see yourself in a better place overall, then women will be the byproduct of you successfully improving yourself.
But like that's the core to it as well. Like in terms of the foundation, Glenn, like you would agree that like red pill is supposed to be what is, not what ought.
Yeah, it's
descriptions, not prescriptions.
I know myself, and I know plenty of other women who have turned down like richer, more successful guys for less rich, less successful guys.
May not have been attractive.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
he could have been a
it's just
douchebag.
one factor,
And, like-
right? Like,
and men also want to date women who give back to them as well. So I just don't see that.
No,
as-
that's fucked up. Let me tell you.
What?
No, can we let her explain, please? Like you're acting like she didn't. If you wanted to explain, let her
I'm
explain.
sorry, I thought she was done.
Ghosty, go ahead.
What does give back mean?
I mean, I like everybody is dating in a relationship, not because they want something, but they're picking somebody who is good for them. Who, like, if men are picking women because she provides the type of lifestyle that he's looking for, or she will provide children a certain parenting style, and then same for women. Women will pick men that provide the lifestyle they're looking for and the type of. Do you understand what I mean?
Picking women for a lifestyle. What men are doing? Who's doing that?
You're finding you're finding the partner that fits your lifestyle.
So let me help you out here, Ghosty. I'm going to use, you know, again, I'll pick.
If you want a stay-at-home mom, if you want somebody who's working, if you want somebody who makes...
that will fall into the guy's view of relationships, is what you're saying.
Yeah. How you guys will live together, your lifestyle. It's not like a superficial term when I say it.
Yeah.
Well,
So
you said like
Ghosty-
that gives back to them. So I'm wondering, what was the woman giving back? That's what I was looking for.
You don't think women give anything in a relationship?
I'm just asking you what they were. So I was trying to understand.
Well, I mean, I guess it's different for everybody. Some people like women who are. It should be broad, just like a supportive person, somebody who supports you, somebody who.
All right, Ghosty, can I ask you a couple of things? I mean, just, you know, so let's just use my example. You know, like even when I was younger, I was okay looking, but I would, you know, I'm like one step above a troll, you know. So, you know, I'm not particularly tall. You know,
You're our little roly-poly, Grid.
you know. No, I was actually.
He was actually in decent. He was a little solid, little stocky son of a bitch.
Yeah, Glenn's seen a picture of me when I was a younger man. So, but there were a lot more attractive men than me that my wife could have chosen from. She chose me because I have a very specific personality. She could see that I was going to go places and accomplish things and be able to provide for her in ways that other people weren't. I didn't drink. I don't smoke. I didn't do, you know, any of the things that she found objectionable. Those were the things that were important to her. The things that were important to me is that she was really cute and she was really nice and she
had a fat
didn't
ass.
cause me any pain.
And the ass.
So it sounds like
Yeah.
there's a mutual exchange there, which is what I think Ghosty was getting at.
Right, but it's two
I just
different.
think, would you marry a girl just if she was super fucking like dumb and annoying, but she was just super cute? No, you wouldn't. Like
Well,
most guys
would
would not.
I wouldn't, but again, it's all what you find. I mean,
It's
what,
just
what
more
I
than
find
being like cute and nice.
what I
Like
find
it's
completely objectionable, other men may find absolutely 100% exactly what they're looking for.
Like, Grid, you had to think that your wife would be able to raise your kids, right?
Yeah, no, I knew that my wife was going to be a great mom.
and you have to
That's
live
huge.
with this person every day for the rest of your life. So you have to have a compatible personality type.
Sure, that's why sex is the least important factor in a relationship.
Not true. Disagree.
I mean, sex is another thing that is
Extremely
important.
true.
Like, there's a combination of all these things. It's just like, I feel like often we say things like, oh, women ask for so many things from a guy, and then men just want her to be cute and nice. And that's not actually true. That's not reality.
Well, I
can
go a little further.
I don't even know what they want in a relationship.
Yeah, I can go a little further. When I met my wife, she'd never had an actual job. She was a student, but I could tell her. So I have a very strong personality, and I knew from dating a lot in the past that I just have, my personality is strong enough that I just run over people. Like they become like literally not important to me because they don't object enough to me. They don't push back. You know, my wife's not a shrinking violet. If she thinks I'm doing something wrong, she will tell me, "Hey, you're doing something wrong." But she doesn't cause me any pain at the same time. So it's a really unique balance. I looked a long fucking time for that. I can't tell you the amount of women that failed all those
Super
tests.
important, yeah.
Right? And so my
It's
personality
compatibility.
dictated a very specific personality in a woman. And I was fortunate enough that I knew what I was looking for. A lot of men don't. A lot of men are told what they should look for, and that's why they fuck their lives up. And the same thing with women. Women are told, hey, go get this type of guy, and he's going to make your life awesome. And then her, 2 years later, her life is completely fucked up.
That's why I think overgeneralizing these things actually hurts people. I don't think these overgeneralized descriptions and prescriptions are helpful for most people.
Yeah, that was the point I wanted to make. I wanted to jump in and say that like all this is like
What's up, Effigy? I'm
super
sorry.
like hyper subjective as we talk about it, and then our prognostications are really just like objective, and it just doesn't seem to sync that way. Like, and it seems like a lot of the red pill arguments seem to stem from a kind of appeal to minority, right? Because the behavior that they talk about the most seems to be the minority of behavior from women. To me, like I don't think most women are these hypersexual beings that are getting pounded every night. Like I just don't believe that.
Where does the sex part come in? Like, what does that mean? Like
say again?
Like, what was that last part? Like hypersexual. Who says women are hypersexual?
Well, no, it just seems like red pill spaces focus on.
Were you here for the beginning of the panel?
Yeah, like it seems like the
first
whole
one?
talk was about the hoe phase,
thing.
and
I was listening to the whole thing, and I asked Flo. I was telling him how wrong these takes are.
Well, that's who's saying it. There's tons of people saying this shit.
Well, just because tons of people are saying
I think that for some stupid reason that, I mean, obviously there are many stupid reasons, but we have hypersexualized relationships to the point where there are a lot of people who believe that sex is the basis of all relationships, and without good sex or without consistent sex or whatever, the relationship fails. And
sex is the glue that holds, or intimacy is the glue that holds marriages.
Yeah, well, yes, that's two different things. Intimacy is I believe 100%. Intimacy is the glue that holds a relationship together.
A form of intimacy.
Sex is great,
not inherently,
but it's
sex in itself is a form of intimacy, though.
It is. We can agree with that, but you can't. But when people say sex is the basis of the relationship, I kind of want to puke a little bit. But at the end of the day, you got to do what's right for you.
But Grid, do you think that two people who are not sexually compatible can stay in a relationship, a lasting relationship?
My great grandparents did. I don't know. Maybe.
So you're talking about those relationships where they're like, all right, even though this don't work, we're gonna grin and bear it and pop out a few kids and never touch each other.
Right. Yeah. Where they I was tongue in cheek.
Sure. If we can sign ourselves to a living hell, sure, then yeah, I guess we could.
Yeah. People who were like the first generation after the agrarian culture, where you literally needed to have that kind of dynamic for your farm to even work, and also a lot of child labor. I'm not saying your great grandparents are like that, but usually,
my great grandmother was a full-blooded Cherokee. She was ruthless.
Well, you would have had 4 great grandmothers.
Did she scalp anybody?
Probably. She was mean. Yes, 4 great grandmothers. The one I was speaking of specifically was the Cherokee lass.
Sure, yeah. But my point was that like times really have changed a lot since like agrarian cultures, where you basically had kids to increase the workforce on your farm, and the role of the wife was literally to make sure that the house was in order for the kids. And now, not only can you do that, you can have like a house in order without, you know, needing all these things thanks to urban living and kind of like the interconnectedness of a lot of these services. So my thing is kind of like the conservative, like anti-feminist portion of the red pill is what's harmful, because it kind of keeps men from acknowledging where we're at with society, acknowledging that relationships are changing, A, because we're getting smarter, but also because women have more mobility.
You could say feminism is harmful.
I'm sorry, I'm coming in from the conservative portion of the red pill. Can I just ask the person that just said conservative is harmful to the red pill? What exactly about it is harmful?
I didn't say conservative.
Yeah. So currently we live in a modern era where science has completely not re-educated us, but we're more informed than ever on like what makes us tick, and particularly relationships and stuff like that. Women are more invested in family planning and stuff like that. So wanting women to go back to a submissive, virgin, domesticated position when women are benefiting greatly from mobility, especially politically with political power, it's kind of stuck in the past. Like you're basically asking women to regress to fulfill your political goals.
Yeah, but how are families doing?
Yeah, the birth rate is declining like in the entire Western world. How can you say exactly that family planning is fundamentally still something that people actually care about, when in reality it's proven that it's the complete opposite?
Two-part answer. First important part is that you can't say for certain that this is because we're moving forward. Secondly, the main reason is for the birth rate thing is again because families are being planned, more than unwanted pregnancies happening, which is actually those unwanted pregnancies lead for worse outcomes for the parent and the child.
Then why are there more divorces then? You're going to go that route.
Well, that's just one metric, and that could be because again divorces are easier to get than ever.
Yeah, less divorces doesn't equal better relationships. Like there were probably just as many less successful relationships that were just forced to stay together.
But if women are doing so much better, why are there still like the top 10 women either inheritance from their father, a divorce, or from doing pornography?
Well, no one's saying we're post-feminist. We're like,
well, first of all, it's only been like I don't know, the fucking top Ivy League schools only started letting women in the 80s, in the late 70s and 80s. We're not that like far past shit.
Obviously, like that was 40 years ago.
Right, but again, no one's saying feminism. And
like this whole like feminist revolution was like what, like the 40s? So we're talking about like, you know,
cut me off. Cool.
What about like the CEO
like 80 years.
of YouTube and shit? Like I'm sure there are women out there that are not just OnlyFans or divorced who getting
the top 10 wealthiest women. It's either inheritance from their families, or from pornography, or from divorce.
But again, that's really assuming that feminism never accomplished.
Harvard allowed women in 1920.
So again, this is all assuming
feminism. So over 100 years.
I just want to point something out. You all think you're really clever with this one, but you're not, because this is assuming feminism has achieved all of its goals, which it has not. It's up against something called the patriarchy, which strives to maintain power.
God,
which it has accomplished.
Computer died.
Yeah, we get it. Women or feminism is about destroying the nuclear family and destroying traditional marriage.
There's literally nothing in feminism that says that it's going to destroy the nuclear family.
It literally is quoted by one of the leading feminists.
Criticisms of the nuclear family such that it increases domestic violence rates, which
there's something called the family abolitionist movement. Sophie Lewis is a big person in it. It's part of feminism.
Yeah, no, that's branched off from feminism, but it doesn't. It's not a core component of feminism.
You don't
what
think
feminism does is it. What feminism does is it fights for women to face less domestic violent rates in the household and points to factors that increase that.
Can I ask you, what do you view?
You should talk to lesbians then.
Relationship. How do you view relationships overall?
So the nuclear family confines these things, and especially the patriarchy, by the way, by basically doing the boys will be boys thing, and turning a blind eye.
What is your ideal version of a relationship?
I'm still not done what I'm saying. So by turning a blind eye to reported cases of domestic violence between married couples and stuff like that.
Well, actually,
What does it have to do
That's
with your
untrue.
ideal relationship?
That's untrue.
No, it doesn't bring-
We've now documented that there are more cases of DV.
Women are
Men-
FBI statistics prove that women commit more domestic violence and more
Correct.
often, and they repeat it more
That's
often.
only if you include psychological abuse. However, the more harmful thing that gets more people sent to the hospital, the more harmful thing that gets more people more sent to the hospital is
more women are more
violent assaults.
equipped to use.
Well,
shame
now you're
tactics.
equivocating.
So physical assaults gets
you
more
shouldn't make a
women sent
claim.
to the hospital than
If
men.
you're going to make
for
a
the same-
claim, make an accurate claim.
Yeah, this is an accurate claim.
The
Violent
most
assault, physical
DV
assault.
in relationships is done by lesbians.
It's really progressive of you to consider DV to include psychological and emotional violence, though, don't you think?
No,
I don't really
Like
care.
most legal definitions
Stats
don't.
show
still.
that lesbians
intentional infliction of emotional
inflict-
distress is a legal action that you can file suit against. I'm in the legal field, so I know this is something that I do. I'm in family law.
Does
actually.
every state recognize that? Because I'm pretty sure.
Every jurisdiction that I'm aware of, yes.
Okay, I can definitely find. There's
Please do.
definitely
Bring
places
it
that
up.
are still calling
You
for
guys- you
needing
guys-
that
you know, this
because
is
it
a
actually
problem.
protects women and men at the same time. Did you know that
Well,
feminism
how
actually
it
calls
actually
to
measures
help
out
men?
its, its rulings is different than it being part of the law. Just because not everybody gets a ruling that they're satisfied with doesn't mean it doesn't actually exist in the black and white of the law.
And
No, I never
feminism
said that was
doesn't-
not the case I was making.
Domestic violence
So-
doesn't help against men.
But here's
okay?
another fun fact. Did you know that feminism actually does care about the outcomes for men because men with worse outcomes are typically more violent towards women. So we want better outcomes for men as well.
Feminism is going to have some need for men because, like, shit, like they didn't build the houses or build this country that they live in and pave the road.
Please understand that defining feminism as anti-men.
So it's like,
Sorry.
yeah, we got to treat them a little bit nice, you know.
But
They
please
have-
understand then that defining feminism as being anti-man is just misleading.
No,
That's
I didn't
exactly
say
the-
it's anti-man, did I?
It literally
some
said
people did.
Yeah, it's
I
Would
never
you not
said
say that a good portion of them actually do feel that way, though? I feel like there's a very obvious.
There's a difference between a misandrist and a feminist.
For sure.
Yeah, but would you not say that those overlap at times?
No,
oh
no,
yeah,
no.
They
In
may,
fact-
they may have a lot of crossover, but there is still a difference. There's a distinction.
So
Fine,
good
but
feminism
it's a
would
big
talk
one,
about
then.
empowering women and how to empower women. Misandry just tears down men. It doesn't do
Well,
anything
there's
for
no
women.
such thing as good feminism, but there's a difference between feminism and misandrist.
Well, no, I'd say there is a difference between good feminism, bad feminism, bad feminism. The bad feminism is like individualist. You don't really care about the collective whole or intersectionality. But most
Well, that's 'cause
importantly,
you're a
like I said, it's misandrist.
Yeah, exactly.
you're a Marxist, so that's
Intersectionality, bro.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, we all split each other into all these little groups and they work out how much
why
fucking
don't you
shit has
define
happened to you in your
atrocities? Tell us,
pastime
please.
and all this kind of bollocks.
Everyone has intersectionality, though, Teriak.
Yeah, but how we we have this whole kind of vibe where it's like, oh, like we need to make sure that it's like black slaves in America gets was it fucking starts with war.
Now midnight.
Reparations? It's not. No, that's
Yeah, reparations, all that kind of shit. But
That's
it's
not what
like blacks weren't the only ones
intersectionality
who
is.
have been slaves.
Sarah, you were
within the
around
movement definitely believe in
reparations is
reparations.
a specific racial justice issue. Intersectionality does not make prescriptions about reparations, by the way.
What?
Your
Intersectionality is
intersectionality
breaking
is
it down,
about all
so
the
it's not
things
just
that
about
you
being
are.
black. Then it's
That's
like a
it.
black lesbian, then a black
No.
lesbian trans, and all this kind of
Teriak,
shit.
it's
Break
about
out
all the
all
things
this
that
into
you
all
are,
the
that's it.
subcategories.
That's the matrix of oppression.
So we can
actually.
work out who's the most oppressed in this patriarchal system.
Yeah, that's the matrix of oppression that you're talking about. Intersectionality says that there are certain lines along which people disappear, and that is where certain issues intersect. What people often mistake it for is something called interconnectivity, by the way, so just don't make that mistake, please.
Would you say a line that's disappearing according to your intersectionality would be the next generation because of declining birth rates? Would your ideology
No,
include
because it's
that?
not dependent on it's dependent on visibility within a socioeconomic context.
Yeah, and he's already
And future generations of
made
human
sure
beings
that-
don't count as a social economic context. They don't count into that in any way.
Into economics maybe, but like no, birth rates are not really the biggest issue on those things. If anything, birth rates could just be in response to ecological forces, in which case we're just adapting and there's no reason to care.
Unless you're arguing there's a moral case to keep economies growing.
But we're hopefully post-capitalism at this point and a little bit smarter than thinking we can have unfettered
Okay,
growth.
define capitalism.
Oh God, here we go.
Marxist.
Go
Hey
on,
guys,
Trotsky.
I got to
silence
out. It's it's time for me to turn into a pumpkin. Teriak, good sparring with you tonight. Flo,
As always.
Cool.
It's literally
Glenn,
it's
good to see ya.
12:01. Do you have a bedtime grid?
I do. I'm going to fucking bed. I was actually in bed when I got pulled up to go into another debate, and then I came over here just to fuck around. Effigy, good to see you again. Mel, try and be cool. Get away from the Marxism. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Robert, I don't know you. Sarah, you're cool.
I don't know you. I mean, it's true, but it's funny.
First for every
Wouldn't
time.
it be funny if Grid could actually define Marxism? Because he'd be like the first person who's like an anti-Marxist who could actually tell me what Marx believed in. Because I hardly even know. I'm not really that much of a Marxist.
Oh, do you know what he thought about the blacks?
He
was
the
very
most generic
racist.
thing that everybody who's a communist says. Like, you don't know what communist, you don't know what this. Da, da, da. We understand it. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, the irony. No, just the irony would be that I don't even know that much about what Marx thinks because I'm not really a Marxist.
Well, all of your woke ideals are Marxist.
Yeah, they're within that realm.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's just
And
reductionist
postmodernism,
thinking.
more relativism.
No, it's great. No, actually,
bullshit.
I'm not going to correct you because so long as you think that, you can never actually hit me accurately with your criticism. So keep missing.
You don't even know what you believe in. Then you just said you don't really have much. Of
Oh no, I know what I believe in. It's just not Marx.
What do you believe in?
I'm curious though. I would
Bookchin.
like
Murray
to hear
Bookchin.
you sum up what Marxism is. if
By the
you
way,
think
Murray
you know the
Bookchin
answer.
criticized Marx a lot.
What is Marxism? That, like, if I were to say Marxism is, I don't know, a donkey. If I were to say this Pepsi can is Marxism, you'd be like, no, Flow State, you're stupid. It's this. What would you say?
Oh, Marxist would be like a direct response to capitalism, and where workers owning the means of production is meant to entirely replace the systems of capitalism, whereas that's not always the case in other communist or socialist ideals.
Have you ever
Class struggle is an
considered-
inherently political struggle.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that, again, that's me oversimplifying because I don't really know.
Marxism, yeah. So Marxism is always implemented through revolution, right? And so all these
Is it? No, wait, is
intersectionary-
it?
Yeah, like the basically what
things
Mel
that-
done was
No,
like
no,
she dodged having to define what capitalism was, and then defined Marxism
I can still
as
do that.
the opposite of capitalism.
It's okay. I can work with it.
I can do capitalism if you want.
Start with Marxism.
Okay. No, I already gave my definition. Like,
It's a
not
reaction
good
to
because I'm not a
capitalism in
Marxist.
which
that's it?
the people own the means of production. But my response to that would be that's not actually a thing. Could you consider how that would actually work?
That is like the core concept of all communism.
No, I understand it's a concept, but it's a concept that doesn't even work if you try to
not
implement
even-
it in your brain. How would
You know
you
that like a
if we-
starting assumption to
let
any
me-
ideology
let me
is like
stop
fundamental
interrupting
to
me.
it, right?
Let's say that the seven of us all owned everything equally, and we all got equal say in it. How would we make any decisions?
Because you have a collective purpose in mind as well that can override.
How do you
your
break the
individuals.
tie?
What if I don't view any of them in my collective?
Are any of us authorized to make any?
Why did you
decisions
come
about the other?
together into a group of seven? What is your purpose for being there?
Can you break
We
the
didn't
tie?
unify under the decision to do that. We came here independently.
What if we need to make a fast decision?
No, I'm saying like if you like most of the time people come
Groups
together
like
in
this
groups.
exist, right? Like you would have formed rules in your cooperative, right? Like you would have already had this all settled. You wouldn't have done it on the fly.
So within the cooperative, then there's rules, right? Which still then delegate responsibility and power into a centralized point. So
Okay, I'm going to answer your question for you because I think you're being
You
vague.
don't want me to-
Let's say
No,
let's
it
say
always-
you came
it always-
together.
Let me
Let's say you came
finish it.
together as an
You
anti-capitalist
know exactly where I'm
reason.
going, which is why you're interrupting.
Let's
me.
no, it's not.
always-
Let me show you that I'm answering in good
Let me
faith. I'm
finish
answering in good
my
faith.
sentence. Let me finish my thought, and then you can.
I don't really want to. Flow State.
I know
we've been
that
here
you don't,
before.
because you know that I'm going to make a
Yeah,
good
and
point.
we've learned that I'm way better
Exactly.
at filibustering.
You do what Furby always does.
I'm so much better at
Always, the
filibustering than you.
mechanics goes back to centralized authority. It
So I'm trying to
never
answer the
will
question that
say.
you couldn't answer here, where I was trying to be like, what
Is
specific
it
reason
wasn't
have
your
you come
turn? I don't give
together?
a fuck. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, cool,
I'm about
cool.
to decimate your
But that's why
worldview,
that's
and
why I
wanna
can't give you an
interrupt
answer
me.
because your question's too vague. So I'm going to make it less vague, which is if say you
No,
came
you're gonna
together
make it
against
evolve, you're gonna
capitalism,
strawman the fuck
and you
out of
have a
me.
collective goal, you'd be fighting alongside one another, and your mutual interest would be each other's well-being.
No, we have to
That's
make
not even the same
decisions
question.
well-being,
together.
fighting
That's
spirit.
not the same question he's asking.
Yeah, we have to make decisions together, not
There's a
fight
reason
against
why I
a common
specified
enemy.
why are you coming together? What is the purpose of
Here's
coming together in the first place?
here's a simpler form of what Flo was asking. Okay, so all these people, they come together, start up this business. How do you get the actual goods manufactured? Who's going to put up the upfront capital?
Well, you realize that like most automation is,
Yeah, that's not what it-
or most manufacturing
Yeah,
is automated now, right?
But I wasn't asking that because in this
Yeah, but who's going to buy the machines?
No, that's not what I was asking. That misses the point.
Well, we can
too.
take them from the capitalist.
See, that's my
Don't
point.
derail.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
only time,
Go
the
ask the
only time
question.
you can get everybody unified in a productive decision is when the productive direction is destructive of the paradigm. But after that,
No,
if you
it's
have
only
to build,
destructive of
if
someone
you have
else's.
to build something together, that's a lot more complex, and it requires people to work together on a level that
See,
they just don't do.
Going back to what I said now, because this was relevant, when you're coming together under a common cause, then each other's well-being is more important than your selfish individual needs. You need your
That's
brothers
not
and sisters
that
to fight
people
along.
work.
Hey, I let you finish. You need your brothers and
Barely,
sisters to
not
fight
really.
alongside you,
Finished anyway.
into being tip-top fighting shape to accomplish your collective goal. So actually, what you say is this horrible thing that
You don't
it
realize
breaks
how
everything
retarded your
apart.
answer
No,
was.
it only
All
breaks
this
things
relies
apart.
on the fact that
You're
backstage.
We'll
is
just steal it from the capitalists because
Fucking
capitalism works and
right.
socialism doesn't work.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks for narrating over me.
Yeah, well, you get what you give, right?
Oh god.
Yeah, I
We'll
let
just
you
steal it
finish,
from the
then you
capitalists.
talked over
aware
me as
that
soon as I
the
started
serious
talking. It was fucking
factionalism that
hilarious.
exists within like communist states. There's Stalinism, Leninism, Trotskyism, like
All
Marxism.
incredibly
Like,
outdated forms
But these
of
are
communism.
all
incredibly
really just
outdated.
different
I would say they
flavors.
would disagree.
They're all just
But none
different
of this
flavors of the
has to
same
do with
thing.
red pill.
There's a reason
Yeah, no, but they all
when
have their
people
own
say that like
prescription
most
power
communists
struggle,
today
too,
are
so
Marxists,
they're
they're
all
actually
represented
there's a grain of truth to that. Most communists today are Marxists because Leninism and all that stuff. No, that turned into turbo fascism. We're disgusted by that. We're disgusted by Maoism.
No,
We're
you're
disgusted
not.
by those people.
No, you're not. You got
Okay, I'm
Che
telling you
Guevara
I am,
t-shirt.
and you're telling me I'm not. You're the one who's in
Yeah.
denial
Can you
here.
speak for the
dude.
collective? Are you allowed to do that as an individual?
Is
Oh
Che
yeah,
cool?
no, I can definitely speak for Marxists, especially because I know quite a few.
Is Che Guevara
So do
cool?
I. They would disagree.
Okay. I've seen many Marxists get mad at people called tankies because those are the people
Can't
who call
speak for
themselves
a group
Maoist
different
Leninists.
individuals that
But
you
that
know.
speaks to my
Disgusting
point
to
that there
us.
is factionalism, that there will be always an inherent breakdown.
But you realize
exists
that the people I
somewhere
just
down the
talked
line.
about are like a minority of a minority, right? Like they hardly exist. It's hilarious
No.
how little they exist.
Yeah, but the
How are
trans
you gonna
issue-
get the
trans people
capital
are
to start
minority
your
of minority,
utopia?
yet we still make it a big issue. That doesn't mean anything.
Oh no, yeah, no.
No.
Capitalism either needs to die a natural death through climate change, and then we take over the means of production, or we take the means of production ourselves.
What the hell happened?
So exactly. So you're saying
Furby
that
happened.
you would be a dictator, basically.
The
No,
You
because I
can't-
wouldn't
you
be the
can't
I wouldn't
get to
be
utopia.
solely.
Furby. This one.
That was
Furby.
refreshing.
Okay, sorry. Furby,
Yeah.
you probably knew that was happening. Why is Ghosty backstage?
Because you didn't give me the keys.
Oh, did she get dropped? And
I don't know.
all right, hold on, stand by. I apologize to everybody. My daughter, as I kind of said at the beginning of the show, isn't feeling well. And who the fuck is John? Oh, John Mosman. She wasn't feeling well, and she was just having a moment that we had to work through. So thank you.
Grid
to the
started crying and
panel.
rage quit.
I believe it.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for the panel to keep carrying on. I have a lot of, I'm very humbled to have a team that does that. So
We weren't
Furby
patient.
down, wrongful rage with the Big Ten. You can't destroy the patriarchy without appealing to the patriarchy to replace the patriarchy with a new patriarchy. Good work. You always fail. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
there will always be a
And then
patriarchy.
Furby.
And wrongful rage, proving that capitalism works and communism doesn't. Get out of here, Furby. with your bullshit.
Well, here's the thing that I was thinking because I was listening for a while and I wanted Mel to try to land the plane and Mel couldn't land the plane. But like when Mel talked about, well, we're not with what happened with Mao, I look at a lot of things that have happened, especially on the Democratic extreme left, where they would use tactics like the color revolution did in China. So I kind of laugh at that because that's ridiculous. A lot of the things that you see both in China and during the Bolshevik Revolution is happening in America. So
Yeah, it's absurd and just straight up lie for Furby to think that it's not. I don't even think she believes herself.
And it seemed crazy that I brought up economic theories. Well, we ended up here in the calculus.
Well, I mean, economic theories apply to economic topics better than they do to.
Yeah, relationships include economics as well. It's a big point of them.
They include economics, but
not
if you're
for
using an
anything, but it's
economic
not.
model to predict or prescribe Well, even prescriptive for economic models aren't great.
Yeah.
Sure, but I kind of break it into two categories. Like there's romance and practicality. So you can be in love with somebody, but on practical levels it can fall apart. So that dimension is necessary if you're just talking about a relationship existing for any period of time in any form. Basically. I mean, you could swag anything you want, but you know, limited by, are you alive? Did you survive at all?
What are we
Is
talking
someone
about?
drawing you like one of their French girls?
Yes.
You're beautiful, Jack.
Take your tits out.
Here.
Thank you.
Oh my. Ugh, don't do that.
You got it.
Hey, I could be a little bit ignorant at least.
Hey,
that'll
that's
be
your
right.
preference. Just relax. We like that.
You didn't have to be so savage.
Savage in what way?
No, not you, Sarah.
Straight
Okay,
horse.
you.
Is that what it is?
Savage
She's a lesbian.
is my
Don't take it
middle
personally.
name. I am definitely most certainly not, but Savage for sure. That is my middle name.
She's savage lesbian.
Sarah Savage Tomato.
That has no ring to it at all. Not a
I
tiny bit
don't
of ring.
care.
No.
Sarah
Alright.
Savage lesbian does.
That's not even close.
Are we done with the red pill talk, or are we back on it?
I have no idea. I've lost everything.
Well, we were talking about lesbians again, right?
I don't know. Red pill is reactionary.
Yes.
I think reactionary doesn't work because it lives in the frame of feminism. It is thus a subset of feminism.
It needs
How
feminism.
can you say it's reactionary when all
How
human
can we
history
always
has
end
been
up on
the way
feminism?
that red pill wants to be?
Because it is.
It's reactionary.
Well, red pill's
It's
reactionary to feminism, then,
So the
too. I
timeline
mean,
is
that's
all human
reality.
history and relationships
Yeah.
acted one way, then feminism comes about, and then the red pill comes about as a reaction to that. But we want to return it to the original thing. How is that just
Because
reactionary?
there's a difference between being patriarchal. There's patriarchal Christians, right? They don't adopt or hold any feminist or red pill talking points. They hold to a biblical patriarchal talking point, right? They don't even consider themselves or align with red pill. But
There's
red
a
pill
Christian sect, I think.
I feel like they
believe I
kinda
belong
do.
to that.
No,
they do merge a little bit in certain
You can't
areas.
speak for
but
me, at least. I'm a
just
Christian.
because
I'm
there's
definitely conservative.
overlap
I
between
believe in that.
patriarchy and red pill does not mean red pill and patriarchy are the same.
Right,
Or
but I do
they're
think
not.
a lot of
Talking
red
about a
pill
group of
has-
people that
has
exist
kind of
on the
drifted off
internet.
course, though.
I'm
Are
saying.
you
like,
talking the Amish?
What are you talking about?
Or like, are you talking about the Amish or people that exist in modern society on the internet? Because the memes definitely get into their heads. Like the
No,
ideas, the behavioral patterns.
No, because before 1980, the church wasn't even practicing egalitarianism or complementarianism. It was patriarchal.
Before what year?
Before the 1980s, until the church started adopting the egalitarianism was in 1984, and I think 89 was complementarianism or something like that.
Where are you where are you quoting
What?
this from, or where are you getting this from?
What church
Somebody
are
else?
you looking to?
I'm looking. My friend wrote a book on this. He's been a scholar on this for years. He's writing another book on this. Yeah, 1980s when egalitarianism was first adopted into the churches in America as a denomination.
Maybe Protestant heathens, but
Yes.
come on, Orthodox and Catholics, we don't really look at it that way. I mean, I'm Catholic, but
Well, Catholics have their own problems. I mean,
Right.
let's just face
Well, let's
it.
not get into that.
Hey,
because
now
that's
I
not-
take
that's
that
another-
personally.
another
Well,
discussion.
it's true. You know.
But I do think that a big part of what you saw with the increase of feminism, especially in Protestant churches, is a lot of it had stemmed from those
Feminism was
mainstream
born in
those
Protestant
mainstream
churches.
sects that had developed ideas that went away from some of those values. So that it is kind of one of those things where, but there are still sects within Protestantism that have not been corrupted by that. However, the big problem is, like, unlike the Catholic Church, they don't have the the authority to kind of keep it under. Whereas I think if a lot of people would be really reflective about, especially in the Roman Catholic Church, there's a lot of that stuff there. It's just, it's not really allowed to have kind of like air to breathe, you know? Because there's that one famous
strong
group
correlation
of
with
feminist,
Nixon ending the gold standard.
feminist lesbian nuns that are always
Feminism-
trying to advocate for women priests in the Catholic Church, and the authority of the church won't ever give that.
I mean, the feminism came out of Protestant churches. It came out of the Methodist Church. It was at the first Seneca Falls happened at the Wesleyan Church in Seneca Falls, which is a Methodist church. Like, so I mean, it came from the Protestant sect.
Just because it was held at a church doesn't mean it came from
It was
the
supported
churches.
It was supported by the Methodists. Even now, they're still supporting.
It was an internal erosion of the values from Protestantism.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is like, I would say universally agreed upon fact, but this is definitely something that's noticed by church members. It's like that sect is defunct to the rest of us. It's
But the problem with us talking about feminism in the sense of the church is that because there is actually nothing wrong with what a lot of people call first wave or early first wave feminism. The problem is when has come after in the different iterations of it. So, and even with this conversation with the red pill and the guys that are upset about the 304s, that I think a lot of the e-girl 304 movement is a new wave of feminism, which seeks to use its sexualization as a means of equity or equality. We're trying to establish
all
equality.
waves of feminism were bad. They were all bad. Whether or not like they had a good reason, you know, like to speak up, you know, guys not being accountable for their bad behavior. Sure, I agree to that. But just because the guys were bad, that means feminism was good at any point. I think feminism was always
Women
bad.
should vote.
Well, it's a reaction. It's a reaction, isn't it? That's the point.
We don't even live in an equal
Reactionary
society.
idea.
Why should
Do you
women
think
be allowed
women
to
should
vote?
go to school? Do you think
I
women?
think yes, women should be
Sure, they can go
educated.
to
Women
school.
should be able to employ themselves. They should be able to have a
This
skill
all
set
has to
that's
do with
marketable.
feminism.
That's all feminism.
Yeah, but feminism
Not
disagrees with the
necessarily
Constitution,
No,
It's not feminism.
and
That's
it's
not
about being independent.
Yes, literally you just talked about Seneca Falls. You can read the 19 resolutions.
Women have been working the entire time that they've been alive. Okay.
Yeah, but their
They're-
wages
they're-
went to their husbands.
But okay,
their
you
wages
just-
didn't go to them.
What's
Oh,
wrong
I
with that?
love
If they're
these
in a tight
wild
family
tales.
units.
If
What's
they're
wrong?
married, don't they all should? Don't they go to one account?
Their wages went to their husbands.
What's wrong with that?
I don't think
If
that
you're in a
that's true
tight
either.
bonded family
It
unit,
is- it is
nuclear
true.
family, what's wrong with that?
Do you know how much more of a headache
I
it would
mean,
be for-
I was okay with having a joint account with my husband and like my
you
money
opt
was
into
our
it.
money. Yeah, I have no issue with that. Just the same as like he, without it like hesitation, handed his over to me. Like it was our family money. And real quick, Plumpy coming in with a big 5 for Flow State. Congrats on that money tang. Stay silky.
Thank you, sir.
And Omega with the big 5. Oligarchy? Am I saying that right?
Yep.
Oligarch? What is oligarchy?
It's like Elon Musk, but
Ruled by the
private owners
rich,
controlling
the few.
It's basically elitism is what it comes down to.
Oh, okay.
It's elite.
in a
Oligarchy
private way, not in a public way.
Finally,
Yeah, private all
won.
yeah.
Oligarchy finally won and is playing patriarchy and matriarchy for fools, no matter the political party. Okay. Good point. It's fair.
That's inherently trash. Yeah.
It's fair. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, especially when they pay for it.
The difference is that
Yeah,
men
the
had
liquidity
a
crisis
choice.
disagrees.
Men had a choice and an option to remain single, go to school, have credit cards, whatever, have self-autonomy. They were able to vote. They were able to run for politicians. They were able to do all these things that women didn't have the option to do.
Yeah, but
and
because
there
the burden was on
ways,
them, right?
And the
Those-
ways that women were treated, it was
Yeah,
totally
so women
different.
didn't
Why-
have-
why-
Men
why
don't
weren't
have the
women
option
allowed
when
to have
it
a
comes
credit
war
card?
in any sense.
Those
We have a draft. We're not even an equal.
Why
Women
weren't-
didn't have to
Yeah, I know, Tariq, what you're going to
Why do you
say
want to
is...
draft women? Oh my god.
I know what you're going to say, Tarek, is because women weren't held accountable for their own debt, but that's not like a
I don't want
privilege.
a
Like
draft.
women
That's
would
what
rather be able to have self-autonomy and
Yeah,
be
so
held
it's not
accountable
this whole
for their
thing of
debt.
you being beaten down, all this kind of shit.
Either.
Not true. Women don't like to be accountable. Period. Let's just be honest. They avoid accountability.
Nobody likes to be
Most
accountable.
people don't like to be held accountable. That's not just
Nobody's
a
like,
female
oh
thing.
shit, I didn't pay my debts. Now
I am allergic to accountability. Okay, let's just all be fair.
I like taking
I did say in the chat I got my girlfriend to admit she was wrong once.
So I feel guilty when other people take accountability for me, but that's me
Right.
being an empathetic person.
But that kind
That's
of
your bad.
I think the women that don't take accountability are the same type of women that will go on podcasts and talk about that they don't need men and then ignore the reality of the fact that much of their society would stop functioning if men weren't doing some of the jobs that they were doing. So
Well,
I mean,
all of society.
Push to the draft. I mean, just look at
one
like,
at a time.
Just look at child deletion, right? AB. That's a perfect example of not wanting to be accountable of their actions.
Who do you think pays for those
Oh my
things
God.
and encourages it?
Oh, the guys too. I trust
Morally
me. I'm
defunct
not.
men?
I'm not. I don't take guys out of it and say like guys are not
Yeah,
to
you
blame
don't,
here
you
either.
don't, you don't.
By the
Like,
way,
I
when
do
you
both
bring up men not needing women or women not
Really the
needing
exact
men,
opposite in a way.
I find that men get more triggered when you say exactly like we saw a super chat earlier. What is something
my
that
super chat. I can read it to you.
No,
I said,
it was Scribs. It was Scribs. They said, "What is something that men can do that they need women, or what is something that
No,
women
I
can
said
do?"
it was, I said
Whatever, yeah, whatever it was.
What do women bring to men that men can't do for themselves?
But see, that's the problem.
Besides reproduction, or whatever.
I just said I didn't say that.
Yeah,
And I often have these conversations with men where they like, as soon as you say, "Oh, well, men and women need each other," I find that there's tons of men that get triggered and suddenly
Yeah,
say
they
like,
do.
"Yeah, comments like this. What is it that men need women for?" So it's not. It's like you can find the same on both sides. It's not
No,
just like a woman.
this is a question of value. This is a question of value.
It's a
Right, but
Like,
thinking about it in just the value perspective denies certain aspects of the value of women outside of just reproduction. And traditional men would understand that. That's the reason why, to me, I think we have to be able to distinguish what are traditional quote unquote values versus red pill things, because a lot of red pill guys seem not to understand that distinction.
I think you would bring the value to the relationship, right? Like, what is the value of a relationship to you, not the person that comes into it? I mean, that trickles into the
Well, again,
the
what
effect,
does the
but
person bring
what
to
is
you
the
that you can't
val-
bring to yourself is the question.
Well, the question
relationship, a
or
family.
the thing that I'm saying is, what is the value of that relationship? If the idea of a relationship is not valuable to you at all, then having a companion that isn't in the equation. It doesn't matter. Nobody's valuable to you then. But if you value the idea of getting married, having children, growing old together, yada yada yada, then that trickles to, does that person bring that value to equal that relationship that you are valuing?
Exactly.
And that's where people
Someone
get
needs to
hung
listen
up,
to
I
my-
think. I think that's
Yeah.
where people get hung up. Like, we just put these value standards on these people out there that we don't even mess with, right? You have no interaction with this girl or this guy, and you're putting this value equation on them when they're not valuable to you at all, because you're not trying to date them and marry them.
Right,
But
which
where
at that
you
point,
should
why are you then trying to value what their worth is, unless you're trying to be someone that is virtual signaling,
in the
type of
thing
thing.
that you are valuing. If they're not in the thing that you are valuing, then nobody's valuable to you.
Right.
Everybody else is useless. They're just parts of society. They are valuable to society members, but they're not valuable to your relationship that you're trying to seek. And I think that's where people keep getting hung up. We're putting all of these standards on all these people that we don't even know, yet that's where you should be putting it, is the person you are seeking to put in that position. Wrongful rage with the Big Ten. Just be a good, productive panel, or I release the fox. Just kidding. 10 more for the fox. Melanie, I hope you heard that backstage. You've got 13 minutes now left over.
Until you learn that communism doesn't pay.
Ghost with the big 5. What's the minimum penalty a woman should receive for false allegations of rape?
Serve
Whatever
the
his
same
sentence
amount
would
of
have been for
time
the
that
man.
the guy that she was accusing.
One at
Whatever
a time.
whatever
Yeah,
the amount
some
of
sort
time
of-
that the guy was going to be serving behind bars is the time amount that she should be serving behind bars.
Some sort of jail time. The only problem with this is you have to actually prove that she was lying. You can't just not have a woman who can't prove her allegations. But if you can prove that she was lying with certainty, then she should go to jail.
There is a standard. You
How
have
could
to
you not be
prove
certain she had a
malicious
lie?
intent. You have to
Yeah.
prove malicious intent, or it's not considered a false allegation.
Well, wouldn't he be able
Locked
to take
a
her
mile
to civil?
underground with Ellen DeGeneres.
Just because somebody
wouldn't-
could sue you civilly, that just means that the threshold for burden of proof is a lot less.
Right. Wouldn't that be wouldn't a guy kind of, if you can't prove it enough to get them in jail time, wouldn't it be a good second option to be able to take her court to court
Take
for
them to
slander
civil.
and all of those things? And I think that's a fair punishment in and of itself, because if you can prove that, because it's less
Slander.
amount of proof that's
Yeah, slander is
needed.
very difficult.
It
Slander
is
is difficult to
difficult,
prove.
but if you're already going to have a lot of evidence built up when she's prosecuting.
Hell no, I'm not with you on this
for-
one. You
what
wrong.
what I'm saying is, when you go to court because she accused you of doing said thing, essentially there's going to be a lot of stuff that gets brought that will dismantle her argument if it is false.
Yeah.
And from there, you can kind of capture
can
a
at
lot
least
of
put a-
evidence, and now you have transcripts too, and all of these things that
You could put a
that
good
will help.
case together, maybe to support a slander or defamation case.
Mhm.
But you also have to show damages as well, because there's
It's a really
still
high
a
bar.
threshold. But the threshold it can be met easier, is basically what you're saying. There's
Right.
still some form of consequence this individual could
there
face
is a-
for a false allegation.
But there is a consequence for making false allegations as well already, isn't there?
No,
Filing a false report.
that's
Yeah,
that's
there
it.
is.
Like at a
They're just never-
municipal level. That's not really like an actual litigation thing.
Yeah, like a false allegation is like, I know I'm lying about this, but I know the courts are going to charge this person for it, and I'm keeping it going, right?
Mhm.
Like Sarah, I could sue you right now, and it wouldn't matter at all. Like I could completely make up lies about your channel. Like it funds ISIS or something. I know I'm lying, and it could be something I have no repercussions for bringing to court.
Well, that's a civil suit, though.
It funds the U.S. government.
But what I'm
We could
saying,
just not
if
say
you were
those
the U.S.
examples.
government doing that, yeah. But what I'm saying is, wouldn't the state have an interest if a girl made false allegations and they pumped all of this money into bringing that person to court, and because they have to front that bill, right?
It's on the plaintiff.
And they have to be charged with it. Somebody has to charge them with the false
Yeah, it's the
allegation
plaintiff
in
to.
the first
It's on.
place.
The onus is on them to bring some sort
Yeah,
of civil
but
action.
you-
or
again, these
criminal
No,
action.
no.
prove
Yeah.
that-
You're talking about are you talking about the criminal aspect of it?
Yes.
Yeah,
criminal
because
aspect.
if you're found guilty in a court of law, a judge will actually, a lot of times, depending on what the crime or charge is, will make the actual person that's the defendant responsible for court costs. So,
Mhm.
so when you're talking about someone that's persecuting someone versus someone where the state's actually suing someone versus the state prosecuting, the standards are a little different there.
Right,
So-
right. Yeah, but if she goes to the police station, files a
Right.
report,
There is cost on their part. There's cost on the taxpayers.
Hear
Yeah.
me out, though. Yeah. The state picks it up. The state has to represent, bring forth, and then let's say they do all of this, and then he's found not guilty, and then it comes out shortly after that she had done a false allegation. Well, now the state in turn has an interest level in this.
if the state wants to.
Right.
If the state wants
I
to,
think they should, because would you want women to continue utilizing your courtroom and funds to just single-handedly destroy men for something that was knowingly false and maliciously done? I would imagine they'd want to make an example. I'd imagine they'd want to make an example out of somebody doing that if they 100% can prove it was malicious intent and she was only doing it just to do that.
Well, it's like do police want to stop all criminals. No, police like criminals. Why? Because police keep criminals employed. Like
yeah, it's not
But these
really an evidence.
investigations
The
cost
only dude that
money.
stood a chance was Johnny Depp.
Yeah, like
True.
Amber
Earl
Heard,
Bond
Johnny
matters.
Depp precedent.
yeah, Amber Heard lied, and she never got pressed and put in jail, or
Yeah, it was a
And they
civil
still
case,
took a pound
and
of flesh out of him.
He didn't charge her. It was a civil
He filed
case.
a countersuit against her, though, defamation thing.
Yeah, and she lost, and she has to pay him like $1 million
Right.
or something. But I don't know if he ended up going through with
I
that
thought
because
that
he
had
was
to
just
do
trying
with
to
their
bring it.
divorce, though. Initially, like it had to do with their. I thought
They had 3
divorcing and-
cases.
Right. I thought they were divorcing, and then she tried to say all this stuff, and then he turned that into a slander case or something.
well, yeah, it was a slander case at one. It became a slander case at one point once he got dropped from Disney and the other productions as he was on.
It was her.
Yeah,
she had
the
she
Harry
had an
Potter one,
op-ed. Yeah, he had 2 cases. One in the UK. They had their divorce case. Then he had a case in the UK, which he lost, and then it was all over her op-ed, which made him lose his Pirates of the Caribbean job and other jobs and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I was getting at with the whole thing when it came to what can women provide men without, that men can't do for themselves. And it does go all the way back down to, well, we know that men and women need each other. Not saying that they don't need each other equally. What I'm pointing out is that the world that we live in today, the comforts, the quality of life that we have here today has been built by men, right? It's like the saying, men build the home, or men build the house, a woman makes it a home, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way that they're complementary to each other. But when you ask, like, what does a woman bring to men today that a man can't do for himself besides sex? Then it boils down to, okay, why people are getting in relationships. Guys like each other, guys like girls, they like to have sex with each other. They get married. Okay, now they want to have sex forever with each other. Sex is a big piece of this. And when you try to discount the sex part, then you just have friends. And how many of you just moved in and got a big contract with your friend because, you and your friend got in a contract, and if you guys end up stop being friends, they could take half. I don't think anybody has done that.
Yeah, but the friendship part is also super important, especially if you want to keep the sex part good. Like, you have to like each other. You have to if you want good sex, you have to like each other and be attracted to each other. So it's a balance of both.
More attracted than like.
What do you place as the highest thing that's valued in a relationship, though? Is it sex or is it something else?
Respect.
Well, it depends on who you're asking. I think, for each person.
That's exactly my point. Yeah, let me just get into something here real quick. Because coming in, from this as a conservative here, I look at all of humanity, we've existed in one way. Man, woman, for the continuation of the species. Frankly, feminism has sort of decoupled us from our prior, relationship instincts. Like when somebody says nowadays, oh, I want to have a relationship, what does that mean to them? For all of human history, that meant continuing the species. Today, people look at that like having a pocketbook dog or a car or something. It's like an accessory, but it's not really this thing that we have to do. It's not a responsibility, basically. That's fundamentally why the red pill, I would say, exists. And I do believe, I don't know if that guy was in here earlier that said it, that there's no Christian part of the red pill movement. I fundamentally disagree.
People used to have
there is.
concubines.
There was. There was Christian
multiple
forums.
wives.
There's the Reddit forums, right? There's the Christian red pill and the Reddit forums. I mean, the real red pill was where it began. It was in the Reddit forums and married red pill. It was basically a bunch of guys asking how do they get their wives to sleep with them again, or how do they win their wives over again? What we see now,
which is not a Christian thing.
Now,
maybe online. It started, I would say, in the 70s or 80s. That's when you see a societal shift. The paradigm completely changes, and nobody really cares about.
What we see today on YouTube and all these other different platforms is the bastardized red meat, the sizzle and steak version of the red pill. It's the watered down. Well,
it's what we're addressing. We're not.
Yeah.
Let me give some pushback to this chat so that it further a little more understanding. If myself and my husband respect each other, then we will acknowledge what the other person needs. Okay, number one, you're already going to have loyalty, because if you have respect for that person, you're not going to do anything to betray them or hurt them, right? But number two, if your woman just needs to be told her butt looks nice in those jeans, and she needs to be told, you know, you like, I love you on the daily basis, you respect her enough to show her what you know that she's going to love, just the same as she's going to respect him in the same degree to know that if his socks are ironed and his sandwiches are made for lunch tomorrow, that is what he, without the crust, that's what he likes, that's what he wants, and she respects him enough to give that. If every relationship starts with respect and ends with respect, then all of those other things in the middle will take care of themselves, because you respect that person enough to do what you know makes them happy.
Well, and I think it should go
even have like a different understanding
me,
of respect.
You can respect the government. You can respect respect is actually a form of fear if you look at it from a biblical perspective. No, from a biblical perspective.
In the biblically speaking, the word fear actually does mean respect.
Yeah,
yes,
it does that. And in Ephesians 5, it does mean the word respect. There is like a reverence, like a fear of the Lord.
And so I don't think that if you're in a relationship, you know, that you should fear/respect the other person. That I think there are certain aspects of respect that comes from love, but the love should be the first thought. And I'm not talking about love like I love you in a very, you know, fuzzy way. I'm talking about agape love, forgiveness, patience, the things, meekness. Sometimes it means hearing someone. There's all those things that are byproducts of love, and that's what's missing in a lot of this. And this is part of the reason why I have this problem when we look at things like body counts versus wallet size, because to make relationships purely based on a reciprocity, I can't say that word, or a trade-off, that it makes it
making a transaction,
and you don't want a transactional relationship.
Gross.
Yeah,
relationships are
But
transactional.
I think even at that, though, with respecting your spouse in your marriage, wouldn't that still come with the fear of losing them or them leaving you, or fear of losing their love, or fear of them not wanting to be with you, or you know, have
Depends
those
on how much you value
Well,
the
of course, you're going to have certain.
The only mechanism with modern women is losing you.
I think that respect, you know, in the way we understand it, it translates very well with what I'm saying. But even if you're going to go on the fear-based spectrum, I think that still translates over just as well. And Furby, you are back. I think it's okay to have a fear of, because if you respect your boss, right, you don't have to like them necessarily,
Right.
but you have to respect your boss. Why? Because you have fear of losing your job.
Right.
I think that there's a level, you respect their role, right?
Right.
You're still subordinate to
respect
that role.
the station that they hold.
Yeah, but
Right.
to
respect what
me,
it
if
can do to
if
you,
you're
I mean, if you
fearful of a
respect
person leaving you either because of things that you don't know about them doing, or them possibly doing, or because of mistakes that you make, or because of even flat out so bad of moral decisions that you make that it affects the relationship, that their trust in you is completely
Well,
damaged.
if you're doing something, you know, if you're doing something that your spouse isn't gonna like,
Yeah.
you know, if you
And the
go
point is,
cheat
why
on
would you do
them-
that? And
right, that's
yeah.
but you respect them enough to know, hey, that would probably piss them off.
I think
Yeah,
we're
but it doesn't
broaching on
matter
the
if it pisses
difference.
them off or
Hi,
not
could I just quickly? I've been holding this in for like ever. I
Go
think
ahead,
we're
Robert.
broaching on the difference between authoritarian and authoritative. This is more for parenting styles, but this could also be how you problem solve and stuff like that. Whereas authoritarian is like, you have to listen to me, everything I say goes, yada yada yada. And that's like one extreme, and the other extreme, which is arguably the better one, is to like communicate with them, have very reasonable rules, or proportional kind of like punishments if even necessary. But if they seem to get it and don't and are remorseful, then why even punish them, right? I think, you know, a lot of times when people from certain sides of things hear fearful, we hear somebody who is authoritarian, somebody who is likely to maybe even get violent if they don't get their way, whereas other people are thinking having that more authoritative control, and that's why it might help to make that distinction.
Yeah, but authoritarian always wins out today because it's about interpersonal instead of objective. So the fact that everything is more social in the kind of postmodern relativistic frame leads to authoritarian behavior winning out mostly, because I say things and they stand on their own, but nobody cares about that. Like, generally speaking, in countless conversations on the internet.
I don't think authoritarianism wins out on its own unless there's like a vacuum of anything else. Like, for example, democracy tends to be more popular than having a dictator.
That's not true at
Yeah,
all.
sure, but there's a lot of mechanisms.
All of human history has basically been boiled down to some sort of authoritarianism, like
Or cyclical collapse.
Like, wait, okay, so somebody was talking about like American shit on a panel I was on yesterday. Isn't it the whole like push against like oppression, the Statue of Liberty, standing on breaking the chains of oppression? Isn't that what America's about? You know, not having a dictator.
Not anymore, Mel.
Sure,
Didn't you
but
get the memo?
Marxism came about after they kind of like changed the their like Marx literally came about after the American Revolution and sort of modified those ideas.
Wasn't Marx European?
Yes, but came about
just
after.
because he's European doesn't mean that Marxism didn't come to America. Just like
I'm pretty sure things that
the
were
National
happening in Europe-
Socialists.
I mean Marxism is basically the same
America
set of
didn't even have
ideas,
a
but
full-blown
slightly
labor
modified.
movement. Like, our labor movement
More
didn't even
focused
end up
on
embedded in
fiat.
politics. Like, come on, guys.
What's that? Would you say there, Fiji?
I said we didn't even have a full-blown labor movement as compared to the rest of the world. Our labor movements never even ended up embedded in our politics. Like the socialist communist wave that you guys talk about, it really did not breach the shores of the U.S. as much as you guys think.
I'm not saying it was like this grand thing. I'm just saying, I was just telling Melanie that because Melanie was making it about Marx being in Europe, and I'm saying those things came. Now you're right; it didn't come to the same terminology, but you better believe.
Clear. I'm not the one who brought
in
up
the
Marx.
30s and 50s that it was especially
Originally.
at the early onslaught of the civil rights movement. There was a lot of labor.
I was deferring to
labor
the
movement.
founding fucking fathers and the whole point of making America to begin with. I don't know how Marx got fucking into this at all.
Because people are saying that Marx
ideas
have come to America. I don't know if I would say it's solely just Marx or if it is Marx, but I do think there's a lot of people on both sides who want people who don't agree with them or don't espouse their ideas or values to not have a platform or not be able to have the ability. And then you get back and forth because one side gets power and they do what all they want, and the other side gets the power and then the other side they do what they want.
Like
Right.
under a real democracy, that power is never absolute, right? You still have the Supreme Court, you still have lower courts and state-based regulations and all that stuff. Like, it's not like power shifts entirely to one party or the next.
And
Well,
Plumpy coming in with the big
yeah,
five.
I
Well
get
said, Sarah. Well said. I'll say a personal prayer for you right now. You are special. You're a special one indeed. God bless. I'm special. I rode the short bus, but thank you. And Wrongful Rage with the big 10 back in her box. The dark
I have a
box.
question.
Yes.
If I raise 10 more, can we donate to charity again?
I don't think you've raised enough to make it
This is 40 now. Wasn't it 30 before?
equitable.
Because 20 plus 10.
Yeah, but I can't send you. Like last time, you raised like
Oh, okay.
significantly. You know.
Okay,
I can't give
I'm trying to be
all of-
greedy for charity. Give me a break, okay?
I'm not complaining. Like that's
Okay,
not
okay,
my
okay.
point. But what I mean is, because I pay taxes on this too, and I
No, no,
only
it's
get
fine. Sorry.
30%, or they take out 30%. So you have to like do the math in that aspect. Like if you raised 50 by getting thrown in the back, and I gave away 50, I would actually be losing more than what we're doing in the concept.
What charity would you give it to,
I was
Melanie?
hoping maybe all the other stuff you had made would just offset it enough. I'm not trying to push you to do anything. I was just asking, and now I feel terrible. So bye.
No.
Typical communist asking other people to spend their
Trying
money
to
on
take
something
the
else.
money.
Well, the deal is
I'm just making a joke.
if Furby spends more time backstage than she does on stage because people boot her back there and the funds are flying in to boot her to the back, then at the end of the night I will I'll give money to a charity of her choice. It doesn't always happen every night
Yeah.
she's on. Wrongful Rage likes to play around and send her to the back a little bit, but if it's lucrative, like once we hit a certain point, it's lucrative enough, it's like, okay, well, she's spent enough time backstage that I will give to a charity of her choice. So
Can I ask a question? Like, it has to do with the title. So the red pill conclusions are bullshit. What conclusions are these that are bullshit?
that came from that was the Earl killer's point. When I asked her because I asked her what topic she was most interested in talking about, and she said red pill, and I said, okay, give me kind of like where you stand on it. And she gave me some, it has some good things, X, Y, Z, blah, 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 but I think all of the conclusions are bullshit. So those words came right from her mouth. And she had to go earlier, so she's not here to anymore defend that.
Did she say like earlier, like what exactly?
Yeah, it comes down to the He-Man Woman Haters Club concept of how a lot of the red pill talking points end up just hating on women a lot. And it's just kind of she liked the idea that they're all about self-improvement and making things better and doing, that everybody can be on board with that. But then when they're like, women suck, hate women, blah, 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 blah. That's where she says, I think that's like the biggest issue that we have.
I don't even think that's red pill.
I think
that would be more.
I think earlier she was referring to
Andrew Tate version.
Yeah, kind of like the more extremist red pill versions, like Fresh and Fit. Andrew Tate. Well, Andrew Tate doesn't necessarily hate.
And no, he doesn't hate women either.
No,
yes, he does. No, he doesn't. He sex traffics and rapes women, including minors.
Did he? Do you know that for sure? Or are you just going off of a case that has not been settled yet?
I have
Well, what's your- what- wait, so
I
here's
have
how you
deep
destroy Ghosty.
dove
What's your
into this
proof?
case.
Oh,
it would literally take hours for me to go over. I have deep dove into this case. I know more about Andrew Tate than anybody should. Trust me.
Yeah, okay. If you wait a sec, Ghosty, you just lectures that you know this case all this, right?
He has said it himself. There is proof.
Yeah.
The Vivian girl is out there from when she was 15.
Ghosty.
Talking about the 16-year-old?
Ghosty.
No, the 15-year-old.
No, the 16-year-old.
No,
It wasn't 15. It was 16.
He has said this himself. She was
It was
Vivian. She's from
16.
Slovakia. Dude, you don't want
It
to
was-
fucking fight me about this. You can be.
I'm not fighting you. I'm just telling you you're wrong.
You can be. Well, you're wrong. 100%.
No, I'm not.
I have read. Have you read through all the indictments and court files yourself?
Have you?
No.
Yes, I have. I have videos on this, and I have read through them.
Tomato for a 30-year-old man.
13,000 years ago, the Anunnaki came down
Yeah,
and
and the
handed them
fact
the
that
gay
you're arguing
science,
over a
leading inevitably to
15-year-old
postmodernism and Andrew Tate.
The 16-year-old issue, it's legal in that country. Doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it morally
She was
good.
15.
It
She was from
Yes,
Slovakia.
and
in
in
that country.
Ghosty, and in Slovakia, the age consent is 15.
Okay, but he's not a Slovakian citizen.
It doesn't
And
matter.
also, he took her from Slovakia.
Neither any of all the dudes are going over to Thailand
doesn't
or where the fuck
matter
they
if
go.
you're
Oh,
not a
okay. So
citizen
he's
in
just
that
a great guy. Yeah. No.
I never said he was a
Did
great.
we say that?
There's videos of him beating.
The
There's
laws equal
videos.
morality
Your
argument,
false
which we
claims.
do not hear that
There's
often.
videos
Is that
of
really
him
what you guys are
beating
making,
women.
guys? The laws equal morality argument? Because we really don't hear that often.
Well, you won't hear it
This
from
is
me,
what we're not
FG,
saying.
because I always
this whole
claim
thing
the
of like
opposite.
Ghosty made a false claim and now she's
There's
upset. because
videos
that's a
of him
false claim, but
beating
shit is proved
women.
on.
He has talked
There's
about
never
raping
been a
women.
video of him beating a woman.
There are multiple videos of him hitting women, not the
Really?
choking one. Yes, there
Where?
are.
Let's be mindful
They're
how
all
we're
over.
using our words.
Do you want me to send you one?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
All of it.
Now, just because I say that,
There's 3 of them.
I always say I'd rather wait till all the dust is out, all the dust settles, and the case is rendered before I make any decision about anything, because I don't have all the details, right? You could go off his rhetoric and say, I don't like his rhetoric. His rhetoric sounds mean or, woman hating. Sure, you could say that. That's fine. But to say that the guy did it without, irrefutable evidence that the guy did it. You're just speculating and
Well,
assuming.
I have read the irrefutable evidence, and I've seen it
What is the
myself.
irrefutable
No,
evidence?
you haven't. You're wrong.
Yes, I have. I've read
If there
through
was-
the court documents myself.
You
I've
made the
translated
claim-
them
you
from
ma-
Romania
You made
into
the claim
English.
that he had sex with a minor and he didn't.
He's talked about having sex with her.
Let's
And
be
she-
mindful.
But in her
Wait,
country,
no.
she's not a minor.
This is a huge claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So let's see.
Okay, well, there is. I'm sorry, I can't read you
Not
the
just
court.
your
I can
fifis.
send you. I can send you the court documents. You're not
go
going to
ahead,
read
please.
them.
Please.
Again, if that was the case, then why hasn't the judge in Romania and the prosecutor been able to? Why did the judge send the case back?
Terry,
didn't
just
send
because
the
it's
case
for them to
Yes,
consent.
they did. They
doesn't
send
mean
them
they're
back
not
to
right?
the prosecutor's
Yeah,
office.
what I'm
to
saying,
know
what I'm
the
disputing is
shit.
her claim, effigy.
The Romanian justice system. It's
But it would still
super
be a minor,
backed
even
up.
if she could legally consent, right?
You know how fucked up it is, like all these lefties like instigate conspiracy theories nowadays. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
no, I'm just-
I'm
Weird
trying to get a
trend.
Oh, it's
definition here, like,
Romanian
do we-
justice
do we have
system.
an-
It's the Matrix,
do we have an
bros.
age
It's like,
limit, or
wait,
do
weren't you
we-
criticizing Tate for like all that, like talking about the Matrix and shit?
Yeah, you can criticize him for his moral values, like without even having to go to him being that much of a scumbag to be raping or graping underage kids or anything like
No,
that.
I'm just my questioning is about this whole shifting of the goalposts of using the laws as a shield rather than addressing the morality of trying to sleep with a
We're
15-year-old
not,
when you're over
like,
30.
when you make the
let's
claim that
change
like
the
you're sleeping with minors,
topic.
when you didn't
How about his shitty Ponzi scheme masculinity coaching?
Oh, I
How
agree.
about that?
Yeah, we could attack him for the crypto coin that he released. We could attack him for like
Trust
all
me,
these other
I
stuff.
never
But, like,
said that Tate was a good
we don't
guy.
resort to false claims.
I never said that Tate was a good guy. That
Chad,
he's,
do you think he did it?
It's a shitty service. It's ineffective.
Do I think he did what? I don't know. I wasn't there.
It's not worth your money.
I wasn't there.
He's literally
I'd take
admitted
anyone
to
on this
it
panel over
multiple
that.
times. He's
Sounds way
literally
smarter.
admitted to all of this. himself.
You might be saying
He
this
has
to Jackson,
admitted
but-
to a lot of things that are not true, but you know.
What? His entire business was about pimping women, including minors.
I admit to things that aren't true all the time.
Yeah,
his
very
So
facetious.
you're saying
you know?
like online webcamming is now pimping? Or
Online webcamming is not pimping. The way he was doing it was pimping, and he has admitted this. And it
What's the
literally meets the
difference?
definition
Well,
by law.
You would assume that the people who call OF prostituting would think that too, right? Isn't that what you guys say?
Well,
But it's totally different. He promised them he was going to marry them. He took them away from their families. He took away surveillance all their cell phone usage.
Loverboy method. Yeah.
Yes, the pimping.
Loverboying.
That's pimping.
That's
Who
wrong.
trap
and
someone
that's
across
not
country
That's
lines is sex
pimping.
trafficking.
What happens once they found out the dream wasn't going to become reality? Were they held somewhere, or were they able to just go about their merry way?
No,
What
they
happened?
weren't allowed to just go anywhere. They were surveillance. They were beaten. They were taken
He
away
held
from
all
their
their
country.
documents. Yeah.
Yes, they held their
You know
money.
what's so fucked up about the whole Loverboy shit? It's like, so if a man manipulates a woman out of money, it's like a Loverboy technique. But then if all these women
Yeah,
on
it's
OnlyFans
like,
The men were
manipulate
willing-
men,
The
you know what I'm
difference is
saying?
men willingly pay.
She's just a
If
misunderstood woman. We need to feel sorry for those women.
Dude, you're such a dipshit. The men are willingly paying.
Yeah, ad homs.
Dude,
See what I'm
this
saying?
is-
Like the arguments fall flat in their face. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
what
I'm not
women-
saying
Hey,
like
you
Nick
wanna
Leopold
talk
said.
over
We're
me,
not saying he's a
no,
great
no.
guy.
You
We're
wanna
not
talk
saying he's a
over me,
great guy.
no,
But you're making a bunch
You're
of false
defending it.
claims.
We're defending
And that's
it.
what
I
like
agree with it.
that's what lets
Ghosty,
him
I have
off
a
in the end.
question.
Go
Whoa, whoa,
ahead, Ghosty.
I have a question for Ghosty. Ghosty, do you think that Cardi B should be prosecuted? She openly admitted to drugging guys, taking them in the back to drug them and then rob them.
Sure, if somebody wants to
So
charge
she
her for doing
openly
that,
no, wait a minute. If somebody
What do
wants
you
to
think
charge
you
her,
should do?
yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
so she should go to jail too, right? You would think that she should go to jail, right?
Yeah, just like Andrew Tate drugged women and raped them.
Did?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Again, more false
Okay.
claims.
Well, I guess Cardi B said it. Does that mean it's not true? She admitted to it.
Okay.
She admitted to it, and guys have complained about it.
Yeah, can you show
Well,
me
I believe
evidence
that. I'm fine with her.
Shay saying
I'm
he drugged them
I'm
and
fine.
then raped
She
them?
should go. She should go to jail for drugging men and robbing them. Yes.
How do you feel about women that use OnlyFans as a means to get money
Oh
from
my
guys who are
gosh, here we
desperate and
go.
lonely? Just in a cultural sense.
I think that's just capitalizing on dumbasses that are willing to pay it.
Yeah, it's a job.
Thank God they haven't figured out how to
I mean, like
ask.
the morality of it. Not, yeah, I understand economically they're just getting paid, they're getting the bag, but like moral wise, what do you make of that?
What do I think, like, from a moral standpoint? I don't think it's morally good.
Well, I was asking Ghosty, but
I'm sorry, what's your question?
just women in general, because women in general, well, not women in general, like OnlyFans women, they do the same thing basically as Andrew Tate, except they're doing it with themselves. They're doing like a lover girl thing where they promise all these like sort of
The
fantasies
boyfriend
to
experience?
guys.
Yeah, like the
sure,
boyfriend experience.
Yeah, well, the girlfriend experience, but yeah.
Or
But
yeah, the girlfriend experience. Yeah,
open and
I thi-
honest with what you're going to get, right? Rather than like entrapping you in a different country and
Is
taking
it?
all of your ability to lead,
Is it
right?
really open and honest? I feel like
I
it's
wouldn't.
like,
I wouldn't call it
getting control.
trafficking. I don't think it's morally right, but I wouldn't call it trafficking.
No, I'm not saying the trafficking part of it.
This
That's
is really another false equivalency.
I'm asking.
False equivalency. When you disprove my logic, false equivalency.
I mean, I think hoes are more honest.
Literally just comparing two things that aren't comparable.
It's not the same thing. I know that. I was just making a
claim the
slightly different point.
retard position.
And we should take Effigy's opinion
They're
on
the
that
court
and
document.
solid authority because he does it quite often.
Oh, whoops.
Just make a joke.
Do you
Sorry, I
have an
meant to send
argument?
that in the private chat.
And Ghost with the big 5. Should paternity tests be mandatory at the time of birth before the father's name is put on the birth certificate?
Absolutely.
30% of tests show men aren't daddy. Here's my thought on that. I think if when a child is born, before the name gets put on the birth certificate, I think the father has the right to request one privately, quietly, as to not make it awkward if he so chooses for it to be done privately and quietly. I think that should be an option if there's any hesitation for any, I mean, if he's white and the baby comes out black, I think he should just leave. But overall, I think
He can have 5%, North African in him.
We should point out
True.
that this doesn't mean 30% of all men. This is 30% of men who took a paternity test.
He was Italian.
Which means there could be more.
Exactly.
Well, they also had a reason to check.
But that subset would be the group more likely for it to be positive or negative, right? Or to be not what
They
they
had
expect, right? Because they're actually looking for the answer.
They have
Right.
doubt.
But I don't think that I don't think the government should force itself into that relationship, because I look at it this way. He may already know he's not the father for whatever reasons, and he still chooses to take that father role, and he chooses to sign his name on that birth certificate. And if the government interferes and disproves that, now he has to go to court and file for adoption, and now he's competing with another man who may not have even been there or even knew it was a thing or whatever, so on and so forth. Or maybe it was a grape instance and she absolutely positively does not want anything to do with that person, is just choosing to move away, raise a child, and not want any father listed. But if they force a paternity test and try to track him down, now you're inviting that predator back into her life when she was choosing to do the right
Why
thing.
isn't that predator behind bars?
Well, maybe it would have been because isn't it really hard to prove grape in a lot of directions, so on and so forth. It's not as hard as to disprove. Not all women want to relive the trauma. I will say that trying to relive that experience in a court situation, some women don't find it to be worth it. Some women do. It just depends. So in that instance, she may have walked away and chose I don't want anything to do with this. It hurt, whatever, but I survived, and I'm going to choose my peace and just move very, very far away and hope he never follows me. And then poof, 2 months later, she finds out she's pregnant. Holy shit. Maybe she doesn't believe in the AB thing. So she chooses to, press on, have the child, and maybe if the government is instilling, right. So, but then you're going to chastise her by forcing a paternity test and then linking it back somehow to this dude.
It's not chastising her.
I don't think that would be fair. I think if the government opens that door of we're going to enforce paternity tests the minute a baby is born, now you're opening that door into bigger arenas it's Pandora's box that you don't want to get involved in. I think the government should be out of our lives and off the charts in that aspect. So, but I think if they wanted to enforce that a man has the right to request a paternity test and he's allowed to do it privately before that paperwork gets signed off and everything, I think that should be an opportunity for him. He doesn't have to take it. He can choose to take it if he wants to. He can choose to do it quietly under the board so that he doesn't feel stupid if it comes back as like, yeah, 100%. And then now he's got issues with his wife, trust issues. And she's like, why the fuck would you think that? You know, you're not starting an argument, yada, yada, yada. But it also
if it was mandatory, that would never be a problem.
If it was mandatory, now you're putting the government back into the lives of the family who are, like I said, maybe something happened. All right. And this man ended up marrying this woman knowing that something happened prior to that. Or maybe he couldn't have kids and he knows that's not his kid, but he set something up in order to have it done a certain way. Whatever. That's his. I'm not saying it's the best idea, but if he made sure that she got pregnant knowing that he couldn't, and he wants that child to be raised only believing that he's the father, now you're impeding on that family's life.
I don't think the court system would ever would intervene. With the guy
are you kidding me right now, Glenn?
Yeah, no, I think so. Let's go back to the great.
Because they're gonna go. What are they gonna do? They're gonna say, this isn't daddy.
Yeah, but the guy's like, I want
daddy
to take
is,
on the responsibility of
whoever
daddy.
daddy is needs to be financially responsible for this child.
No, I think what they would do is like, okay, but you're
then they would
taking on
force
this.
him to go through adoption services in order to adopt. That now you're making an uphill battle for a couple that just wanted to have a baby together.
Yeah,
I don't know. Did you see that chick who got like a sperm donation and then went after him for child support?
Yeah. My
Stuff
thing is,
like that. That's
go back to
crazy.
The great case that you mentioned, like great case that she want to move away from him. One, I think that would be great that paternity tests were mandatory because one, if that did happen, regardless of the fact that the woman didn't want to press charges on this guy, we don't need to have a rapist roaming around. So we should catch him and put him in jail. Two, whoever is the father needs to be financially responsible. Right now, if let's say a woman, they get a surrogate dick and the surrogate dick gets her pregnant and that guy can't have kids and he wants to be the dad, that's fine. Let him put his name on there. He knows, as long as he knows before he signs that paperwork what the results are. I think
now the government comes in and says otherwise and says, well, you're not the father. You can't put your name on that.
Well, I think
you
the
are not the
government
legal
should know.
father.
I think the government should know, period, because they need to know who they're going to go after for child support because the taxpayers can't keep on paying
so
people's
now,
child support.
but now you have the surrogate dick, right, as you said, who was maybe doing his friend a favor. Let's just pretend it was a husband and wife, and they knew they couldn't get pregnant, but they didn't want some random sperm from the sperm bank or whatever, and they entrusted it to a friend. I'm just saying it's always a possibility. And that friend came in and was like, all right, bro, I got you. Do your thing. Get it in there. Blah, blah, blah. We're done. And then that husband and wife go through pregnancy, labor and delivery. And then the government comes in and forces a mandatory paternity test, proving he's not the father, even though he still wants to put his name on there. Well, guess what? John and Judy Smith now divorce. And now, because the government did that stupid paternity test, she's going after Hobo Jim, the friend, for child support because she can.
I think that
Yeeted into the sun, this whole situation.
There's contracts when it comes to surrogate moms or women that go do surrogacy. They can't demand the kid back, or they can't
But
there's contract.
He was just a friend.
I'm just saying, then go through a contracted surrogacy for nut, something else. Like there's ways to mitigate that, and there's ways to protect that guy from being get gone after for child support, just like there is
All
for.
I'm saying is, do you want the government forced into your business, or do you want the option to utilize an enforcement?
Government's already in your business. You just don't know
They're not.
it. You just like to
But now
think that
you're
they're not.
opening the door for even more. I don't want them all.
Sure.
I don't want them like swabbing my kid and my husband as if like it's like that's fucking
Well,
weird.
of
Unless
course,
The
the woman
COVID
would
not
want
already
that,
happened.
just in
he
case that
chooses,
kid is not her husband's.
if he chooses to do that, fine, that's up to him. But I don't like. I wouldn't want them to come in after my husband and I just gave birth and say, we need to prove that that's his daddy, right? And like, how could you imagine being a man and knowing this is your wife and knowing you've been with her and she hasn't been anywhere else? And that to me is very insulting, especially if I was a husband.
Well, guess
Like-
what? As the husband, you
like-
don't know 100% sure or not, because the baby didn't come out of your womb. It came out of her womb, and she knows 100% that that child is hers. The guy doesn't know 100%. So why not
And
just do the
and that's
test?
why I'm saying if he wants to, he can utilize that option quietly. But the government
Would
should
the mom
not.
ever find out?
Huh?
Would the mom ever find out
Never find out what?
that he used that option?
Yeah.
So she would find out.
No. What I'm saying is he can do that if the government, if you're saying men should have rights to paternity test, I agree that they should have that as an option before they sign. But what I also will agree to, even more so, because no man wants to start that fight with his woman,
Yeah.
right? Okay. What I'd be more agreeable to is that it's quietly, like, because there's mom's busy, they can pull dad to the side once everything's done and say, hey, all right, listen, we're not going to have the birth certificate signed yet, but before you do so and put your name on this, we offer this option. We can run DNA tests now. It goes to the lab, XYZ, and it's done. You'll find out in 5 hours to ensure you are the father. She will never find out that this test was done. Blah, 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 blah. And he can have that option. And if he chooses that option, then fine, it's done. And he can rest assured walking away with that, okay, I know 100% that's my baby. Or he can have some issues, right?
I personally don't care if they want to make mandatory birth, like DNA tests at birth mandatory. I personally don't really care. And then maybe if like couples want to like both choose to opt out of it, they can. Personally, to me, that's not something I mind, but I understand how some people find it offensive.
I think there should be.
That's also a way where everyone gets their DNA logged by the government immediately.
Thank you.
True.
I
Yeah,
think that
fuck
before
that.
there's a divorce or before a woman could collect child support, because let's say you want to preserve the marriage, all right? So then there's no DNA test.
Yeah, but you can just go get a
divorced,
DNA test.
If you're getting
How about just
divorced,
argue with the women?
how about you just let me finish my sentence?
An
Listen,
option.
before you get a divorce, and if there's child custody involved, then there should be a paternity test. You guys are already breaking up, so you might as well just find out then whether or not this person is the father.
Yes, but if everything is copacetic and fine, and there's no reason, if he really has no reason to believe that she was hoeing around, but still wants to do that just to feel rest assured, like, okay, just because, there's no reason to start a shit fire if you don't need to. And again, I don't think the government belongs in our shit, especially not to do with our family and our children and who's what. I'm not saying that, that instance is going to happen often where it like might be a different dad and he already knows, the husband already knows it. I'm not saying that's, but what I'm saying is I don't think a lot of people will be inclined to be like, oh yeah, government, just come on in to like
Well,
right
then,
here. My child was born. Go ahead. Come on.
To your
Come
point,
on
then,
down.
and to your point, then we shouldn't have divorce court, family laws. We shouldn't have that at all, because that's having the government get into your shit.
No, that is you utilizing the government to break up your entity and to ensure the contract is broken correctly and things are fairly placed.
Absolutely,
still,
it is.
again,
Whatever point
having
that
the government
happens,
in
you
your
are
shit.
arguing for having the government come into your private life and doing that test. It's just a matter of does
Because
one
when
or
you
both
get
people know?
married, because when you get
Hospitals, not the
married,
government.
hold on, stop. When you
A
get
state
married,
hospital, absolutely.
when you get married, you are getting a marriage license from the government. And the government recognizes that as a contract. If you don't want the government 110% in your shit, then you won't be getting married via the government and getting a marriage license. You're just going to go to the church, have the priest say his sermon, have you kiss the bride, and you're going to leave it at that. But if you choose to leave that person later, then the government does stay out of it. Overall, I think there are some live-in, I think there's what is it? What is the word I'm looking for? If you
Common law?
Common law.
Right. There
Yeah.
might be common law, which I'm still not agreeable to that either, because you didn't sign anything for that. You're not.
Yeah, but it's economic. The government can't be involved in religious affairs, I think, is probably what the marriage contract constitutes from the government. Like, it's an economic contract, basically.
It's the
So
only
if you go to court, it's
contract
like
you could break it
Yeah,
and
I
still
don't
get
think that
rewarded.
I don't think the government should involve itself in your living situation at all. I mean,
Right, and I think that's the difference.
You could live with your sibling for 20 years, and it's still they're not they're not going to common law you as a husband and wife, are they? And I think that they should just. I think common law doesn't belong in that place altogether. I think the government does not belong in our family lives, and they should stay the fuck out.
And I think what you're saying is that government shouldn't be managing or be involved in decisions. And then when people say, well, going to the courts is not involving government, the people need to understand there's a distinction between government management and having a court system and a court place where you have a neutral person to help go through the process of either child custody or divorce.
Not
And now you don't have to have the government be the agency to do that. You
true.
can have somebody else, but a lot of people. But this is again where another thing comes to be, which is that because we've made marriage such a huge financial and from a civic perspective, made it such a huge aspect of that, it's going to be hard to get it out. But there is a purpose in you can have courts and advocate for court systems, without advocating for government being involved in decisions and ultimately trying to manage relationships and situations.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that. That's kind of where
Well, no-
that's exactly the point. Like, if you're saying to mandate paternity tests, you are inviting the government right into your family, right into your life, and from the start of your child's birth, and you're just inviting them right on in to come in and fuck shit up however they want. What if they mix shit up and get it wrong? I mean, then what? And
You
I
could
just
always
think
take another
you're-
But aren't
paternity
you mandated to get vaccines as a kid?
no.
test. If you want to go to school, public
If you
school.
want to go to school, yeah, but you can choose to homeschool and avoid all of that.
I think that, if the government wants to do its job, they're going to do its due diligence and make sure that this child belongs to this person. And if they have a situation where the dad is impotent and he needs to get someone to nut his wife for him, then there's a contract they could get for that, just like a contract for a surrogate mother.
Do they want that stuff out there, though?
You're going to be on a list.
Half these people are on a list anyways.
What I'm saying is, if a husband and wife choose to do that and they choose to do it privately and quietly, that's kind of to me, that's a big embarrassment for a man, right? Just the same as it's women feel ashamed if they can't have children. Men feel just as embarrassed as well if they can't get her pregnant. It's it's twofold. Like, you both feel like you're. What's the point of me being a man or a woman if I can't
about the
reproduce?
anomaly, like the small percentage of people that are running.
It is,
into that.
yes, I
Yeah,
am
we're
calling it
talking
a
about the
small
majority of
percentage,
guys
but
that
I'm
are
also
getting.
overarching all of it. I still think that you're inviting the government into your family business to fuck shit up and do whatever you want before you've even gotten to enjoy your baby's first day of living. And I don't think that they belong. And to me, I just think that that's a little too much. The government coming in and be like, hey, by the way, your baby's here, and we're just gonna just make sure that this is daddy.
Yeah.
I understand the child support and all of those things, but now you're already presuming that shit's gonna happen. You're just like,
I'm not presuming anything. I'm just
Yeah, that's
presuming that I
insane.
don't know 100% anything. So
Mhm.
before, so I am certain that I am taking on my responsibilities and not someone else's responsibilities unknowingly. The judge should know who to go after in cases of these things. And I
but
think that
you can make that decision before you sign the birth certificate on your own.
yes, but if the guy is married and knowing that bringing that up may cause the wife to, not, you don't trust me, now you're going to cause an argument
Which
that
is
could break up the
why
family.
I say if he wants
Right.
that option, the mandate would not be that the government just automatically comes
Yep.
in and does it. The mandate would be that the nurse pulls him to the side outside of the room and says, hey, look, we're prepping the birth certificate XYZ. Before you sign this, you have the option to do A, B, and C quietly, no charge, not on an insurance invoice, nothing at all. The government will pay for it if you so choose to use it. And if you want, she doesn't find out. We just simply hand you the results and you take it from there.
And Sarah, I think there's another mandate that we're not discussing, which is related to not just this issue that Glenn has brought up, but an earlier issue he brought up. Yeah. Well, in a way you did.
It was a super chat.
It was a super chat, but you were giving commentary, and it's like something else that you did bring up. So let me correct that, which is this: you can't trust. Asking for a number. If you can't trust it. And again, the mandate is this: if you are concerned that you're going to have this type of drama or this kind of problem with somebody, you still make a choice, and it's something that everybody on both sides seem to not understand, whether it be guys when it comes to parenting rights or figuring out who's responsible for wealth, the child care, whatever, for the financial commitment, or women who are also using that as a scapegoat for saying that, well, my choice to have sex with somebody doesn't overlap or should be overwhelm or overdo the fact that I still chose to have sex with somebody, and that should be discussed and thought of first before decisions like how do we get paternity or whatever, or get abortions or whatever, or anything like that.
Before anybody responds, Punisher's Fury, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's terrible. What is behind you?
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Turn off my fan.
Okay. Are you back? Punisher's Fury?
I am now.
Okay. All right. And just voice confirming and making sure you're not going to show any penises on the screen or anything crazy like that.
Nope, I have my camera off.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Fair enough.
And before anybody continues, Ghost with the big 2, the surrogate D can sign off rights. Yes.
Yeah.
But you can only sign off rights if there is a father who's going to pick them up. So essentially, because the courts don't like there to not be a baby daddy. So for instance, if she's assumingly married to her husband and baby daddy surrogate is off to the side, has no idea what's going on, yada, yada, yada. And then husband and wife decide to divorce one day. And in that divorce, the husband says, well, that's not even my baby anyways. And then it suddenly magically kicks back to the surrogate dick. Well, surrogate dick's going to come in and be like, whoa. Like, no, I had no part of this. Like XYZ. All I did was provide some sperm, blah, 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 blah.
Then they should probably redo the birth certificate.
You're not going to be able to sign off those rights if the husband says, no, I don't want this kid anymore. I don't want anything to do with
Well,
this.
at that point, if he signed his name, like they should say, okay, you're signing this birth certificate knowing that you are not biologically the father, and you are taking on.
But he could spin that narrative and say, I had no idea. Right? I mean, it could go all sorts of different directions.
They could write that.
All I'm saying is it doesn't equate to the idea. There's no reason big enough for the government to come in and mandate paternity tests. I think it's a great idea to offer it. I think it's a great idea to
I
offer
think it should be mandated if they want to get child support.
May I interject real quick?
I think
Glenn?
that's fair. If you're going through divorce
retarded.
and maybe the father.
Oh wait,
I know, because I take
I'm
that
okay
back
with that. I'm okay
because
with that. I'm okay with that.
if I
Well, no, the father can still request a paternity test if he doesn't think it's there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but,
think
uh,
that's
it
fair. But
depends on the
I don't
state.
think you should be able to have that ability 10 years later because she's leaving you, and then you magically like, well, I don't think these kids are
Right.
mine because I don't want to pay. I think
Why
that
not?
you're stuck
Why
in
not?
that game.
What
Because
if
how-
like, you didn't
how
think
much
that
damage
he
would that
was
do to
You
the
didn't
cheating on you
have
before?
you didn't have that thought 10 years ago.
Yeah, that you
And-
didn't have that
right.
thought 10 years ago. You thought she
Because
was
if
a
you
faithful,
have-
loving
if you
wife.
have
And
unified
then later on in the
families-
marriage, you find out
Yeah.
that, oh my God, she cheated on me. Now I'm concerned whether or not these children are mine. You know, so
But does that change your
You're going to have
relationship
all
with those
sorts of
children?
dudes trying to roll the dice, and that'll
Look-
tear apart like parent-child relationships. If all of
Yeah.
a sudden dad's like, "Oh wait, you're not even mine anymore," then
Oh,
wait,
so
you are.
it's about the kid and not the guy. Like,
Yeah, the guy comes first. His recourse is primary to the court.
The guy
That's what
comes
everybody
first
gets their own
before the
individual
kid. What the
focus.
fuck are you talking about?
Well, let me say this real quick.
That's how
They're just saying,
litigation
like,
works. You can't just statute of limitations run. So again, I'm in family law. This like if you find something out down the road, your statute of limitations runs the moment you realize some injury has been inflicted on you. So
It's from the
not-
injury. It's not from your realization, is it?
except in California. Like,
Well, every state's different when it comes to laws on that. But here's something I wanted to inject earlier when I was hearing this. Okay, like I understand completely your standpoint, Sarah, from about not wanting the government in your business. I've worked cybersecurity for over 20 years. Things we sign up for, YouTube, TikTok, you name it, we sign that privacy right away. They have access to our cameras at any given time they want. You could not even be home and they could flip on your camera if they chose to.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have the illusion of privacy. We do not actually have privacy anymore. In the day of the digital age is here. Privacy is gone. The expectation of privacy is still there, but the reality of privacy is no longer a reality.
It's
It is a
electric tape.
fiction. It's a fiction we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel more secure with what we do, and that it's in our own lives. But the truth of the matter, that's really not the case. Going to the subject of, like Glenn was saying, when he finds out 10 years later that that kid ain't his, it does change the dynamic for a guy. It's not that we don't love that kid anymore. And take this from somebody who raised a daughter who I knew was not mine. I was there for her birth. I signed her birth certificate. I was not the biological father, and I knew this.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew if I didn't, this little girl would have no dad.
Aww.
So, and I ended up divorcing my wife a year later and getting full custody of her and my son.
Wow.
Now,
Hell
with
yeah.
that being said, I live on the side of single dad. I have 3 kids, 2 from my wife, and then 1 from my ex who recently passed away. So, the thing I'm saying about this is, even though my daughter ain't mine, I knew that from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
So my way of thinking about it is, okay, I know she's not mine, but I'm going to treat her and love her just the same.
Mm-hmm.
Men will make that choice for kids that aren't theirs, but but they have to go into the decision knowing that it's not their kid.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you're approaching this with a lot higher degree of integrity than can be expected of people in general.
Well, I'm getting to that part. I'm getting to that part real quick.
I like what he's saying, because what he's saying is like, look, the guy should know, regardless whether or not let him make the choice himself, whether he's going to choose to be in that child's life
I'm
or not.
offering that. I'm offering that.
But see, here's
But I don't
The
think it should
whole
be forced.
anxiety is not using the enforcement mechanism. Like,
Hold on,
who's gonna have somebody show up and kick their ass?
Here's the
He hadn't
thing.
gotten all the way there. Go.
Here's the thing, and I will touch on that real quick, Sam. The mother can refuse paternity, and there's nothing the man can do without going to court for a court order. That should not be okay. I'm sorry.
I
You
do
can
agree
think what
with
you like. You can say what you like about that. That's not going to convince me or anybody else otherwise. I'm sorry. But at the same time, I do think it's mandatory for a lot of different reasons. A lot of different reasons.
Go on.
That guy.
Health issues.
One, health issues. One, that guy might be a good guy now, but he might have done something bad in his past. Sure. The blood's going to go into the system. You might find out that your husband of 20 years ended up, R-ing somebody before he met you.
Oh, you mean like to solve cold cases? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh
with
my
that.
God, that's
So,
even
so
worse.
then the doctor goes to jail for not doing it. The nurse or the doctor goes to jail for not doing it.
Let me
For not
finish.
doing
Putting it
what?
on them all of a sudden.
Let me finish real quick. But that's besides the point. That's just a side effect of what would happen. But the main focus on that, in my personal opinion, is the simple fact is that the dad knows going in, even if that woman cheated, he's not going to want much to do with the child, and that's his right. There are some men who, however, depending on the situation, they could have been having a split, they could have been going through a divorce and then decided not to go through with it and stay together. I mean, there could be a million different varying factors, and I can't take everything into consideration. But he might decide, you know what, it ain't mine. We were on a break. She went and slept with somebody. She got knocked up. We didn't know that then. We do now. We know it's not mine. But I still love my wife. I still want to work with her. And you know what? Screw it. I'll raise that child. But going into that knowing is the big factor of that. Give the man the decision. By taking that right to know if that's his child or not away, leaves the man more confused, more volatile, more emotionally unstable. And one thing men don't do very well is handle emotional situations. As a whole, not everybody. Not everybody.
I mean, I just need to use drugs and alcohol.
Can't you get a private DNA test?
Yes,
like
of course.
if it's if
You can do all of this on your own already,
the
folks.
fuck?
Before you sign that birth certificate, you can actually
you can't.
hold. You can
Well, no.
actually hold to fill out your birth certificate. Like
Yes.
you can do all of these things, and
How does
that's
the
why I'm-
relationship last though?
Yeah, you're.
This is
Argue with
something I
the
was going to
woman.
bring up as well.
Jesus
is that
Christ.
As medical care gets better, as you're approaching the birth of your child, it seems to me that like genetic screenings for stuff in your genes, like screening that kind of stuff out, would just be something that would happen more and more often. Therefore, like things like paternity tests would be kind of a side
those are
effect of that.
dangerous. Those are very dangerous the way they do them. And you don't want to risk screening unless you have to. So like screening for paternity while she's still pregnant with the child is incredibly dangerous. You actually don't want to do that.
Also,
So that
Just hit her with the tone so she's not upset.
The screenings that they do to see if a baby's going to be disabled. I've heard a lot of women say that they were told their kids would be retarded and that they should get the A words, and they didn't, and they have totally normal kids.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think
just
those things are all-
it's a genetic trait that can skip generations. You may have your kids may have kids, their kids may have kids, and you won't see it for 5, 10, 15 generations later.
I'm
By the
saying
time
the
this
tests
question,
are terrible. The
Here's the
tests
question.
have false positives.
Here's the question. So let's say like dad doesn't sign the paternity or the birth certificate, but mom puts his name on it, and they go after him for child support. Now let's say dad's like, I don't want to be a dad. I don't want to pay child support.
Well, see, that's also something I wanted to point out.
Any beach is a new beach after dark.
She said that you can always go. You can wait to sign on the birth certificate. Yes, you can. But to refile your birth certificate in almost every state that I'm aware of, it costs money.
Yep.
Okay. It's not free. If you don't sign that birth certificate at birth, you have to go back to the state, get your name put on the birth certificate, have the birth certificate altered, and it's not cheap.
How much is
what
it?
I'm saying is that's why if based on what Glenn is asking, I think it's a fair ask, but I don't think it should be mandated. I think it should be an option right off the board. Dad walks into the hospital with mom, labor's starting. Dad gets pulled to another room and says, hey, look, Dad, when baby's born, you have this option. I want you to think about it. Here's what we can do.
But
we'll
it's
have
already an
results.
option.
We will have. What I'm saying is the government wants to make sure all men have this option right off the bat before they sign that birth certificate, then I think they need to mandate it in a way where it's still an option they can choose.
Yeah,
right?
So at present, a nurse would get their ass kicked for doing one. Is that what we're talking about? The enforcement mechanism. Like if a doctor did one right now, they'd go to jail.
You know how many times babies get pulled out to go get tested and done this and done that out of the room, and dad goes with baby? Do you know how often this happens? It like I had 2 kids. I know this is
I
a thing.
didn't ever let that nurse.
Well, I'm just saying if it's a question of if that policy would be put in action or not. At present, do you go to jail if you do one as a nurse, like immediately on birth or whatever? Like, would they enforce against you? Is that what's currently the case?
Why would that happen?
Well, if you're talking about allowing the nurses to do it as if that's a change, like would they currently go to jail if they did it?
Yes.
If they don't have the mother's permission.
Yeah. I mean, you have to have the parents' consent. If you do not, it's malpractice.
Yes.
Why would a nurse just do that anyways? Like,
well,
see, what about this? What if they take the DNA test, right? And the birth certificate's there. The dad could click the option to read the DNA test, or opt out of receiving the results from the DNA test.
Why the fuck
and then he
would we
signs a
do this?
waiver. He signs a waiver, determine whether or not that he signed this birth certificate.
Okay.
Without,
Why?
Why even run that? If the father doesn't
Yeah.
want it, then now you don't have a parental consent to test the child.
Well, they used to do it for health reasons. Now that let's say you think
No,
that
Are we
that is
doing
their
paternity
choice.
check, or are we screening for health, or are we checking for all cases? What are we doing here?
You guys are a match because I'm the dad. I could be able to give him my kidney. Oh, and
No.
come to find out later down, it's not your kid, and
That's,
now you can't give him the kidney.
but you're assuming that every kid is going to need a kidney 10
No, I'm not
years
assuming. I'm just
from
saying
birth. Wouldn't that be like that is only if you need to know instance. So you're presuming that is always going to be the case, that, well, what if they need a kidney? Now they know if they're a match or not. But you can avoid all of that and not have to worry about it if you don't have to. It's like if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Bodily
kind of concept.
autonomy. It's bodily autonomy. You're saying you want the government to implement laws that make it mandatory for you to give them a part of everybody's body the minute you're born, so that dads don't get blindsided that their wife was a hoe.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm going to say this simply because
slippery slope there, dog.
A lot of people are completely unaware of this. That 30% of fathers in this country are not really the fathers.
Who gives a fuck? That's their problem. My problem would be the bodily autonomy that you want to throw away.
But that's the exact attitude that a lot of people are taking. Well, that's their problem.
Okay, it is their problem.
Until it happens to you.
Joe's wrong.
And it'll be my problem. Yeah. Then it'll be my problem.
Joe's wrong. I'm going to throw that argument right back at you guys.
But see, the only difference is that when you say a woman chose wrong, she still gets to get that guy to be held accountable for certain things.
Yeah, women can be held accountable for child abuse.
Not always.
The odds are
not
more
always.
likely that she's going to be able to get him held accountable.
Not always.
Here's my here's my argument to counter that. You don't want paternity tests mandatory, then women should be legally charged for paternity fraud.
What?
Because it is theft. If you say somebody's not a dad,
What do you mean paternity fraud?
If the father isn't the father of the kid, you get divorced, you hit him for child support, he doesn't know he's not the dad, you know for a fact he's not the dad, and you continue to hit him for child support, that is fraud. That is
How do you prove that you knew for like this is just I just don't think that you're
this is getting ridiculous because if at this point, if somebody's agreed to it, whether they are the dad biologically or not,
we get it. Y'all hate women.
Yeah,
there's nothing to do that. It has to do with the fact that, like, if they're demanding equality, I'm fine with that. But then equally be held accountable.
So you're a feminist.
Full accountability.
Okay. Equality in terms of accountability. Man and woman make baby. Man leaves and disappears. Doesn't pay child support. Doesn't help with anything. Doesn't even pick up the kid. Whatever. Just disappears off the face of the planet. Woman takes full accountability. Raises a child through all 18 and plus years.
Mhm.
I think that's sturdy.
And then guess what? When courts find dude goes to jail.
Yeah,
they can get How often do Jews go to jail for not paying child support?
You don't even need to go to jail necessarily. You can just
Oh, they actually do, isn't it?
Actually, Glenn, you can't.
varies by
you
state.
hold on, but you can't owe child support on something you're not taken to court for either, right? So if they can't prove paternity, then they can't legally bind child support.
Actually, if you, sorry,
I think
sorry.
you can get back pay. I think you can get back
You
pay.
don't have
but
if the dad signed the birth certificate, yes, they can go after him no matter where he is in the continent.
What I'm saying is, if he doesn't even show up, she could put his name down left, right, and center on that birth certificate. It doesn't matter. But if he doesn't show up, he doesn't sign off, he doesn't anything, and just disappears, guess what? She's by herself, taking full accountability. She chose.
I can only speak for the state of California because it's where I live. In California, if the mom puts your name on the birth certificate and you don't get a paternity test or fight it in court, you're automatically liable.
Within the first 2 years.
I don't.
You have
Yeah.
2 years.
I don't.
Yeah.
That sounds wrong.
You
It's
have
not that way
2
here.
years to petition for paternity in California. If the baby
There's
is
no
beyond
way
2 years
that's
old,
possible. Otherwise, every chick on earth who doesn't know who the dad is would be putting down some rich
Just
ass
ask
dude
Neo.
trying to sneak one in on
Neo.
him.
He's paying child support for a kid. He found out that it wasn't his after the child was 2 years old.
Look,
He's 2
why
years
wouldn't
old.
everybody in California put, I don't know, Arnold Schwarzenegger or every woman, right? Like, there's just no way that's possible. That can't be right. You'd have so
Yeah,
many.
there has to
No,
be
you could
some
easily
kind of
do that. All you'd
proof.
have to do is
So
just deny it in court.
happens
Then
is
it
that
forces
when-
some sort of test to
I'll
go
tell you
through.
how it happens. Child support service will contact the guy
Mm-hmm.
and says that you are being, for whatever child support, and they give you the person's, like the mother's name, and you could attest that, you could appeal that hearing, and in doing so, when you appeal it, then you have to be able to prove. That's when, like, paternity, you could petition for paternity at that time.
So you're telling me that the state of California is set up in such a way that every single rich guy there is at the whim of any single pregnant woman to have to defend himself or else get stuck with child support? That's it's
Yeah, you have 2
I'm gonna
years.
go
You
get
have 2
knocked up
years
and
to
head
petition.
to California.
Okay,
and-
shit. I'm gonna get knocked up too. Men can get pregnant now.
You have 2 years.
Plumpy coming in
to
with the big
California.
5. Powder Dusty, have you ever been to a nude beach?
I have not, although I have skinny dipped several times, if that counts.
Oh, Raging Patriot comes in with his membership. Why, when men want laws to help them, women go ape?
See,
I'm going ape because these aren't men proposing these are fucking bitch laws.
I'm
No offense to
I'm
anybody
gonna
on the
speak.
channel.
I'm gonna
They
speak
help
from
bitches.
my fact of raising a daughter and how things I taught her and explained to her. This in this situation, it has to be equal across the board. There's consequences for men if they don't hold up their part and don't help raise a child. We get hit with child support. You blah 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 blah. I can go on for days. But women who falsify and accuse a man of being a dad that isn't the dad should have the same consequences speaking as a man would if he did the same thing, if he didn't take care of his kid. Because now a man is a different man that isn't.
Doesn't the state view that as it was still the best interest of the child, that the child was being taken care of?
Yeah.
Yes, and that in some states, and that's wrong too.
Yes.
But no, it's not wrong for it to be the best interest of the child.
the
They
laws-
allowed to
Yeah,
be
yeah, it's
more
wrong for
mature
the
than
dad,
anybody
but
here.
it's
Family
wrong
law
for the man.
notoriously shafts men
The-
very
the-
frequently. I'm telling you, it's awful.
The family laws have not been done in most states since the 70s.
Aren't you the one
They're
who
very
had custody of his kids?
Yes.
After you filed divorce?
Yes.
Me too.
Me too.
So what the fuck are we sitting around talking about?
But
this
just
for?
because
Like,
our anecdotal experience doesn't mean that's every man's experience.
Exactly.
of course
And
it's not.
The whole point I'm saying is
So why are you bringing it up?
The
Because we've all
fault
seen behind the curtain and we all know that the wizard is bullshit.
the fault should go on both sides, not just the woman and not just the man. It takes two to make a baby. It doesn't just magically happen.
And again, this goes back to the original mandate that I'm speaking of, which is being much more considerate, careful, and in picking for a woman you're going to engage either in sexual activities with or be in a committed relationship.
I 100% agree.
You know, that's not
It's hard though, because there are a
doesn't-
lot of people out there who
you
are
could vet-
psychopaths and lie. So
You could vet You could be the best vetter of people all you want. That doesn't mean that they won't become this way.
Yeah, they can change, of course, but the likelihood of them changing to the degree at which where they completely become that type of person, where they're completely different than how they were. I don't think that is as widespread nor as the case for a lot of people who
Life circumstance.
For a lot of people, that I think they realize that a lot of their situation is they didn't take the time in pre-marriage counseling, or didn't take the time before the relationship to talk about these things and what values and
well, fuck, he had to make his bag, and she had to go to school before they got married, and now they're out of time.
This is what I find interesting. This is what's interesting about these topics, right? These conversations. Anytime we say, like, let's enforce a law to hold all parties accountable, and make sure that all parties are being responsible. And it's like, no. But when it's like, oh, let's create laws that protect women from men who have beat them in the home, called domestic violence laws, and everybody's like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
but we're like, hey, let's turn it around. It's like, oh, these are bitch
not
laws.
Turning it around.
I'm not wrong.
I don't know anyone makes
just to respond to Plumpy. I have Plumpy, and there was a lot of old balls and swinging wrinkled curtains. I went blind for a week. He's responding to the nude beach comment.
And I'm not saying, Glenn, that you're not right, that there is
I am.
We've talked about this all the time, that there's a double standard in different areas when it comes to these things. And obviously, yes, you're right. We don't talk about mandates when it comes to when women get abused. But again, and that is a double standard. However, it still applies. And again, we don't talk about these things that we can't say that's a primary thing, or that's the sole thing. And I think anybody that is just zeroing in on one thing or the other is limiting themselves to this. But you can't deny that there are a lot of people who put themselves in these kinds of situations because of how bad they're at taking the time to figure out who that person is.
Like,
hold up for just a moment. Hold on
woman
just
that
a
was-
second. I have Kay to the stage. If you could voice confirm for me, you're going to need to unmute yourself.
I'm real.
Oh, well, that's what they all say. Are you going to show any penises on screen?
Definitely no, I don't have a camera.
That's what they all say.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that Kaiser?
K Polymath.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just say this real quick. I think there's too much finger pointing, period. The guys want this, women want this. There's too much finger pointing. What needs to happen, and the plain and simple fact of the matter, and this goes back in how things were done back in the early 1900s and below. Talk about it. Find a happy medium for everybody.
Things weren't talked about back then. No, they weren't.
NE Logger coming in with a big 5. Hey, yo, bro, only bitches want to know who kids belong to.
Only bitches can't get that done on their own, and would need the state to mandate it.
Mm-hmm.
Remove my bodily
again,
autonomy entirely, so that I don't have to deal with my own inability to get a paternity test.
But I want to make a point, like what John said earlier. He's like,
again,
well,
I think like you have to have the parents' permission to do anything to the child. You can't just come in and say, "Hey, we're going to do this whether you want it or not." I think that you should offer the father or the supposed father the ability to consent to that. Give them the option behind the scenes. Let him choose. Let him see the results, and from there, he gets to move forward.
I don't even think that. I think
I'm
if
just-
he wants one, he should have to go figure out how to get it done himself.
Right, big
Or he
boy
doesn't deserve
panties.
it.
Put on your big boy panties, honey.
Yep.
Be resourceful. But what they're saying is because it is easier to do the birth certificate in house. But I think you can take the birth certificate home, and I think you have so many days before you can to file it.
72
I
hours.
don't. If I'm saying it, because he was talking about changing the name and adding the father on, but I think you have like so many days to take it home and actually.
birth certificate. I don't think you can take it home.
Take it home, but it's the application, because you file an application for a birth certificate. You can choose, because I remember the lady told me, well,
application
you
home.
can take it home if you need to, change the name or anything, whatever. You have time to do that. So in that effect, like, the father certainly has time to figure that shit out. You could get rapid paternity tests done. Wrongful Rage with the big 5. We got to start wagging the whole hand, pointing fingers, judo chop, victory. Thank you, Wrongful Rage.
Yeah, but there's a cost to that as well. I am interested in what Glenn wanted to say.
Oh yeah, no, because you said like the guy. Well, that's just the guy. Not picking better options.
That's not what I said.
So now you want you're talking about cost. The cost of a. He's talking about the cost of the paternity test. He's talking about the cost of the paternity test, right?
What? No. This is before we got into the cost.
Yeah. You said like the guy.
Here's the thing that I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that everybody has culpability, right? So I'm not saying, well, guys, it's your damn fault. It's your problem. It is to a degree, but it's not like that's the answer or the main thing to issue of it. The way I would look at it is this, Glenn. Do you remember back when that guy, there was the reporter, I believe his name was Daniel Perlman or whatever, that went into the Middle East during the war, and he got captured by Al Qaeda or one of the earliest cells of ISIS, and they beheaded him and did all that, right? So people would say, well, yeah, are they responsible for taking his life? Yes, they have culpability. You can't deny it. But he has culpability too, because you have to know at some point in time you are risking your life for something if you go over and do it. And I think men and women need to realize it goes on both sides. When you engage in sexual relationships, or if you engage in any kind of relationship where the outcome might be a child that's put into question, you have to acknowledge that this isn't just we need to do this. You're right. We have to have an equal footing on this as best as possible. And I think you and I would agree, Glenn, and I think a lot of people that I know, I don't personally have this problem, but I've known people who've told me about it, where the deck is stacked against men in court proceedings in a lot of different areas. And so there is kind of a double standard being applied here. But I'm not blaming men and saying, well, you should have known who the woman was. Because I agree, there are people who change. I agree, there are people who are unforthright in a lot of things. However, it is still a risk you take when you engage in relationships.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, then you can say the same thing, right? Well, you shouldn't have worn that outfit. Like, you wouldn't have been sexually harassed if you weren't wearing that outfit. Like, it's almost like nobody says that. They go, no, this guy's fucked up. He shouldn't have done that to you. You're a piece of shit over here for even doing that to a woman. Nobody's acknowledging the outfit.
We have legally had to.
What?
We've actually we've had to legally emphasize that only, and I say that because we've had to make it to where if somebody is goes to a police and files a report on grape or SA or whatever, and it goes to court. Legally, you cannot bring up the woman's past sexual history as evidence against that assault. And the reason why they do that is because your past sexual history has nothing to do with that moment. It doesn't change what just happened, right? For instance, if she's dressed like a hooker and looks like a hooker,
and that's why I'm not talking about it in a legal sense.
That doesn't change the concept of that. So like for that's kind of been knocked out. The reason why we don't use that against people, why we've come out of that concept, is because we acknowledge now for sure that SA is bad. It's bad all around, no matter who you are or what the situation is.
I have a question. Why do women get special treatment? If I'm a criminal, they'll bring up my criminal past. If I was also a woman and a prostitute, shouldn't that matter in this case by putting myself in dangerous situations?
Well, does she have a criminal record of being a prostitute?
I'm not.
Here's what we're doing.
Yeah, because that's a little conflation on your part there.
That's very much out of the nose. So what if she happened to, let's pretend she was an actual prostitute, right? And she took the night off. She's not hoeing around. She's not on her corner. And she simply is out at a bar and is hanging out with her girlfriends, let's say, and a man roofies her and takes her back somewhere and does terrible things
shoplifting.
to her. Does her work life, being a prostitute, interfere and change the dynamics of that moment that she was roofied and bad things happened to her?
No, of course not. But then you wouldn't know unless you made the argument. You have to explore that to get
Why?
to that point.
Okay, even
yeah,
if,
but we're talking about a civil or a family issue versus or you're talking about the CA, yeah. But here's the problem, though: the crime of rape does not can happen regardless of that past being there or not. That's I think part of the reason why
there's
that
also,
point is there. And that's why I'm saying that mandate is. I'm not saying that in a legal sense, and this is why we need to have a court system to be able to determine these things. I'm just saying if we're talking about these in social aspects, I think we need to understand that there's some culpability on both sides, and we have to come to terms and take responsibility. And I think people holding each other responsible is a good start.
Let me clear up one misconception about that. When it comes to the court case and the actual facts about a woman's past, you can't use it as a form of consent, but you can use a woman's past in court to prove that she's sexually No, it's not. It's not fruit of the poisonous tree at all. It's actually perfectly legal. The difference is you can't use it to say she consented. That you cannot use it for. But if you could show a track history of sexual activity that could put her in a different light,
wouldn't that
it is
mean
usable in court.
consent? Wouldn't that mean consent?
No, it's two totally different things to consent. Two totally different things. One is saying yes, but the other one's actually saying
What
she
else
has.
did she say?
It's showing a past history. It's the same thing they do. It's the same thing they do to criminals who.
Let me ask you this. So if I slept with 1,982 men and some
I'm
guy
the
at a bar
82nd.
and flow state happens to come over to my house tonight and force himself upon me, even though I'm saying no, you're saying the past 1,982 are
He has a great fantasy that really means yes.
negates the fact that I said no once.
No, that's not what it does. But it goes into your ethics and your mindset, which can be used in court.
But how does that change in that moment?
No,
that doesn't make
any sense. And on what
sense.
basis are you clarifying something up? Are you a lawyer?
Well, and here's the thing that. Go ahead.
I mean, can I come in quick here? Like, okay, so my point here is what's the difference between that and someone with a history of criminal activity? It doesn't mean they did the crime this time, but they bring it up. So shouldn't we abolish that and be consistent across all board?
No, because
if they're a good lawyer, they're not gonna let the lawyer bring it up because
crimes are not brought up unless
whoa. Criminal activity is you doing the crime, not you being the victim.
Right.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
Being the victim in a circumstance and why is your hold on, let me ask you this. Why is your whole history being brought up if you are the victim of something? Unless you're like a continuous scammer and you're like making all of these false accusations left and right and it's been proven left and right, that would make sense. But your past sexual history being brought into an SA accusation doesn't make sense. Whereas if you're doing the harm out there to others and they have a track record showing that you have a history of doing this and they want that to be in effect of, hey, they have a track record of doing bad things to other people and making other people victims, then I think that is fair because it speaks to like how you act toward, like how you harm
history of crime is relevant to committing crime.
Exactly. History of crimes is relevant until it's sentencing. That's the only time it plays a factor. Is that sentencing.
Right, because even if in a case where you're bringing up someone's criminal past when they're on trial, even that in a lot of cases can be considered circumstantial or prejudicial. I mean, because you're using that to try to paint a picture. But I would say this when it comes to the issue of the other problem with this is that does not mitigate the harm done by person that is doing the SA just because the person might have a certain lifestyle or do things that didn't put them in a good position to be at. That doesn't mitigate, because again, there's still a crime. It's still a crime to do that. If she doesn't, and that's the point. And so that really doesn't, I don't think, reflect what I was saying with Glenn is that I think what we need to, you're right. If someone does something that creates a harm, that's why you go through the court system to get that equated. I'm just saying also from a social aspect, I do think it's important to realize we do all play a part in this. And so, yes, when in the parts where we can't take accountability and personal responsibility, that's where the courts come in. And you have to have them held to that standard for sure, Glenn.
See, that's part of the problem, right? Like, it's like we have no problem. We want, men need to be held accountable. Men leave their women and, run off and whatever. We want, those guys need to pay for that shit. And I'm like, yes, right there with you, 100%. Let's get that motherfucker, right? But it's like, oh, women lying about the paternity of the child. The guy has been, then it's like, well, you know what? You just should have known. You should have just vetted her better. You should have just done a better job.
Right. And that doesn't change the fact that that person still did wrong. And it still doesn't change the fact that someone can be taken back by that. So it doesn't apply to every standard. I'm acknowledging that. I'm just saying it as a generalization.
And I'm just saying, you know what? How about if everybody wants to be equal, then both parties, both sexes are equally accountable for their bad behaviors and held to them equally, and then everybody's equal.
Yeah,
exactly.
No.
That's the point I was trying to make too, Glenn. Is if one person's going to be held accountable, everybody has to be accountable. It can't just be a one-sided wall.
This is literally dudes being crybabies because they don't want to be held accountable and going, "Well, her too." That's literally what
I think if they're
whoever said that,
I
Flo.
think
Whoever was just talking did.
How? Saying that both sides should be held accountable? How's that somebody crying about it? Please explain that logic to me.
The person that benefits during like let's presume the child support time, right? And then 10 years, all right, husband and wife get married, 10 years, they have 3 kids, 10 years later they decide to divorce. Father starts paying child support, no issues, no nothing, until one day dad just gets this random thought, I'm going to test my kids and make sure they're all mine, right? And then tests them and finds out 2 of them aren't even his, and then decides to take her back to court and change, and whatever. I think that in that time, like, the best interest of the child was to receive child support, right? And that's on the presumption that he's the father. Now, okay, maybe she knew there was a chance that that kid couldn't be his. Like, I still think that's shitty behavior nonetheless. And I don't put any stamp of approval on that. But those 10 years, he has been the father for those 10 years. And even post-divorce, he's been the father.
But that's without your pretense.
Fatherhood. He has claimed that fatherhood until he randomly got a wild hair. Like, why did that wild hair come up 12 years later and not...
What difference does it make, though?
Yeah, it shouldn't matter when it happens.
What I'm saying, though, is, like, in that effect, like... maybe she didn't. I'm not saying that it's okay that she did it. Nonetheless, I'm saying that's still fucked
if
up.
it's not okay, then there should be a consequence for not doing it.
The person who is benefiting from that, right, has been the child to have that father.
Yeah, but under false pretense. It doesn't matter if it's the first check or the 1,000th check. He's like economically hurt because he's giving away
those
money.
First 10 years.
But here's the question.
They were married for 10 years. Are you negating those? You guys always say it's
you said
like
he was
a child
divorced for
raised.
10 years.
No, I said they got married. They've been married for 10 years. Then they decided to get a divorce. And now 2 years post-divorce, he gets this wild hair to say, I just randomly don't think this is my kid, right? Or he doesn't feel like paying child support anymore. And he's looking for any scapegoat to get out of it, whatever the case may be. But wasn't it better for that child for those 10 years to have a solid
men should risk their lives
family?
for a child.
Huh?
So men should risk their lives for a child that's not theirs.
What are you talking
Risk
about?
their life.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of taxes, that's what if you go to
livelihood.
work, that's your life.
He's had child tax credits and all those things applicable to his taxes.
$3,500 is a lot. Yep. No.
What I'm saying is, like, he's also been able to be a father for 10 years, and he's developed this.
He was under the pretense that he was the biological father of this child. Like,
if he accepted that and went along with that for 10 fucking years, then he is
a lie. Or
Hang on a second. Let me ask Flo then. If a woman only sleeps with you because you're a millionaire, but you lie about it, is that still technically rape?
Wait, what? Say that again.
That is
Not
rape.
rape at all.
Yes, it is.
In
I
some
didn't hear
countries,
it.
it
I
is.
didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. What did you say,
Yeah,
Terry?
If you pretend to be a millionaire and the woman would only sleep with you if you're a millionaire, that would be great.
Legally, are you sure? Is there a case
Yes,
law or
and I
something?
think it's
Oh.
Australia. I think Australia has the law that if you
I pretended to be Jack Johnson once.
if you misrepresent yourself
Oh my God.
in your career or whatever, like, and the reason why the woman only slept with you because she thought you were a lawyer, right?
Okay, well that's bullshit. I don't think anybody's.
I think that's kind of stupid.
sounds so
I don't.
bunk, honestly.
I
What
think
dam- what
I
damages
think
are
if
there?
she sleeps with you and she hasn't fact checked your shit, you know,
Right.
and dated you long enough to know otherwise, like then that's her own stupidity.
That's
She needs
fucking
to-
crazy.
She needs to live in that one. She needs to live in that one.
Yeah,
I don't
for
think.
sure.
Like, the idea is like, okay, this man could be misled. The wife, he believing he's got a good wife, and she knows maybe not, like not even giving him the truth of, hey, this may or may not be your child. Right? Not letting him know.
I want to
go under this whole believing that this child is his. 10 years later, they get divorced, and then a couple of years after the divorce, he's like, you know what? I'm kind of wondering if this kid's mine.
see, and that's Glenn. Sorry for interrupting you, but that's also where I wanted to expand on. You were already touching on it, but you say after 10 years, he's been a father this whole 10 years because he's wanting to believe blindly in his wife. Then he finds her cheating.
That's his fault.
Let me finish. If he trusts her for 10 years and then finds her cheating on the 11th or 12th year, that's going to raise questions to paternity of the kids, because if she did it once, it's a pretty safe assumption to assume she's done it more than once.
I don't care. I don't think you get to backtrack 10 years. And and especially since if you've raised that kid like it's yours for 10 years and then you decide, oh, wait a second, no, you're not anymore.
Then are you even a real dad?
At that time, you basically are
let me
dad.
ask you
And
this.
you
Let me ask you this. Let me. Can I
real
ask a
dad.
question? Let's say she is the breadwinner. Let's say she's a celebrity, and you are married to Scarlett Johansson, and she's a millionaire, lots of money. Okay, and you guys have children, and 10 years later, she chooses to divorce you, doesn't want to be with you, but you have 3 kids, and she actually has to pay you child support. And then you decide 2 years after your divorce, are these kids even mine? And find out 2 of them are no longer yours, but you're receiving child support. Are you going to say something?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a moral and a legal
No, the
question.
fuck
You're,
not.
you're receiving child support. Are you going to say, are you going to be mad? Like, no, it's not my kid. Goodbye. I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want any of my visitation. I don't want any of that. Are you going to?
You know what would avoid
You've
that?
had that child for 12 years,
See,
and you're
And
just
what
going
would
to walk
avoid
away.
that is if he got a mandatory paternity test,
If
and
we
then
gave
that
up
son of a
our
bitch would
bodily
not be able
autonomy.
to steal Scarlett Johansson's money under false pretenses.
Well, see,
we were all
it was
again,
hard to
if
know
we
why women
didn't
have
have
mandatory paternity
any
tests.
bodily autonomy, then we couldn't make any decisions for ourselves, and we would avoid all these problems.
See, I'm going to say, Flo, you have a point. That doesn't make it any less your child. You did raise it for 10 years. I'm not going to deny you that.
Right.
Speaking as my daughter, not being biological mine, I still raise her. I still see her as mine. I raised her. I gave her morals. I gave her way to think. You're 100%. That's not going to change my feelings towards these kids. But should I be legally responsible to lose?
No.
Let me finish. To lose 40% of my income because I'm in the upper tier bracket to support a kid that is not mine? Or should it be my choice to choose to take her out, to buy her clothes, to take her out, take her to dances, get her dressed for prom? That should be my choice to do so.
I'm going to change my mind.
Okay, so what about this? You're dating a single mom that has kids, right? And you become the stepdad, and you become the father figure in that household because let's say the dad is a deadbeat, but you're just the stepdad. And let's say you divorce the mom. Can she go after you child support? You were the stepdad. You fulfilled that role.
I don't think you can.
Not legally.
I think there's a couple jurisdictions.
Because it's already established is the point.
I think there's a couple jurisdictions.
I'll say it this way: she has to be able to establish like a strong dependency upon having him as the.
Nobody's gonna fill the football with him no more.
Hold on a second. She has to be able to establish a very strong dependency upon that man financially, meaning as maybe she was broke and didn't have 2 dimes to rub together, and she had her 3 children, and she was just making ends meet, and he picks her up and puts her in a more reasonable lifestyle and they've been living this life for 10 years. The judge is not just going to say do away. And this would account for more on the alimony side, because in terms of alimony, alimony is seen as supplementary until you can get back up on your feet to bring you back holistic to a reasonable lifestyle. You don't necessarily have to have that same lifestyle, but it has to be reasonable. So this prevents women who haven't been working for 10 years because they were a stay-at-home wife or mom, and that was the choice that family made to keep, because now their resume is shit. Now they have to go out and kickstart that all over again.
Well, that's their responsibility. You shouldn't have got divorced, right?
But is the argument for requiring men to do something that it's functionally impossible for society to exist without forcing them to do this?
Don't want to take care of women. Women
No,
are
women can make all the money, but they're still arguing it's functionally impossible.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me answer. You argue the concept that all of these women are trying to be strong, independent, go get jobs, and be able to live for themselves and do their own thing and take care of themselves. But at the same token, when you are divorcing them, you don't want to give them a fucking dime to survive.
They won't let
And I'm not saying it's always. Hold on a second. I'm not saying it's always the woman pushing the button. For the men who choose to divorce their wives and then expect them to just live off of nothing when they've been a housewife, stay-at-home wife,
full of choice you make. You say that to the guys all the time. That's the bet. You picked the wrong woman. Okay, then you picked the wrong guy that wouldn't take care of you.
What I'm saying is if he has still had his career and all of those things, and she gave that up to support you for yours, and then you just want to leave her. What I'm saying, Glenn, is you want to leave her high and dry. This is where you want to know where the problem is. This is
Men don't want to be accountable.
Men don't want to be accountable, and I'm not saying women aren't accountable for the shit that they stir on their own. They should be. But what I'm saying is you want women to be weak and fragile and submissive and little babies to you. But we're forced into a world where we have to be able to literally fend for ourselves, because there's a chance that you could just leave us high and dry. And this is what my daddy taught me.
My point
here's what
macroeconomic numbers of what we actually
Shut
live
the fuck
in.
up. Are you seriously talking over me right now?
Yes.
This is the great part about having your own show, is you can actually talk whenever the fuck you want, and everybody should shut the fuck up. All right. You know what my daddy taught me? He said, Sarah, you're going to go out, you're going to go to college, get your own job, be able to take care of yourself and be independent, so that when you do meet a man you want to marry, now you can come together as a whole, and then you can depend on him if you so choose. But in the event that he can't take care of you or something happens, you are capable of picking up the slack no matter what. And I think that that's a fair assessment of our society in today's age.
That's absolutely right.
Anybody
Actually,
can
pretty
fucking-
based.
And you actually said it earlier, Glenn. You said men can change, women can change, they can change down the road, they could be different, they could do that.
Yes.
You use that as an excuse.
But
So you guys
I'm not
are
saying
mad.
anything like that.
But what I'm saying is you guys are mad that we're being so independent and going to college and getting jobs.
No, that's not it.
But then when it comes to
That's
alimony,
not what
if
I'm
she's
saying.
No, that's not it.
Listen to me. When it
But be
comes to
accurate.
when it comes to alimony, you guys all get all mad and bent out. Well, I don't want to give her alimony. Why should I have to give her anything? When it comes to child support, why do I have to give her 40% of my fucking paycheck? Like, when it comes to all of these things, you get mad and upheaved at the fact that, oh my God, I have to take care of something that I created.
No,
When
that's
all in
not
all,
it.
She is too.
That's
Wrongful
not
Well,
rage
actually,
coming in
that's
with
the whole point of why they're having the issues, because they didn't
wrongful
create
rage
it.
coming in
favor
with
of
the big-
men
Are you
giving
fucking
money.
kidding me? You haven't learned. Wrongful rage coming in with the big 50. I'm a lucky man. No government involved between me and X. Just good old co-parenting, time, and care. Our differences aren't theirs. I also helped raise my ex's first son and am currently helping raise my current lady's little lady. Hard balance, but blessed. That's a fucking man right there. Amen. Thank you, Wrongful Rage.
Oh
for
gosh, I was
just
quiet
all of your
all
kind
this
words.
time.
Go ahead, Bad Gemini. The
I
floor
was
is yours.
quiet. I was half asleep because I've been drinking for the last 7-8 hours.
I love it when you're
I
drinking.
nodded off at least 10 times. I woke up 15 times, but the math doesn't math. But anyway, Let me get straight to it. First off, Sarah, you talking reckless. That's a man right there because he wants to raise other men's babies, and these men don't want to raise their own babies. What the hell kind of math is that? You're talking stupidity right now. Not you, you're talking stupidity. If I called you stupid, that means I would give you way more cool points than you deserve right now.
Shut up.
So let's start there. Happy New Year's. New Year, I guess. There's no S at the end. I haven't been here in a while. Now, when I'm listening to all this, I like what the guys are saying. So you need to stop disparaging the guys. Shout out to Flow State. He has his kids. He's a real man. Call it that. That's the man who took his own babies, not the man who's raising other men's babies, but the man who took his own babies. That's a real man. There's a distinction between that. So understand that, Sarah, if we're going to speak on this. You're talking reckless. Secondly, me, yes. I've been married, I've been divorced. I do take care of my 2 older kids, and I got my 2 younger ones. And when I speak and talk about these topics, I don't get mad or upset because I understand one thing. Women are reckless because they have Uncle Sam behind them. It's just really that simple. When they can go to a courthouse, they can even be on drugs. They can be a disruptive parent and still get full custody for a guy who's trying. That lets me know the legal system is not interested. And we've had these discussions, Sarah, where it's like, well, men don't try. That's the problem. If they go out here and get their kid, they can get it. They don't try. You know why men don't try? Because Uncle Sam makes it hard for a man to try because we're intimidated as ish. Because we look at it like, if we try, you're going to shut us down. So with all that being said, all y'all guys who are out here taking care of other men's kids, you don't have to do it. Abort, leave immediately, go knock on the door of the actual dad, have him pay.
Thank you.
Because once you start taking care of this kid, Uncle Sam then says you're responsible and holds you legally liable for the other kid.
No,
yes,
they don't.
Do.
No,
yes,
they
you
don't.
do. If you are in the same
They
household
do.
with a they actually do. If you're in the same household, even if you don't put your name on the child on the birth certificate, if you assume that role and you do it for a period of time, then you leave, that woman actually can put you on child support without your name being on the birth certificate because you assume that role. It's stupid, but yes, it does happen and it is legal in certain states. You can argue it, Sarah.
But then who is benefiting from it?
Who's benefiting from
The
it?
child. The child.
Well, woman,
I mean,
the woman gets the
that's
money.
If you're in that role, but if you're in that role for 10 years and you're not, maybe you marry her. There's no father's name on the birth certificate, but you marry her. You kind of assume that role. Huh?
But I can use your money better. This is the
No, I'm not saying it, but what I'm saying is if that ends up happening, like the courts always presume the best interest of the child regardless, right? Now, if you married that woman and presume that role and you're doing that for 2 years,
become the dad. You shouldn't just be able to get like accidental dad obligations.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree with
I
that.
really don't. I
But
really
I
don't
think
understand this
also,
argument, though.
but Bad Gemini, I think this depends on the time that you're there, though. I mean, if you're there for a year and leave, I don't think that they're going to hold you to that standard. I mean, what's the time frame on this?
Well, see, Sarah, I'm going to expand on what Gemini said because I've seen the situation personally from a friend of mine. So I don't know the exact situation that he was in with his ex-wife at the time.
You sure you can expound on it?
I can, from what I have seen and what I have heard, and only from my perspective. He's not here right now for me to ask him. So, from my perspective, is she was pregnant when they hooked up, and they started dating. He started raising her daughter, was doing a good job by every means that I could see and hear. He lives 2 doors down from me, so I know when they fight because he comes directly over here and argues with me about it. And I usually send him back packing. But after they got divorced, the court did straddle him for 3 years for child support, and only 3 years. He got lucky; he had a good lawyer, but that wasn't even his kid. But he assumed the father's role. In this instance, I agree with the court. For 10 years, you have been that kid's life. That doesn't mean he loves her any less. He still hangs out with her. He still takes her out to eat. He still does things with her. Like, he's her dad. He's not skirting that. But after the 3 years has gone by, she now looks at him in a better light because he chose to keep doing that. Because he did raise her.
Right.
So it shouldn't be a mandatory obligation to the man to be like, look, they're getting half of this or whatever amount is affordable with the incomes, blah, 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 blah. That's all logistics that I'm not going to go into. But it all comes down to a choice. Men will step up if they have the feelings there. For his daughter, he's there. He's raising her. He doesn't have to. He's not.
Why do you have all of these single mamas out with no baby daddies paying for their kids?
That's because
why was that child's father not in the picture?
There's one or
because
two.
they probably think there's already 7, 8 different fathers.
Wouldn't that come down to
one at a time?
Why can't you just chalk that up as like, well, you just should have picked better men,
right?
And
we could just keep playing that game, right? We just keep playing that game, but at the end of the day,
but you want some man, any man, to take on the responsibility, right, for someone else's bad behavior.
If he's choosing to live with her and take care of that child, now he can also, if he's smart enough, he can say, hey, look, I'm living with you and stuff, and I think that you should go after baby daddy and make this happen. And I'd like to see, he can take that lead. Or if he's choosing to just assume the position and take the role, pun intended, then I think that that's a choice that he made. But
he makes that choice. Right?
Again, as long as he made that choice, with the current laws and the
role.
He made that choice by moving in with her, being with her, and assuming the role as the father.
You have to intentionally assume the role, but you don't have to have mandatory birth tests, and you also don't need to now you've been living together and they got three pieces of mail delivered there, like that shit.
I think if you're gonna do that, I think there has to be some longevity there, and I don't think you could just do that if you've been together for like 2 or 3 years. I think that there has to be some serious longevity and proof that they have a solid relationship, that he has assumed the role as a father and so on and so forth. And I think also if you're moving in with or marrying a woman who has a child, you kind of already know that that's coming in. You're going to be some type of figure in that household. Yeah. I don't think every man should be forced. I don't think it's. I don't think it's necessarily fair to force some dude who's moved in for a year and kind of assume that role, and then he leaves, and then just assume that he's going to pay child. I think that's retarded.
You can marry the mom without adopting the kid, but if you adopt the kid, then you should not be able to be like, oh no, I changed my mind.
Right.
Agree.
Right. Because you take the legal responsibility.
And I also
think like if you sign a birth certificate, you have that legal responsibility now. You assumed it.
Right.
But nobody would you wouldn't say oh, because I got a car and I had a loan payment on this car, and then we got together after I got the car payment, but you drove my car too, and you drove it around, and you assumed the authority that this car is yours when you were driving it. But then after we break up, then can I go after you for car payment? Because you assumed the same thing.
We're going way off.
Wow, that is.
We don't use this argumentation when we justify making abortion legal. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's never this whole mentality. It's like, well, the woman assumed that because she engaged in the act, she has the potential to get pregnant, and if she gets pregnant, then she can't just say no.
Right, which is why I said that needs to be applied as well, and that
is whataboutism.
Yeah, it is whataboutism
at its finest. It's like
it's not. It's taking the logic and applying it to another hypothetical where it just wouldn't fly. You wouldn't be like, well, it benefits the kid most.
Unfiltered, raw.
You wouldn't buy that.
NE Logger coming in with a Big 10. Men who leave women who don't want their marriage to end should have to support that woman. Women should not be able to lie about whose kid they just had. Government only enforces one of these. But he still has the right to get a paternity test before he signs that paperwork. K2 keep on trucking with the Big 5. The husband got used to her cooking, so since she divorced him, he needs to go over. She needs to go over to his place and cook him 3 meals a day now. That's fair.
I mean, it makes logical sense.
Raging Patriot with the Big 5. Sorry, if I if I find out it's not my kid, I'm out and kick rocks with that shit. It may hurt, but I'm walking. I think.
I'm sure your kids would love to hear that. Yeah, that you care about them that much.
See, so you can just guilt trip them into being eternally theirs.
I don't think it's right. I 100% disagree with the concept that it's okay that she fucked somebody else right around the time that she was banging her husband, got pregnant by some random dude, and didn't tell her. I think that's fucked up. That is 100% fucked up.
Yeah, it's fucked up, but
I think
want to be there.
But and I think that it's still at the end of the day, if he has any, I don't know if
you have a relationship with your kid and then you go, oh wait, I found out that your mom cheated, the relationship you've developed with that kid is over. You're a piece of shit. I know. Well, I know somebody who that happened to.
Again.
Let me say this:
he's equally a piece of shit because she put him in that position.
No, she's not equally. No, she's not equally.
Yes.
No, she's less of a piece of shit. It takes more of a piece of shit to look your 12-year-old kid in the eyes and say, "Oh wait, a son or daughter found out your mom cheated on me. Go fuck yourself." That's a bigger piece of shit.
American white males are the net
No, you're finding out that that's not your kid. That's not your blood.
Everything will collapse. There's no choice.
Let me say this.
It's just the women's attitude.
It
all comes
down to accountability.
That's what I was just about to say, Glenn. It all comes down to the quality of man. Flo is a prime example. He's a good dad. He took care of his kids. Gemini, same thing. Glenn, everybody who I've heard who has kids have stepped up to the responsibilities and taken control of their responsibilities. Some more than others. Now, these women, and this is a fact, women like the bad boys. But what are the bad boys usually are?
I'm sorry, I disagree. 100% disagree.
Just carry on with the thing. Enraging Patriot. It's not your. Yeah, fuck your kids though. You have no. You're a piece of shit if you would just throw away your kids because you found out it's not your blood. You're not a parent at all. You're a narcissist.
But they're not your kids.
But
that's not narcissistic to say like, hey.
It's absolutely narcissistic to say I've raised this kid. I have a whole ass relationship, but now I found out that that's not my blood. Go fuck yourself. You're a piece of shit. You're not a real parent anyways. You're a narcissist.
Again, you're saying only a real parent is only a person that's willing to be involved in a child's life even after they know that they're not, and being financially responsible even after they know that they're not the actually biological parent.
But here's the thing,
all this whole situation was created because the woman chose to lie.
Exactly.
So
she got pregnant by someone else.
I'm not even talking about the woman. I'm talking about
so like all this accountability that we're just fucking out the window for the woman. But it's like, your dude has to stand up. He's a piece of shit unless he stands up.
That is his problem with her, not the child.
Right.
Why are you making children's problems into adult problems? Leave the fucking
because
kids
he's
alone.
literally not his father anymore.
You're not making the adult be accountable to their problem.
Right, but the marriage is now broken.
That kid is now 12 years old and only knows you as their father, and you're gonna just let
That's
the
only
world
assuming if you take it to the extreme.
But you're just with the hypothetical we're playing with. That's where we're at. And you're just gonna let that child fall off the face of the planet and destroy their whole life.
Now that I can speak on personally because of my daughter. I sat my daughter down when she was 11 years old and explained to her I'm not her dad. Do you know what she told me? Oh, I know.
Dad.
We look nothing alike.
Okay.
I didn't know what I didn't know what to say at that point. Right. I go, so does that make you feel any different? It's like, no, you raised me, you fed me, you clothed me, you take me to where I need to go and what I need to do. Again, it comes down to the quality of the man. But again, unlike most, I had that choice. It's all about that choice. If the woman goes to her husband and says, hey, okay, pardon my language, I've effed up, and
you didn't even say the word. You just got pardoned. You didn't even
I'm like, say the word then.
Well, I know we're on YouTube, so I'm trying to be a little bit more,
I got you, Punisher Fury. She fucked around.
She messed around, and she came to her husband like, look, I had a moment of weakness. This is what happened. I understand you're pissed. You probably want
dark and handsome. Got it.
You probably want to leave me now. The guy's gonna be angry. There's no other way to take that. There's just
feminists are so wrapped up in the she did it paradigm, you can't even hear what the fuck I'm saying. If you have a whole ass relationship with a child that you raised because you thought it was yours, and then you found out it's not, and you're like, get the fuck out. You're a piece of shit, basically. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with the mom. The mom can be all guilty.
You made the claim that that situation is worse, more piece of shit than the mom.
Hold up.
Yeah.
If you want to go to court and you want to file it with the court and say that's not even my kid, I did a paternity test, I proved otherwise, here's what happened, and I've been, the sheet's been pulled over my eyes, XYZ, blah 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 blah. I don't want to pay child support, but I still want a relationship with that child. You know what? You can go fight for that. If that's important to you, not having to pay for this child that you've raised for the last 12 years, fine. Go try it and see if a court is going to approve of it. But in and of itself, what Flo is saying, if you're willing to just boot a kid out and not care about them anymore, then were you a good father to begin with?
Was the mother a good mother for putting that kid in the situation to begin with? Has anyone ever seen the
100%.
Hold on,
Let's say
please.
the guy wants
Can I
to
get
stay
one
in the
point
kid's
across?
life. He
Can I get
does
one
value
point,
the kid. Let's say the guy does value the kid, and he wants to be in his life, and he still sees it as his like.
But he doesn't want to be financially.
He doesn't want to be financially reliable.
Maybe all these
Is
American
that okay,
men
or is he
are
still a
aggrieved
shitty
that they're
dad?
de facto enslaved.
Well, isn't
to a
that part of
feminist
being a
elite
father, though? Is to be
Wait a
financially
minute. Let Salem say something.
attitude of elitism.
He's been trying to say something forever, and everybody's run over him. Salem, what were you saying? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said maybe all these American men are aggrieved that they are de facto economically enslaved to a feminist elite. And elitism is just an arrogant fucking attitude. So, I mean, like, everyone's just salty at fucking everybody. And you should just take up your responsibility as a man. That's what I'm saying. We have to pay for shit. Society will collapse. But it's a fucking attitude that everybody's aggrieved about. And then all these women trying to take advantage. And the dude's trying to take advantage in return until it turns into a fucking shit throwing contest.
No problem taking advantage or taking responsibility and being accountable for the things that I did and the things that I am responsible for. But I
understand, but we just need to explain the fucking context of the world so we have some sort of way to describe the nuances of the fucking situation. Period. The world economy is going to fucking collapse if we don't goddamn work. It's fucked.
We're not talking about that.
Women do not work enough. Men have to do shit. That's the foundation of society.
Fish, let me say this. The overused word of feminism, to begin with, is equal on both sides. A lot of people forget this. Feminism in and of itself is not a bad thing, per se. It's how it's used. Just like with 90% of things that we have in society. Now,
it's used by loser-ass men to justify their problems. That's how feminism is used.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just doing my fucking duties as a man, and I don't agree with British fucking aristocracy and slavery. It's an attitude.
Bro,
it's an
come
egoism.
out of the rabbit hole.
I believe everyone is fucking equal. I believe women should be fucking independent. That's what I fucking
You're a
believe.
feminist.
Don't fucking strawman me.
You're a feminist.
I'm a feminist because I fucking contribute enormously to the world fucking economy.
I don't give a fuck.
In what fucking way?
Oh my god.
I'm not impressed that you got a job.
Everybody's a feminist.
Job. Dude, you don't even want to fucking talk to me about the shit that I fucking do. I literally just dropped a new economic fucking model at the highest level that's better than cryptocurrency. Don't fucking talk to me about macroeconomics or any of this fucking shit. Do you know what reverse repo is? Do you know that they're down to like $100 billion fucking dollars? Do you know that the government is bankrupt? Please, because nobody works. Because y'all don't fucking work.
Better economic policy than crypto.
I fucking work my ass off.
On this economic model, let me see it. I would love to look at it. I'm qualified.
Yeah.
Look,
that's better than Bitcoin, by the way.
Available energy transfer, possibility of subjective error. Period. A thing fucking happened.
Sarah,
it's possible to
trying to
get
stay
your
on
transaction
topic.
fucking wrong.
No, I don't think so.
The only thing I ever advocate for is both men and women to be equally accountable for their actions and their behaviors.
I feel the same
That's
exact
impossible.
way.
Right. So how does the woman, right, we've already agreed that that's fucked up behavior. She goes and gets knocked up by some other dude while she's married and just plays along and pretends it's her husband's kid.
Yeah,
right? Shut up. That is fairly wrong. We can all say that is fair to say she is fucked up for doing that. Mm-hmm. But for everybody to be accountable and all those things, like that wife is clearly going to take accountability. Well, like maybe her husband chooses to divorce her if she finds out or whatever. But
And to
why
get
are you making why are you
alimony.
making the kids why are you making the kids accountable for that?
Not making the kids accountable for it. That's to say that the kids are
I don't
accountable.
think
The
Yeah,
kids
you
are not
can't
accountable
magically
for it.
protect them
Just
both.
say that
Well,
like
for
no.
those
If the marriage is over,
for those who just say fuck the kid, that's not my kid, fuck it, I'm out. You've been the father to that child
Yeah.
for 10 plus years. You're holding that child accountable for their mother's shitty actions.
no,
Reverse
there's
it.
no
We
Reverse
clearly
it.
don't care about
She
the
puts him
kids,
in that
because then why would
situation.
abortion be legal? That's the argument.
Reverse it. Punish his fury.
I
Do you
don't
think
think
that, do you think
abortion
that your
should be
daughter's
legal.
biological father should be allowed to come take custody of her now if he decides?
Well, she's 24 now, but
I mean, you get what I'm saying.
when she was younger, I would have issues with it, but I wouldn't stop her from seeing him.
No, that's not what I asked.
To take custody of her?
Yeah, if she's 14 and you've raised her the whole time and you know it's not yours, and he's like, you know what, I'm the dad, and he can pick up his parental rights just as easily as you could walk away from them.
At 14, she's old enough to choose.
Allowed them to choose, yeah.
Well,
No,
but-
I'm
but
not giving
what
her.
if the
Then
court-
12. I'm not giving her the choice. I'm giving you. Do you think that his rights should just be able to come in and supersede yours?
Would I fight him? Yes.
Will you answer the question directly?
That is a direct question. If I wanted to keep her, yes, I would fight for her.
If you think that men should be able to walk away from a 12-year-old because they found it's not theirs, then
When did
should
I
they be
ever
able to
say that?
pick up a 12-year-old?
I've been advocating the complete different thing the whole entire time.
Oh, have you? I might have.
Yes.
Yeah, he has. He has.
Okay, my bad. My bad. My bad.
Have the
Yeah.
I hate
He's
to
just
scream
saying
at
that he
you
understands the
talking.
situation with people who don't feel the way he does. I think it's.
I think
Okay, so
you want to give women the freedom, like all these freedom, then get it. Great. A man should have the option. He has the
Exactly.
opportunity to walk away. He has a choice. Now, if he walks away, sure, he's an asshole. He's a horrible person. Whatever you want to give him, that list, that's fine. You
Right.
can call him that. But he should still have the option. To
Should
do
he
so
have
if
the
he's not-
option to walk?
Would he walk
in?
away from the relationship or the
Would
marriage?
he have the option to walk
Man,
into
y'all
a
talking
functional
reckless. Let me
family
tell you,
and
the
say, "This is
option
my
is
kid."
on the
The
front
option
end.
is the mother's.
If she has a
wanting
kid,
him.
you can be like, I'm not dating a woman that has kids, and it's that simple.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. Some guys
That's
have
not the
made up
paradigm.
their mind. I will not date any woman that has kids. Their decision is made. Once you engage in that, then now the court, you, the woman, everybody's looking at you like, okay, now you have to understand you're assuming responsibility for this kid, because any real woman is not going to say you can date me and ignore my children. So the guys
Is
that
that
don't
the same
want
on
to be in
reverse?
that role say, I refuse to date women that have kids, and I'm okay with that because they made up their decision on the front end. You can't start in the relationship and change your mind later and say, you know what, I don't know about this ain't
Yeah,
my
but we
baby,
all know
I
that
don't want to be
Gemini,
part
this
of it.
entire
Yeah,
scenario
all
is
the-
involving a
stay on
woman
the
who
opposite
basically
side.
lies to
This
the
would not
husband and
work if we
pretends like this is
Yeah,
her,
but y'all
his
making
kid.
it a woman that lies to the husband and gets in that, because now you're
But-
talking about a husband.
No.
And-
Well, that's
Listen,
the
we're
whole
not.
scenario. We're not talking
If
about
you
the
flip-
Okay,
changing
let's
that.
make it your scenario. If you're a husband, presumably you're like, I know I'm with my wife and I want to have kids, because you have some husband and wife scenarios where they say we don't want to have kids at all. They agree to that, and that's okay with them. But it presuming he wants to have a kid, that's cool. He does have a kid, or she has a kid, right? Because he can't. And now he assumes that role. He finds out later. Legally, he can argue that because now he's pissed off. But if he genuinely loves the kid, it doesn't matter that he's pissed off for her. He's like, you know what? This child that she carried, I love this child, this said boy or female. I'll be okay with that. That's a
Gemini,
different
can I ask-
scenario.
Actually,
ask you a
let
question,
me
Gemini? Hold on.
let me ask you guys another question. Let me give you another hypothetical. You have been married to a woman for 10 years, and some lady with a 5-year-old shows up at your doorstep with a child and claims, hey, it is yours, this is your child, and you know it is. Like, where do you stand on that? Should he have to support that child and do all of those things, even though
Yes,
it was
if it's his child, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, paternity
Yeah,
test
if
first,
it's
though,
his-
to make sure.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. If
But now, what if
women
his
get with a
wife
single-
can his wife leave him on that aspect, because now there's proof that he fucked
I mean,
around?
they have no fault divorce. She can leave
Now,
him for any
but
reason.
what I'm saying is,
Well,
like,
no, that
is
would
she
actually be
right?
false. That would be marriage under false pretenses.
That would be well,
Or-
one, that would be infidelity. He cheated on her
Do
because
you-
the child's
right?
5 and
Do
they've been
you
married
want her
for
to
4 years.
break up their home just because he went and had himself a good night in Vegas?
That's the consequences
law
of his
now.
actions.
But
Women's
But-
main thing is a guy who can sleep with multiple women.
But hold on, let me ask this question: if you were with the single dad who had custody of his kids, right, and you guys got married, and then you divorce him, can he get you for child support? Like you played mom role, you know, you did the mom thing, you filled that role, right? Like, so you should be able to. Are you a piece of shit for walking out of that child's life too?
I think it's still fair if your incomes are balanced enough and it actually makes sense financially. If she's the breadwinner, he married her, and maybe he made 50,000 a year and she made 300,000 a year, and they lived together for 10 years. And then finally they said, you know what, this just isn't working. We want to get a divorce, XYZ, whatever. And he leaves the home and the kids go with him. I would presume that she would still support those children
But then that's
financially.
not
Yes.
equal. Like you making
I think it's still
income.
I think it's
How
still
about if
fair.
they both make the same amount? They both
Make the same
50,000.
amount, and she's gonna want to do all of those things anyways, just the same as a
don't know
man
that.
would.
You don't know that. People are people. Everybody's individualized.
If they both make the same amount, it depends who has the kids the majority of the time. If
And
they
is she
make the
still?
same amount, it
Yeah.
won't be
then the
anything.
mom role.
Is she still seeking visitation and time with the children? And do those are those
Why aren't
children
you asking
bonded
these
to
same
her?
questions about when a guy is in a
I'm
submission
giving you
mode?
those same answers. If she's still like I'm still involved in my stepson's life, you know,
but
all of
just
those
a minute
things.
ago, just a minute ago, when we were talking about it about men, if the guy chose it to just bounce out, he's a piece of shit. He's not even a real dad to begin with. All
And
this
I think
other
if
shit,
she chooses to bounce out, she's a piece of shit too.
like you were doing all these,
If it's
you're
not
saying all
hers.
these other
I still
factors,
think
like
that's
she
still
had to.
shitty. I
is
think
she
it's
still
still
trying to
shitty.
be in the kid's life? There's all these other things.
Let's put it this way: if I start dating a man who has a 1-year-old and his wife passed away, you know, tragically, and we started dating, I was involved in the child's life. We got married. 10 years down the road, obviously the mother is deceased, right? And our incomes are combined and all of those things. And then 10 years down the road, we decide we're going to get a divorce. I'm still presuming that child is under my care, no matter which way you spin it. I don't care. Even if the mother is some crackhead down the street and not passed away, or even if she's kind of like haphazardly involved and I raise that child, that is still my baby. I'm still going to support one way or the other. She needs to go to ballet class. She needs to talk about tampons, you know, whatever the case, that's still my baby, no matter which way you spin it. And I think it goes both ways.
And again,
a judge wouldn't have to order me to support that child. I already would do it on my own.
well, see, and that's the thing. That's the quality of person you are. Just like Flo is, just like I am, just like Glenn is. We'll take care, Gemini, we'll take care of our responsibilities because we chose to take on these responsibilities. We're a different caliber than a vast majority of society. A vast majority of society does not want to take accountability. We were raised by proper families, mom, dad, whether single parent, I don't know, but we were raised properly to take care of our responsibilities, to, for lack of a better term, man up and do what needs to be done. And because we were raised that way, we think this way. But what comes into it is when we date somebody that doesn't have that same moral standing, which is on us for dating somebody with a lower moral standing. That is completely on the man or the woman for doing so. And as unfortunate that is, you won't know that for years sometimes because they may have the moral standing and then just suddenly one day give up. And that moral standing just drops. Now, that's not to say that that person's a shit. They just gave up. Like Gemini was stating, sometimes men just give up because we're just shit on so much for the courts that we have no choices. We're stuck. We get depressed, we get angry, we get frustrated, we get, you know, upset with the current situation we're stuck in to find out later that that kid isn't ours. Now it makes matters even worse because now I'm feeling like the idiot because I let her lie to me for a decade about it being my child. The choice was not in my hands. Now, again, that goes back to the person trusting the partner they're with. And if she is of low moral value, she will do this type of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So really, ultimately where you want to put the blame in is in the end of all of this. It doesn't matter whether it's the male or female. The blame is on the people who decided to date when they did not have the same moral standings.
Yeah. And that comes back down to what I was telling Teriak earlier. Like, in order, if you want to date or marry, if you want to marry a virgin or somebody with a low body count, essentially your principles and values need to line up, which means you probably would have a lower body count or so on and so forth as well. And that's how you get into the right situations with the right people with the right goals in mind, is because your principles and your values line up. And just as Punisher's Fury was saying, like, essentially, if you are dating a girl that's a hoe, and you know she's a hoe, and before you even got married,
expect her to do anything.
Right, and before you even got married, she was doing whatever she wanted, going to nightclubs, shaking her ass, all those things, and then you turn her into a housewife, and you expect that behavior to magically stop.
Welcome to my first marriage.
Well, that is a stupid decision. If you want a girl who's going to be virtuous and have the same principles and values, and hopefully not go fucking around while you're married and getting knocked up by some other dude, then telling you it's yours the whole time, then marry somebody who emulates that behavior on the nose. Like, it has to be, you have to be seeing it, not just whatever. Like, not that she has a nice ass.
But like, Sarah, like my whole point of bringing up the whole gay thing. One second. The whole thing of like bringing up the gay thing is because, like, when a woman tells a man, "Oh yeah, I had a hoe phase, but now I'm going to be a traditional wife for you," and all this kind of stuff. That's
the
like
behavior match. Like, she can't have just been a hoe last month and then turn around and be like, "Oh, I'm a born again virgin, and I started going to church last week, and I'm ready to be." No, you need to see that behavior over a time span. People don't just wake up the next day a different person. You don't.
My question is, like, for the guy that
could she have a hoe phase 10 years ago, and then, over 10 years have shifted her behavior and have done things to exemplify a change in behavior? Yeah, I think that's possible. Okay, but it is, what I'm saying is, if you don't see the change in behavior, then you're not going to have a change in person.
Exactly.
But Sarah, your original answer to this when Teriak gave this was that, like, just because he took it up the ass once, that, like, oh, you can't have it anymore.
That is,
and it's like,
he's gay. He's gay.
That's a phase. If a woman has a lesbian phase, if she goes down on a girl, or she gets somebody to go down, why is that not the same?
To me, that's weird. That's fucking weird.
You can say that's a preference, but what is different about the two?
Guys, it's even weirder that you're arguing for the gays.
That tells me he likes
because it's logically inconsistent. That's why I'm arguing.
Because that tells me he likes stuff put in his ass, and us sexually involved, I'm not going to be shoving shit up his ass. I find that to be a problem.
Not what you told me.
What if he never had a dick in his ass? He was the one putting the dick in other people's ass.
I'm not even going to get there. I'm not even going to get there.
This is way off subject anyways.
My question, like, if the guy didn't do his due diligence, like you mentioned, Sarah, like, and he knew that she was a hoe before, and she was doing hoe activities with hoe tendencies. And she had some hoe enemies, whatever. And she's doing all that, and he still marries her. We're saying, like, hey, you should have known better. Her behavior was doing this the whole time. All right, so then so we're not going to go after her. You should have known better, right? Okay, cool. Guys, then ladies, if you got with the bad boy who was fucking your best friend Susan, and you still brought him back, and then he slept with this coworker, and you still brought him back, and then he leaves you because he's banging some other chick, that's your mistake too.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Why would you marry somebody who...
You don't get any money from him. That's your bad choices, right?
I don't discriminate.
Hold on. You're saying if she got married to him,
married for 10 years,
they've been married for 10 years,
and he was cheating before they got married. He was cheating when they first got married, and then he's cheating and leaving her after 10 years.
Why would his behavior reflect on whether if she, or I'm assuming you're saying they have kids, right?
No kids. No.
Oh, no kids. I think divorces should just split. Now, the only way alimony comes in, again, like I said, is if he's like making $300,000 and she's a stay-at-home wife, and moving out, she would literally, and she's been a stay-at-home wife for 10 years, right, with no resume, no college education. She just cooks, cleans, and she tends to him. Then there's alimony is meant to, again, be supplemental up until she gets back up on her feet.
She made a bad choice.
No,
now,
but did she? But what I'm saying is, was she still a good wife and tended to those duties?
Was he still a good husband and a good father, and then she still takes the kids away?
Even churches don't recognize cheating as okay in a marriage.
Well, let me. Anybody recognize it? I'm pointing out.
No. What you're saying are two different things here. In this instance, certainly she married a shitty guy, right? But he still chose to sign on to that marriage, right? And so did she, but he chose to sign on, presuming you're going to having to hold best, blah, 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 all of those things.
But let's be realistic. Most relationships don't live off of one income. So they're both working.
I just said I recognize if they're both kind of equal on the playing field, just split and go your own fucking way. The only way alimony comes into the picture on a normal legal playing ground is if there's a significant wage difference. Okay, and I'm just going for the big difference here. He makes $300,000 a year. She makes literally nothing because he just wanted her to be a stay-at-home wife for the last 10 years. No problem. We get it, but she's going to need some time to get back up off her feet and figure it the fuck out. So you're taking her out of like a big 5-bedroom house with 2 nice cars and Gucci bags, and then putting her literally out on the street. The judges don't see that as fair and equitable. Right. So what they'll do is they'll allow for alimony for a very specific amount of time to allow her to get back up off her feet. It's limited, it's specific, and it's only supplemental. She's not going to get it for the rest of her life. All right. But it's only meant to say, hey, we acknowledge that in this marriage, you had this playing field going on. So getting out of the marriage for alimony or whatever, like, here's what we're going to do to ensure that you're not just like moving from Beverly Hills down to the homeless shelter.
Well,
right?
it depends on the state, because in California, married after 10 years.
California is its own fucking weird ass territory. Y'all are weird. You're run by liberals. Like, it's your own fucking fault. You got people shit in the streets.
No problem saying, like, guy, you made a bad choice if you married a hoe, and she was showing you hoe behavior before. You kind of have to pay the consequences for not making good choices. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there has been so much goalpost moving, and what about it? I'm going on this conversation. It's obvious. The real problem, the real problem is that
feminism was all about fighting for
don't like to be held accountable, and they're mad at women.
Be accountable for your behaviors. Just
life isn't fair.
Equality, then be equal accountable for your actions.
Like it's a little more fair.
There's too much goalpost moving.
I'm not moving goalposts.
Sarah, you got a lot of testosterone. I'm glad you dialed back, because I'm like, gosh, her testosterone level is very high for a female. Like, I can forgive your anchor voice and sounding like you're out here on Sports Center and whatnot, but then you have
Throwdown Thursday, bad Gemini.
You're very aggressive for no reason. So I need you to shut up for
play.
one moment so we can pretend to like you while we don't. All I want to say is, when it comes down to this here, when it comes to me as a guy, look, there was a point in my life, you can say I tried things, right? I was bisexual. I like to B-U-Y, a lot of sexual experiences, right? I'm not bisexual, but I bought sexual experiences. So, yeah. So when it came to that, I like to have fun. Other than that, if you're on the other side, I don't knock you, but I can at least relate to that. And so any woman that would be mad at me for buying sexual experiences, yes, I was bisexual for a period of my life, because it's cheaper to pay for it sometimes. So that's all I'm saying.
N.E. Logger with the big 2. Sarah, should women get alimony if they cheat? I think because if it's at fault, the reason why we have fault is to actually avoid giving away alimony or avoid splitting things a certain way. Like, that's why fault divorce exists, to avoid just handing out free money. Right. So, yeah, if you are at fault, you fucked it up, you can lose rights. A judge can weigh in on that for you to, like, you fucked around and you found out, and the judge can agree to that. That's why fault divorces are very difficult and hard to prove. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of lawyer fees and so on and so forth. But the reason why they do it is to eliminate rights as an exiting party from a marriage, because then somebody can say, this wasn't my fault. I didn't cause this. This person did X, Y, and Z. They basically broke our contract. Therefore, that contract is null and void. So you can actually waiver out of, certain rights. So I think it can go both ways if you can prove it in X, Y, Z. Good deal. Love the channel. Good panel tonight. Yeah. I think it's easy to play fair. I think we can definitely play fair in that arena. But you guys don't acknowledge that we can play fair.
Shut
you
your
guys
face,
don't
Sarah. Shut it up. I would pay fair. Look, we're in a new age in society, so I would not take care of your kids, Sarah. I'm going to be honest. As the guys, if I were single, I refuse to take care of your kids. But because we're in America, I would outsource somebody else to take care of your kids. That's the balance I would have. So I would
That's
still
a smart
date
man.
you, but I would pay for somebody else to take care of your kids. That's how you rectify that situation. And I'm going to leave that alone. I'm done on that.
Well, see, I want to go back to one thing, Sarah, that you were saying about the woman being the stay-at-home wife, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That goes back to traditional nuclear family structures.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the problem. Society, I'm going to say from my generation, I'm 40. From my generation and up, the nuclear family does not exist. Social media, just TV, movies have ruined that aspect. They're like, nuclear families are such a small minority of the population in America now, it's not even funny. In those cases, I'm with you on, yes, he should pay her alimony. If she was really a good wife, she cooked, she cleaned, she took care of the house, she didn't drive him up the wall, stuff just fell apart. It happens. Relationships happen like that. I agree with you. Alimony should be paid. But like the other guy said, a lot of states are moving to no-fault states. Not all of them. There's only about 15 right now that are truly no-fault states. The rest of them are like semi in the middle of a transition and whatnot. But a lot of states are doing away with the no-fault states due to women activists pushing it. Now, I don't agree with that. If I go out and cheat, I should pay the price. If she goes out and cheats, she should pay the price. She shouldn't get alimony. She shouldn't get the house. Should she have access to the kids? Oh, yes, because that does not have nothing to do with your and her relationship, really, other than the fact that you're raising them. But I would have to question her ability to raise the kids if her moral standing is that low.
Yeah.
I think no fault mean no money.
But at the same note,
but you're talking about alimony. Most alimony's not really a big thing anymore because most women are working. Alimony, again, like I said, it's only viewed as supplemental, and only if there's a very big difference in their wages, or maybe she's not making any money altogether. It's not meant to be just a free hand. Like, you guys keep thinking alimony is just handed out to everybody.
No,
like,
no, it's not.
First hand.
I think it's only 10%.
I think it's 15.
It's very minimal. It's very minimal how many people get alimony. And even when they
10%.
Hold on, and even when they get alimony, it's usually for only a very set time frame in order for her to get back up off her feet. Stop being mad that you all have to take care of your wives after they're divorced.
Then it goes both ways.
They're not your wife
You get
anymore
alimony
after
too.
you divorce them. So
Be mad at yourself for not getting with a richer chick.
Well, see,
no, hold on. Nephilim coming in with the big two. Can't play fair. Hold on, just a second. Hold on, let me read it. Nephilim coming in with the big two. Can't play fair with a mod debating, to be honest. But see, this is not Mod Monday. I am not moderating. I never introduced myself as a moderator on Throwdown Thursdays. Throwdown Thursdays are my opportunity to come out and play with everybody else. The only difference is I'm hosting, so I can still tell people to shut the fuck up when I tell them to. Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. I tried summoning Andrew earlier. It didn't work. I should have known witchcraft wasn't real. It worked out. No. And I don't bother him. I don't like bug him to pull him in. I think if other people want to, that's up to you. But I choose not to. If he finds the conversation and wants to jump in and play, he's more than welcome. But I especially know that he's talked about having a really busy month and everything too. So definitely wouldn't bother him. But go ahead, Glenn. I think you were going.
I'm saying was that I have no problem holding guys accountable for what they're supposed to do. The problem with the argument here is that nobody wants to have that equal accountability to be also put on to women if they do something wrong, right? It's like, well, you know what's best for the child, or you know what? Well, you know what? She wasn't working for 10 years, and so what? She cheated on you. You should still have to give her something because you know she's
accountable. Literally, every man can get child support. Every man can get alimony. Literally equal.
It's not.
Bad Gemini, do you want final words before you make your exit?
That's what I'm saying. If they can literally, but then you have the social pressure, like, oh, you're not even a real man if you do it this way. You're not a real father.
I don't give a fuck. Deal with the criticism like a fucking man.
No, all right, hold your thoughts. Hold your thoughts. Bad Gemini wants to make his exit. Go ahead, Bad Gemini.
Yeah, I'm slizzy. I shouldn't even. You know what? Let me get straight to it. I love Flo, who's taking care of his kids. He's a great guy. Glenn, he's a decent guy. Teriak likes guys. I mean, it doesn't matter how I describe everything. You know, I just had to dress all the guys.
I'm a lesbian.
I want to say this.
Get it right.
When it comes to this, and I'm a thespian, so it doesn't matter what you say. So I will say this here. Any guy that's with a woman that has kids, you should leave before you're responsible for them kids. Use better judgment. And I'm done. That's all I got. Because you need to know what you're getting into. If she has kids, once you engage in a relationship, the kids are looking at you like you're going to be the daddy, and she's looking at you like you're going to be the daddy, and that's regardless if the daddy's in their life. That kid's going to have two daddies. No reason to double up on the daddies. Let the one daddy take care of it, and if he's not there, then you don't need to be there. That's all I gotta say.
Fuck yeah.
Take care.
That's fair. Bye, Bad Gemini.
Take care.
Adios.
All right.
Later, bro.
All right, Glenn and Flo, I think you two were arguing for a moment.
Were we?
Yeah, you were going back and forth.
Take the criticism. I don't care. I'll take the criticism. I'm just saying. It's the criticism that leads to men saying, "Well, I can't do this because I'm not going to be looked at as this way, or I'm going to look as a bad person in society," and then that's using social pressure. And I agree with you. Individually, just don't fucking care about it. Why do you care what other people think, right? I'm with you on that. But there are guys that, cave to that. We don't get that.
I don't care if they care.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I'm saying that if women are going to want equality, and this is what the whole push is for equality, then equality needs to go across the board. You don't get to be unequal in certain areas because, it benefits you. Be equal across the board.
It needs to be bisexual. It needs to go both ways.
Across the board.
But why are you making children responsible for adult consequences?
Why are you putting the man to be responsible for another man's consequences?
That's fair, but again, that's between two adults.
Okay,
right?
but
that's still not the child's problem.
The party be responsible for something that the crime they never committed.
Huh?
It's like saying, like, well, you know what? Somebody has to go to jail because this guy got murdered. Any guy with tattoos will do. Let's just lock him up. We don't, we'll make him.
I think that's a bit extreme, Glenn.
It is. I'm using it extreme to point. Like, make the person accountable for it. Hold the people accountable for it. Not somebody that's not involved in it. Don't hold that person accountable.
But they are involved in it. They've been raising that child for 10 years.
But
if you adopt a child, if you sign a birth certificate,
adopting a child is different. I totally agree with that.
Signing a birth certificate is taking accountability for that child.
Yes, I agree.
How about the one that was lied to?
Yeah,
but like,
it doesn't matter who their birth
and you don't do your due diligence, you're responsible for it. It's not
like,
reading the fine print.
You're ignoring the dude that they usually coasted for the past years who should have been paying all those bills.
I did not understand what those words were.
I want to.
So you're saying it's been 10 years, and then you find out the kid's not yours. That means that there is some father that has not been paying those bills.
It doesn't matter.
Right. What about that injustice?
If the father wanted that kid, if they signed off for that kid, they're their dad. So
well, okay. So let me.
Lower's not their dad at that point.
Let me say
if they want that kid, that's their kid.
let me say this.
No, that's not what we're saying.
I can only speak for myself personally. I can't speak for every guy. I'm not every guy, but
I got
if the guy steps into that role, dating a woman who has a kid and chooses to be that father figure, that's not going to stop him once you guys break up from him still wanting to be that father. Typically, he's already invested that 10 years. He's already helped raise that child. He's going to want to be there.
Okay, then we don't need to argue about it.
And that's why I say I'm not arguing about it.
I would.
Then what if the mom doesn't let him?
That's where the problem arises.
Then she shoots herself in the foot. If you're refusing visitation, like you'd have to go to. That's what I'm saying. The court would just presume that child belongs to that man. And so if he wants to say, well, that's not even my kid, I shouldn't have to pay child support, fuck it. Well, then there goes all of your rights out the window. No more visitation.
Yeah,
and I agree with that.
Twofold. It goes twofold.
I agree. But what about the dads that want to have custody or a visitation, and then the mom goes, he's not even the biological father. He's not the father. He was just a stepdad. He doesn't have any rights to my kid.
How long have they been a father for?
10,
we're using your scenario, 10 years.
Courts don't just remove fathers' names and not have the actual father in place to change it up to, right? They don't remove father in order to just like adoption, right? Like you're not just going to be a single parent walking in and being able to adopt. It's very, very, very difficult. They don't just want to give a child to a single parent home, just the same as if a father, like the actual biological father, wants to remove his rights as a father and have no rights at all, there has to be somebody else in place to take that child, take over that role. Right. So if mom is getting married to a dude and dude wants to be able to take over the rights of that child, they can ask and plead to the biological father to remove his rights in order for him to take over. But they don't just let people remove their rights. You can't.
I was talking about being a stepdad and then you divorce, right? And you've been raising that kid the whole time. You're not on the birth certificate. You married a single mom, right?
You were talking about Sarah.
Yeah, I was talking about a completely different scenario. Like the guy is the stepdad from the beginning, right? He knows he's not the father. He assumes the role, right? And okay, so then what if like they get divorced after 10 years? He's been raising the kid from newborn to 10, right? And he still wants to be in the kid's life. The mom's like, no, you don't get to be in this kid's life, right? You can't go to court and be like, hey.
I think the courts can still. I think the courts can still uphold that again with the same precedence of that. It has been the only father in their life. That's what they know, and they can still grant the access.
No, the court can advise. Court can advise, but cannot force the mother to allow the non-biological, ex-husband right to that child. So.
It's not the same standing.
Well, if the kid wants to see the stepfather, that's a different story. The court can absolutely just put in an order and
once the kid is 14, especially if it's the only dad.
You know what you would want to get? You would want to get a child liaison in this instance, a lawyer for the child's best interest, and they come free to the court, and they could actually advocate for the child to be able to see the stepfather.
Yes, they could advocate, but doesn't mean that it would be put into law. Like the mom could still, the stepfather who has legal rights to the child could only petition in hopes that the judge could make her appeal or be reasonable, right? But there's no way that to force her to let him see the child.
False.
Sure there is. Yeah, they just go to arbitration. In my jurisdiction, they call them friendly hearings. They have the kid come in, they'll give their testimony, and they'll say what they want, and the judge and the arbitrator will take that into account. They absolutely can do that.
But it doesn't mean that they are going to force the mother.
Yeah, if the
non-biological parent have custodial visits with the child, it's not biological.
It works just the same as grandparents getting rights.
Yeah, it's like a paternal naturalization effect.
Yeah, they won't just completely strip that child, but dad is going to have to do the work to get the advocate set into place, and it's going to be an uphill battle. I'm not going to lie. It's not fair. But I think all in all that it is a possibility. I don't think especially if you you've been
That's
the
not
only father
man-made.
figure, if you've only been the father figure,
Okay.
if you've been the only father figure in that child's life for the last 10 years, again, it always comes down to the best interest of the child, and the courts view it that way. They're not going to just want to remove a father, a stepfather, but a father in that role from a child, and they'll be hindered on that. Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. I count myself lucky in this weird world. Love my kids, love my woman. Wouldn't trade any of them for anything. The struggles were worth it in the end. God, I love you, Wrongful Rage. Oh,
Let me ask you this though, with everything you just said, your own words.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear how far the man has to go to get that privilege
And
that he's
that's
already been doing?
That's and that's unfortunate, and I think that more things should be recognized that way. But the reason why it might be in that place is maybe if there's an instance of protection, maybe there's some harm being done, some abuse and other things. That's why if she's divorcing him because he's harming her and he wants access to the kids still,
Well, I
well,
agree
now,
with that.
right?
Sorry.
So, and if she, because he's not naturally the parent, then now his natural inclination to do what's the best interest for those children will be subject to questioning. And I think that's fair. Like, you're some random dude. What if he's doing they have a little girl? What if he's, you know what I mean? Like, go down that rabbit hole. You don't know. And I won't say it because I don't want to say it for obvious reasons, but you don't know what is his interest to harness those children after she's divorcing him. So you have to recognize, yes, we can say presumably the majority of the cases he probably does love and care about them and wants to be involved in their lives continued. And that's why I say you need to get a child advocate, and you know those things have to happen. If you were smart, you would have, after you married her, knowing that those are your stepchildren and the father is not in place, then if you truly wanted those children in your lives for the rest of your life, you would have gone through the case to adopt them all outright to where your name is now listed as the father, and then you wouldn't have this issue later.
Well, see, you're adding the element of abuse into the subject. We're going on based off of he's a good dad.
I'm saying that's why he has to prove that, because the courts don't know this man from Adam, just the same as they don't know the woman. It goes both ways. But like, they don't know you. You're just I don't mean just in a bad way. I'm not degrading it, but to the court, you're just
a
some dude.
You're a second-class citizen.
To the court, you're just some dude fighting for visitation rights with children that are not your biological children, nor did you choose to adopt them. So
society judges you.
Now we question what are your intentions, and I think that's a fair assessment to do because they don't know you. So you have to go through ways to prove it. But in that event, like I said, if you truly wanted to be their father for the rest of your lives, baby daddy isn't around, has nothing to do with them, you would have gone through those steps already to adopt.
I mean, no, you're not wrong in that aspect about questioning the man's, character, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I think that should be done for both parents, though.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah. I think, that she is the mother, right? So we presume that natural inclination that she has the best interest.
There we go. We presume. Yeah. Why can't we presume the dad has the same intention?
That we're talking about stepdad.
But he's been raising her for 10 years.
Yeah.
I understand.
Anything you would think that you would have more.
I agree with you, but the court doesn't know you. Just the same as biological parents have standing rights over any other step parent or grandparent, right?
But you think the guy that's not biologically there, that wants to take on the responsibility of a child that's not his, maybe is much more better than the
I agree with you. I agree with you. We can presume the majority of men choosing to do that and go that route do have the best intentions. But what we're scoping out, engaging in this instance, is for predators or men who don't have good intentions with these children, and we're ensuring that they are being protected in that aspect. You're asking someone to allow somebody who's not a biological parent in this instance and comes into this situation, marrying into this situation, and now they're still asking for biological parent rights. We have to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and not letting them go to somebody that's, I think we should kind of vet that properly.
Well, then I think the same amount of vetting in that case, and if the guy wants to be involved in the kid's life, should also be considered in the flipping that around with making that guy still have to be involved in that kid's life.
Well, here's something I want to ask too. Going on the same presumption of earlier, who's to says the mom isn't an abuser? And this is, I know it's a very niche and very rare case.
It's not that.
Typically, women are more nurturing.
Typically, the most abuse happens with the mom, but
yeah, women are fucking nuts too.
It's not that uncommon.
Well, it's a lot less common with mothers than it is with
actually,
fathers.
children get abused more under the care of the mother than anybody else. But I digress.
Okay, well, I don't know the studies. I haven't looked at those recently, so I won't pretend to know.
That's a good sign.
But I do a lot of research into stuff like this because being a single parent, I had child services at my house constantly. Me being a male, raising a daughter and raising a son. They were constantly checking my house, making sure it was clean, making sure there was food, making sure they were showered and healthy. Because
who was reporting you for things?
All right.
Nobody. I was.
Just check in. Yeah, they don't have.
What do you mean
You
were?
were. Oh, reporting me?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, somebody reports you for them to be there.
Their
Not
mother was
necessarily.
okay.
If you're in
What
the
you were
system,
talking?
They can just do checkup.
What you were talking about earlier
Yeah,
about
they can
marrying
just do checkup.
marrying the party girl who slept around and did that was my ex-wife, and thanks to her behavior, the kids originally got taken from her. That's why I got custody. I wasn't even in the state at the time. I was on a business.
There were
trip.
children in need of whatever.
So I was the only option they had.
I get it.
But
I get it.
So
to
you
establish
get my
that
point.
you're a fit parent, because the child
Yeah.
need a placement, so they need
Yes.
to establish that you were fit.
Yes,
I see.
But
Okay,
this went
that
on
makes
for
sense.
like 8 years.
Holy
wow.
fuck, dude! Why?
That's a long time.
I had to get a lawyer and sue Child Protective Services about coming to my house almost weekly.
Wheels of justice.
Don't
turn
know
slowly.
why.
That's
Don't know
crazy.
why. But that's a double standard of a single dad raising kids.
I don't think that's at all an accurate way to interpret that. That's fucking. That's
If they got
some sort
taken
of
away
tyrannical
from you,
system or-
yeah, they got taken away from you for some reason, right? You
From
said
her.
you weren't even there
They
right
got-
from her. So maybe it does sound a little like, well, not even a little. That sounds very excessive. But
No, but I'm saying it's super excessive. What I'm saying is, I think that you're interpreting it just like how black people interpret every insult as racism. You're interpreting this as sexism, and I don't know that I think that's appropriate.
It
It's
is hard
probably-
as a man.
Honestly,
Getting right.
I don't know about other people's experience. I can only vouch for mine. But I think
Right.
8 years was excessive.
They-
I've
for
proven
sure
that
it
they're
was.
clean.
Everybody agrees with that. But
I've
you're
proven
assuming-
that they were fed. They went to school. They were nurtured. They were cared for. I mean,
but you're assuming the reason is because you're a man.
No, not just because I'm a man. I also know there's one more other reason. I
What's that?
am diagnosed bipolar. So I can understand some of the fear they
even
have.
that's not a valid reason for them to be there that long. If you
No,
weren't
it's not. That's why I had to get a lawyer.
They'll
But
use
I
that
do.
as
did the lawsuit work out for you?
Yes, they ended up stop coming because it was harassment at that point.
Yeah.
But my point being is it's much harder on a man to get any type of anything with a child, even his biological ones, than it needs to be. And that's where I guess, from my point of view, the system doesn't work for us; it works against us.
I feel like I disagree with that. I mean, if let's say you're married and you're biological father to 3 children, and 10 years later you choose to get a divorce, like the courts, the default starts at 50-50. 10 years ago, yeah, you're preaching the right story. I understand.
That's where
would
it
have been
was.
harder.
That was about
Right.
15,
But
12,
now,
15 years ago.
Now the courts all have, I think the majority of them, with it maybe exception to a few, have defaulted to 50-50 in terms of child custody. It starts at 50-50. All right. Now, in order for it to shift one way or the other, there has to be actual reasoning. Like, for instance, the father lives in LA, the mother lives in New York, and we obviously have to split the baby somewhere here, right? Because
right down the middle, like Solomon.
Yeah.
Well,
And there's mental illness. Like, let's not be
that's
crazy here.
but-
There is mental illness.
But in order for, if the parents are living within 10 minutes of each other, they both live in the same school system, like, there's no reason to not do 50-50.
Yeah.
You have to pull that other parent into the courtroom with a needle in their arm in order to prove anything otherwise. Now,
You
unless
can
you
stick the
go
needle in your
in,
arm yourself.
unless
need
you
to.
go in, unless you go in and agree to something beforehand. So let's say you start your settlement process on your MSA and everything. And maybe dad's schedule works out one way to where it's better that he has every Monday, Tuesday, and mom has Wednesday, Thursday, and then they alternate weekends. That's very viable too. Or maybe it's just better for the kids to be with the mom Monday through Friday, and then dad gets weekends, or I don't know, whatever. But you can agree to all of those things. Dads don't always get knocked off the 50% just because they get knocked off the 50%. The reason why they get knocked off is either because it's not viable for the child in their scheduling or their school and so on and so forth, or they don't fucking show up. They don't file a counterclaim. They don't do all of the work on that end. All you have to do is fill out the counterclaim saying, this is what I want. I don't agree with this, blah, blah, blah. And then you actually show up to the court. The court, again, favors starting at the default of 50-50. If you don't show up to court, she can sit there and say, I want this, I want that, I want this. And the court will say, is the defendant here to say anything? Nope. Fine. You get what you want.
Well, you see, the thing for me, and I think this is where a lot of the frustration lies with men in general, is when it comes to the actual.
What happened?
I don't
and
know.
that's where I think for a lot of men,
I think you
that's
cut
where the
out.
frustration comes from.
Okay. You cut out right where you were making your
From
point.
their
So just
ovaries?
start-
Well, okay, sorry. I think where most of the frustration for men is where the law is concerned. It's so one-sided because it hasn't been updated in 40, 50
no,
years.
it's not.
Let me
It has
finish.
been updated.
Let him finish. Let him finish this thing he's saying.
The laws in the laws in the majority of the states are still stuck in 1970.
No, they're not.
1960.
I can sort
Okay.
of attest to that. I'm telling you, I see guys get hosed all the time. I have clients, perfectly nice, fair guys, good jobs, and then women, ex wives who have also fairly stable households and good jobs and everything like that. And then the court comes in and they do treat it just like it's an archaic look at it, like the woman has no job, like Sarah was saying before, no job at all. She's a stay-at-home mom.
But see,
I mean,
and
that's my
because the
jurisdiction
courts-
only. I know it seems like just completely otherworldly, but it does happen.
But
the laws are not by. Hold on, he was saying the laws have not been updated since the 70s.
Oh yeah, no, they can be in the black and white. Yeah, sure, they can be updated, but it has to do with how it's actually enforced. It can say whatever it wants, but if it's enforced differently, then it doesn't really matter what it says.
But again, I'm just going based off of my knowledge. Okay, I could be wrong. Some states might have updated it, but from my
All of
last
them
knowledge
did.
standpoint,
It's a violation of civil rights for the laws to be any different. Everything that applies to a man applies to a woman.
no, it does not, and that's a fact.
Yes, it does.
No,
Child
it does
support, alimony, custody, all that shit is exact. Tell him, Robert. Aren't
It's
you?
literally a calculation for child
I agree
support.
with both. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, it is. So it's a child support. That's the biggest complaint I hear the most. Well, I have to pay her 40% of my paycheck, blah, blah. It's literally a calculation. They plug the numbers in. They count like where your percentage is for overnights, and then who's paying for healthcare, who's paying for daycare, who's paying for this, how that calculates in, and then it shows your percentage of your obligation to the expenses for that child. And then once the numbers fall to the bottom, the calculation comes out, and that's the number of whoever's got primary, or if it's split or whatever, that's the calculation of what you pay. It's a fucking calculation, people. Nobody's out to get you.
Yeah,
I
but
want
Sarah,
to hear
those-
Robert's response.
Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, Sarah, those expenses, I've seen them juked all the time. Like, just going men and women, they will try to just get
Yeah,
more
everybody
money.
lies.
It really does happen. Like, people
Everybody
lie
lies.
all the fucking time. And it's really scummy, but, like, I can't wholly say Glenn or either you guys are wrong. Like, there are
How are
times
the
when it
laws
really
written?
works well and it works. It just sounds like a cop-on answer, but it's like a 50-50, somebody gets shafted.
How are they written? Are they written equally, or are they written not unequally?
Well, I'm gonna give you my old law professor's answer. It depends. Like the law, the statutes, they'll be sort of fair, but again, there's
Sort of
civil
fair
stuff
is
that-
unfair. Are they equal or not?
In the eyes of the law, it's not really 100% just because of what it says right there. You can use case law, which isn't 100% like
Presidents.
reliant upon statutes themselves. I get what you're saying. Yes, the statutes.
I know
sure,
you get
can
what
be
you're saying, and
equal.
you know that I'm right, which is why you're maneuvering.
No, I'm saying that at times it gets applied in such heinous ways that just totally.
I didn't ask how the
men
fuck it was
or
applied.
women.
I asked how it's written.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you can't just say how
I
it's
know
written.
that you think it's applied unevenly. How is it written?
I
That's the
just
point I'm
answered
trying
you
to
like 3 times. The black and white, it's pretty fair. However, how it's enforced is a totally different thing at times. You can't.
The
just
only
ignore
point I'm
that.
trying to make is the one to whoever was just saying that they haven't updated them. They are actually
No,
written
yeah, no, that's
evenly.
pretty much not true. I mean, sometimes there are statutes that don't need to be updated because it's like don't kill somebody. Like you don't need to update.
Sure.
Yeah, no, but yeah,
the letter of the law. I'm only talking about the letter of the law, not about
enforcement.
implementation. The letter of the law is fair.
In a manner of speaking, can't 100% ever be.
God damn it. Okay.
You're talking to somebody in the legal profession. There's no certainties here. I'm telling you.
Yeah, of course. There's no certainty of outcome. I'm talking about the way that it's written, not the outcome.
I'm telling you, a lot of it comes down to interpretation. It's not even like I can say certainty in the black and white. People can interpret the statutes themselves differently.
I can't even with this dude. You are a lawyer, aren't you?
So I understand what you're saying by case law, but case law is meant to be based on specific pieces, right? So case law is applied when you have a weird situation. You're like, well, did anybody else talk about this before? I want to see what the precedents would be and how prior judges would judge. So in case law, you're talking about really weird circumstances where it's like, okay, dad lives in LA and mom lives in New York. And how did somebody else split the baby?
Do you even use case law in family court?
Case law
Yes, all the time. And I just need
is-
to point it out, Sarah, I'm sorry, you are wrong. Case law has nothing to do with it being out of the ordinary. You can have out of the ordinary, extraordinary case law, but case law is just about all the cases. There's unpublished and published cases.
I understand case
her
law,
finish.
but in the instance of applying it to a normal divorce, we have 3 kids, we got 50-50 custody, we live 10 minutes from each other. He makes this amount, I make this amount. He fucked around, so I'm divorcing him, right? Like the case law really, it doesn't apply. The only piece of case law you would apply in that instance would be, okay, what happened when a man cheats on his wife? Does she get to take his 401k and fuck him and he'll figure
Exactly.
it out?
But the
Right.
thing is, like,
that's
I
where
write
case law
things
applies.
all the time. So if there's like some motion or some opposition I'm working on, I will just get case law that 100% fits my scenario. And guess what? My adversary, they'll have the same thing that fits their side. It has to go before the judge. And it's like, we'll both have our own things that say we're right. It really
Right.
comes down to what they say. That's why I'm saying the enforcement matters just as much as the actual black and white.
But when you don't have a situation that's weird, right? And it's just we're getting a
weird
report.
Then it's a
when we're
boilerplate
getting-
document.
It's a boilerplate document. Again, the default of the court starts at 50-50. You have to go and prove the other way as to why that parent shouldn't have their 50 share of seeing that child, or why you shouldn't have to pay child support or whatever. That's where you start bringing case law in. But the average American gets divorced like in an MSA, and the magistrate's just signing off. Like, people aren't always going to court and fighting these big fights.
I gotta
That
say,
comes down
honestly,
to all the crazy stuff.
more often than not, our cases go deep into litigation. Like we
Yours.
have the rare
Yours
ones
'cause you're a
are the
lawyer.
ones that it's like, well,
That's why
you're
you're
saying
a
the complete
fucking
opposite right
lawyer.
there. I'm telling you that most of the time it doesn't end up where it's just like, oh, you're clearly like, if we have somebody, we've had this before, where it's like a mom or a dad is like a drug addict or something, or they're just like a convicted criminal. It's like the other person pretty much automatically gets it. It's like, look, yeah, we have a prison number, we have their CP number. So obviously we don't want them in any way to have custody. They can't, I guess, unless they're out on probation or something. But that's happened before where it's clean and cut obvious. But that's not really the majority of my cases anyways. That is
Not your
really-
cases. That's the point.
According
Nobody
to
calls
most,
a lawyer.
hold on. According to most estimates, around 90 to 95% of divorces are settled out of court, meaning they are resolved through negotiation
me
and
explain.
agreement between the parties before trial.
I'm a litigation paralegal, so
That's what we
everything
were
I deal with
saying.
goes into suit.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's not
yeah,
a
but the
lawyer. He's a paralegal.
I said that already. Yes. No, but I'm saying I'm specifically deal with the cases that go into suit. So all of my shit, yes. Yeah, so stuff that doesn't go in a suit, 95% of them don't go that far.
We need
Right,
one more
which
super
means
chat.
So 90 to 95% of cases don't need fucking case law.
Yeah.
It's boilerplate, which is exactly what Flo and I are trying to tell you.
Maneuver. We need
I
one
was
more
talking
super
about
chat
cases
for there
that
to
go
be
in the
100
sewer.
total.
If you want to
between all
change it,
that.
that's fine. But I was talking about my scenario.
So
Yeah,
Robert,
he's speaking an anecdote and hold on, he's speaking an anecdote and applying it as some kind of generalized statement. This is how
For the
you twist
cases
the
that go in a
narrative.
suit.
But we were saying that not the
I thought you were
You're
talking
It's like
obviously
saying
mentally
100%
retarded.
of people who are eaten by crocodiles are eaten by crocodiles.
Thank you.
No,
fuck-
he sounds like he actually cares about his kid. Like Robert, your kid.
I don't have a kid.
Are they your biological?
You're talking
No,
about
I think it's
Punisher.
Glenn.
Your kid that you want like
It's Punisher.
raised.
That would
They're
be
not
me.
your biological kid.
Hold on, Wiggy. Glenn, did you want to say any last final thoughts before you leave?
Yes, thoughts are cool, not all bad. Can't just everybody be held accountable? Just everybody be accountable. If everybody just hold themselves accountable, then we wouldn't have a problem. But we are in this shithole because nobody wants to be held accountable,
especially with kids.
Just be responsible for your shit. Nobody should have to hold you accountable.
Both parties be responsible for your shit.
I think that's an
Don't
easy
try to get
ask.
someone else to take care of your responsibilities.
Right.
All right. With that, I'm gonna go talk to these thoughts.
All right. Bye, Glenn.
Bye.
Okay, what was your question, bro? I think you were aiming that at me.
Wiggy, I think he's talking to you.
Oh crap. We were in a whole different conversation. Okay, so
What's that? How to be a bad panelist?
Yeah.
Like 8 different
Do
ways
you
to be a
have
bad
kids?
panelist, Flo.
9. Do you want me to get the
Hold
link?
on.
I'll get you the link.
No. Do you have kids that you're not the biological father for? And dude.
Did you miss his whole story?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's all
then
right.
You have we're gonna pass on that question. Plumpy with the big 2. When are we gonna get to the heavy pegging? Who's getting pegged? Flo, are we into something that we didn't know about?
Jesus.
I mean, we could be. How much did he super chat?
Are we pegging Teriak? Since he's the one that
It's going to cost more than $2.
Yeah, probably, but fair enough. And any logger for the 100th super chat, actually, to congratulate, that is the 101th super chat. And that, again, is between everybody's channels that were linked up, and everybody's super chats fall in. So not all of those are just for me. Some are for Flow State and Fatty as well.
And and Tara, if you're still there, thank you for the Cash App and the super sticker.
Yeah, she sent this one earlier.
Okay, I don't know if you got that.
I let it sit up on the screen because the super stickers don't really say anything. They're meant to just sit there. So,
good deal.
I mean, ultimately, this whole entire subject, red, blue pill, to me has always been a little bit off base. It's a lot of finger pointing, in my personal opinion. If everybody just stepped up and did what they need and should do, the world would be a better place. Neither side's wrong. Both sides have their valid points. Both sides have their off points. But to point fingers and say this is wrong and that's wrong just leads to more finger pointing in general. And for me personally, For me personally, I try to keep it 100%. I'll take responsibility where my responsibility lies. But I think a lot of the problem is the lack of choice and the lack of representation of a choice. And that's where a lot of the problem does
I don't even know
come
what
in.
that means. What choice do you not have?
Well, like the subject we were talking about with the woman lying about the kid being his, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, you have a choice. You have choices the whole way through. You have to make a whole series of not making the choice and just going with the flow in order to, no pun intended, in order to get to the situation that y'all are trying to prevent with mandatory testing.
Again, like I said, I see both sides of the story, so I
Stand in your
get
square or get pushed off it.
So I get why some are against it, but I also get why some are for it. And with Sarah, I kind of agree with her. It should be an option. And it should be an option the mother can't say no to. That's the problem, though. Right now, it is already an option. We can go when the baby's born, be like, I want a paternity test at the hospital, but the mom has every right to say no.
Listen,
I paid up front.
If
when my old lady got pregnant, sorry, Sarah, I don't want to cut nobody off, but
Oh, you're okay. Go ahead.
I'm not sure where the conversation is right now because I kind of just chimed in. But when me and my old lady got married, or before we got married, and we were pregnant, or she was pregnant, I kind of wanted to know, like, right? I wanted to know, is this my kid? Because if it ain't, I'm not going to stick around, dude. That might be dirty sounding, but I'm just saying, as a grown man, my mindset was I'm not raising any kid that's not mine. And that might sound like, oh my God, this dude is so, whatever. I don't give a damn. But I paid, it was me and her went half and half on it. She paid her half, I paid my half. And we found out, okay, this is our baby. This is my baby. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be that dude. I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be that man. I'm going to be that dad. You know what I'm saying? I love my old lady. I love my wife.
You could tell he's still a dad.
Right? I do. I love her. And you hear my baby boy in the background. He's dad. That's my little man. Right? But at the end of the day, dude, sometimes it's worth that financial effort because sometimes you need that security because you don't know. You don't know. But once you get it, dude, and that DNA test report comes in that 99.999% the father, dude, ain't no greater feeling.
Oh,
I agree. Oh, this is the one. I always told God in prayers that I'm not gonna marry any girl that don't want to have a kid with me and that I don't have a kid with. That was just my mindset, and when it happened, boom. Boom! I told her ass. Look! This is what I told my wife. No, you my wife. You my wife. No, I ain't marrying you. Boo, boo, boo. And guess what she did? Because she know what I do. And guess what? She don't work.
And be careful, Wiggy, or that could be you. No, Wiggy, he's your wife. Threaten him.
Hold on a second. Jess, Krista, can you voice confirm for me, please?
That's what you're doing for the 2025? That's what you're doing for the 2025, you op-ass bitch. You mad bitch.
Whoa.
You mad bitch because I don't want to deal with your nobody-ass bitch. You mad bitch because I don't want to deal with your washed-up-ass bitch. You mad bitch. I don't say shit about your nobody-ass. You ain't no motherfucking body, bitch. Your bitch ain't no motherfucking body, bitch. Every motherfucking body ain't counted your dumb ass. Play the
hold on. Everybody just shut up. Okay, I don't know who the fuck that was. They left. Somebody's mad. I don't know. I think it was I think that was a recording because that sounded like a recording, and they were just playing that in hopes that things would happen.
Let Daddy finish talking.
Huh?
Oh, I was talking to my son. Sorry about that.
Talking. Yeah, and I see, and you chose to go that route, and you made that choice, and then you like obviously you owned what you were doing, and I think that if a man wants to do that, like there's nothing stopping you from getting a little Q-tip swab out of your child's cheek when they're first born. There's nothing that stops you from doing that. If you want to avoid argument and confrontation, you can very easily go for a little trip when the baby goes down to get stuff done. It's very easy to do. Mommy's like getting worked on and rested and all these different things.
Definitely.
There's a lot going on in that room between pushing the baby out to finally leaving the hospital. There's a whole lot going on. It's really not that hard to get your own little swab.
And a lot of unspoken that a lot of men don't realize is you're going to have the girls that's been sticking around you being like, oh, you're my best friend and woo, woo, woo. They're going to spit that game to you. But how many of them are really like, oh, do you really care about me? Do you really care? Right? When I go and I put this money forward and I want to know, is this my kid? 100% because I'm not going to make a bad informed decision.
Right.
I want to know if I'm perfectly fine as a man. I was and I am perfectly fine. Son, turn the light on. Taking care of my family, right? I have a baby. And like, hey, I want a family. I don't want just a baby. I don't just want a wife. I want a family.
Right.
And so I always prayed and I told God, I was like, Lord, I said, I don't know who it is, but whatever woman wants to have my child will have my child, and I'm going to leave it in your hands. And then guess what? My wife prayed the same thing.
Aww.
Do you realize that she prayed the same thing? I don't know what man wants to have a
Now,
baby with me.
Were you guys married at the time?
No, not at the time. And so, and the wildest part is, we had intercourse one time.
Oh wow!
One time, and that's why I was so skeptical, and I was like, "Well, I gotta have DNA because like this sounds like too far fetched to believe."
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't mind paying my half of the $1,700, and she paid her half of the $1,700 out of pocket because I wanted to know. Because dude, I've been by her side ever since, and I always will be. Because I know that she told me, and without me telling her, that her mindset was, I want to have his baby.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said she prayed about. And I prayed, I just want to have a baby with a woman that loves me and wants to have my baby. And she said she wanted to have my baby. That might be colloquial and just kind of like far-fetched to most people. But in my mind, hey, I believe. I'm a Catholic Christian, and I believe.
And now let me
Amen,
ask you
brother.
this. Let me ask you this. Let's pretend you weren't planning on getting your own paternity test, and you were just at the hospital. She just popped the baby out, and the nurse comes in and she says, I am obligated by the government to do a paternity test on your behalf to prove this is your baby. And before you can sign that birth certificate, I have to do this paternity test. Are you okay with the government enforcing a paternity test on your behalf?
Yeah, I would be personally, because I'm like, at the end of the day, you are responsible. As a man, you are responsible. That's your flesh and blood. Right? Like, and that kid's whole future will depend on his mom and dad's presence or absence.
Mm-hmm.
And by the grace of God, ever since we got married and everything, shortly after he got born, he was what, 4 months? He was 4 months after we got married, right? And that's like my whole life has projected forward and upwards as far as my career.
Aw, good.
I've had promotions. I've got raises
for a
coming.
man because it gives you a new purpose.
It does, and that's what we as men, we really do want. That we want a family.
Yeah.
All men that ever existed want a family and a prodigy to carry on their loins and their future, right? And it's all we ask of a woman.
Absolutely, man.
That's all we ask is just like, please, like we just want ours to be ours.
Yeah, and that's the point I was trying to like basically make earlier was, I agree with you on the point the government shouldn't have to step in and do that. I agree. But at the same time, if it was an effect that a woman can't say no to a paternity test if the man asks for it, that would be a happy medium for everybody. Because now she can't say no. He gets to find out. He gets the security of mind. He's going to take care of his responsibilities. But if he finds out that it's not his, now it's his choice to decide on whether to raise that kid or not.
I feel like
and there's nothing wrong with that. If he chooses to, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think that you can do this without even asking her, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, that is sneaky and underhanded.
Yeah, she didn't ask him.
Again,
it can be.
If you have to be sneaky and underhanded with your spouse or your girlfriend or whoever's having your baby, there's other issues there. If she says no, I'm now going to officially have questions, and I'm now, to find out if I'm really the father, have to take her to court, get a mandatory paternity test, which court fees $300, paternity test $1,700 plus, depending on where you live.
Right.
I have to go through all that to find out.
I will say this: ours was $1,700 because we had a prenatal genetic DNA test. In other words, they had to take free-floating DNA from within her womb and test that against mine.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
And it costs more. Yeah, it is dangerous, and it does. Like I said, it costs more. And you could probably get a DNA test for probably closer to $1,000. I'm just guesstimating. Instead of estimating, it's guesstimating. But I mean, it was $1,700 because it was a more invasive process, right?
Right.
And even the women that took my DNA asked me, like, well, how do you feel? I was like, well, I mean, we only slept together one time, but she's got conception issues with her ovaries. It was PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. She wasn't even supposed to have been able to have a baby.
Oh wow!
And that's
God
why
has
it meant
blessed
so much to
you.
me when she told me that. I'm like, well, we get the DNA test and it's mine. You're marrying me. That's what I told her. You will be my wife.
Fucking man.
I told her you will be my wife, and she looked at me and said, "No, I won't. No, I won't." And guess what? It's 4 years later already, and she's still my wife. I love her, dude.
Let's
I
go.
love
Let's
her,
go,
dude.
Warpick. Let's go.
Work,
Let's go, dude.
My youngest's
Oh,
mom.
we got a sports brand in here too. I see him
Hey,
down there.
what's
Yeah.
up, dude? What's up, dude?
Cool.
Or I
Yep.
was in the same exact situation with my youngest's mom. We were just really good friends. We got drunk one night. You know, one thing led to another.
Anyway, because that's real love, dude. If you got a best friend that is your female, dude, that's real love.
I mean,
because she knows you, you know her ins and outs and everything, and she knows you like that. If y'all decide to do it, whether or not you're drunk or not, like it is what it is.
3
Like
kids later, right now.
Like
yeah.
I was of the mind to get a paternity test originally because it was one time like you. I
Yep.
was of mind to get a paternity test, but when he came out, I took one look at him and I knew that can't be anybody else's.
You fucking knew, bro. The same thing as when I was
Can't be
first seeing
nobody
my
else.
son. I'm like, oh my baby, dude. A tear fell out of my eye. I was like, oh my baby. He looked at me. His eyes were wide open. And she was still under, I guess, anesthesia because they had to do an emergency C-section because him and hers oxygen levels and heart rates dropped during the labor. And so when they brought him to me, it was like 9 p.m. February the 18th, and they brought him to me. And he was already in there 4 days past due.
See, Wart, me and you.
And that shit melted my heart, dude. When I first seen him, dude, there's no greater feeling than what it feels to see your son and you make eye contact and he's looking at you and you're looking at him. Oh, dude, it still gives me goosebumps to this day just to think about it, dude, because that's my little man. That's my little man. You know what I'm saying? That's daddy number 2. We ain't got the same name, but that's my little boy.
I love hearing that. I absolutely, because
what's up,
especially in today's age with like all of the issues with, you know, baby daddy's not doing baby daddy duty and things like that, and to hear a man say, "That's my baby. That is
My baby.
mine. I will take care of that." Like, and like you're making my eyes all teary eyed.
Dude, that's my little dude, man.
How
That's my
in
little
love
dude.
you are with your child, and you're like, make me cry. I love it. It's beautiful.
War, I'm like you. We look almost identical except for you have long hair and I shave my head. That's about the only difference between us.
Man, I legit in the past 7 years grew my hair out, dude, just because I've never have before. And it's like, I honestly am not mad because my shit is like way better than I thought it would ever be. It's fucking, the curls are ridiculous and it's not that bad to maintain. I use the what's that shit called? Aussie Miracle Curls or Miracle Moist. Either one, because my shit's so frizzy / curly, and the Miracle Moist keeps it curled all day.
That's why I shave my head. I hate curly hair. Screw that.
Man, women love it, dude. What are you talking about? Women love it. I didn't know it until I grew it out. I'm just saying.
Curly, do you do the curly hair method?
You.
Me?
She's talking to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I just like, I've always had curly and / frizzy hair, but when I was in school, I didn't know how to maintain my hair, right?
Yeah,
and
no, but
so
I'm
it was
talking 'cause
always
I
super
have
frizzy.
like, I have hair like pretty much like you. Like I have like the 2C 3A like right in between. And
Yeah, it's kind of like in between
curly
white
hair
sweat. Yeah,
It's like
I got
it's
you.
like no silicones.
Yeah.
No sulfates in the shampoo and everything, and it's like a regimen, and it like it drastically improves. You try gel.
I'll
You try to
legit-
put gel, like LA Looks gel. It's like it's super cheap, but it has no silicones. You put that in your hair when it's still wet. Like it really just like shave the curls, like, and it locks in the moisture.
It does. But I'll tell you something else. Never straighten your hair with this kind of hair. Because I didn't realize, dude, it will make your shit batshit wild and dry and frizzy. And like I had a friend do it. One of my homegirls did it for me. And she straightened my hair. And her husband got mad and all that because, you know, like, why are you putting in his hair and commenting on his hair? And I'm like, yeah, well, I should never let nobody do my hair again. But I learned the hard way that once they hit that hot iron on there, your shit will get so frizzy. It's like it'll bake and it'll break. like easily. Like you'll have your shit breaking off a lot. And now, dude, I like literally every day I take a shower. I don't use shampoo every day. I use conditioner for the most part every day because I need that to keep my hair smooth and soft.
Oh no, you shouldn't. You should use like shampoo like once a week.
I use it once a month. Once a month, because if I use it every like once a week, my shit'll break off way worse than it already does. No, I conditioner every day.
But
yeah, because it keeps it from falling out a lot. It still falls out a lot. Like, dude, I'll take a shower and I'll have so much hair come out, and I'm like, how do I still have hair?
Well, it's
But
normal
I
because they all
legit
like
don't
lock
know.
up in each other, and it's like when you brush it,
Yeah,
it's
you get the
curlier
broken ends, right?
To get back to the original subject though, was like more like we as dads, like, and you can vouch for this, and I'm sure Flo when he gets back could. We have a sixth sense when a baby's born. We can tell if it's ours.
Oh, you know, once you lock eyes, dude, you
Like,
know it.
we can tell, like
Yeah, I
something
know
in
it's
us
my
is just
baby.
like
If
either
that's my baby girl, I know that. It's my kid.
we're like something in our brains either like that's our kid,
That's my
or
baby.
that ain't my kid. Something's not right here. Like prime example, both of my boys came out huge.
Man.
Okay,
the
huge.
hell?
I was a 15-pound baby. Both my
Damn,
boys.
son. My brother was like 12, 10, 12, 10.
Dick
over
there.
Yeah.
Both of my boys were over 12 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay. So when my babies come out, if they are under 10, I got some questions.
Hold up now. Hold up. Wait a minute. Yeah.
I got some questions here. Like I do have another one on the way from my current girlfriend.
Nice.
Which was not supposed to happen again, apparently. Unfixed. Not supposed to be happening, but hey.
You're like the 1%.
Did you just say you're fixed?
Yeah.
Damn, son.
I'm
Are you going for a DNA test?
Actually, with her, no. I have no doubts in my mind with her. Not a single iota of a doubt.
How long before you finish? Hold on a second. How long before? Hold on just a second. How long before you got fixed did you get knocked up?
It's been over 10 years.
Dang.
Oh, damn.
You should do a DNA test.
Yeah. I have a lot of questions there.
Get the DNA test, brother. Get the DNA test.
What? Wait, hold on. Wait, does she know you've been fixed with a vasectomy or whatnot?
Yes,
What?
but I also talked to my doctor.
What a plot twist.
I mean, it is possible. I'm not denying that. I know it's
after 10 years-
possible. I've read up on it. Yeah.
After 10 years, it can start to heal itself.
Yeah.
It still decreases your chance greatly, but it doesn't mean it's bulletproof.
Listen,
Right.
my friend is the baby that was born in spite of tubes tied up and vasectomy, and that bitch still got pregnant. You know.
Yeah, it's not impossible, but also the reason why I don't have any questions is I'm paranoid about her safety because she doesn't live with me. We have Life 360, so I know where she's at all the time.
Yeah, we do that too.
Nope. I
do that. My man and I do that.
You don't
too. It's
even
actually like for not
What
for safety.
No. I understand that. I'm not saying that, but she could still be at home, and Joe Schmo
Get
comes
down.
to her.
The milkman.
Yeah, I don't
The
know.
milkman, that's the whole
You
story.
can
The milkman,
literally do it in a library bathroom. I mean,
yeah, it's not bulletproof.
Such a low
but
trust
again,
society.
It comes, yeah, that's exactly what it comes down to: trust and knowing the person.
Yeah.
Were you saying that you were down for mandatory paternity tests?
I said I'm on the fence about it. I think there's better. I think
there was like 0.1% chance of this happening. You know, I just think that it's only logical to just do a paternity test.
Flo,
Yeah.
my
You know?
solution to the problem was, I don't think there should be mandatory tests, but I think the woman should also not have the ability to say no to one.
yeah, I
So-
don't think you should be able to say no to one necessarily.
Yeah.
Like in the event that it needs to be proven.
Yeah, if it's in dispute.
Yeah,
If-
I think if it's in dispute, that should be the first go-to default. Well, we're going to go ahead and question it.
If
but I think baby pops out and it's mandatory to get a paternity test, I think that's intrusive of the government when nothing bad has happened yet, right? Like,
actually, where I'm from, it's mandatory to put the dad on the birth certificate.
Yeah, see, like
because some people can use that for immigration.
That's the same here.
Yeah, like for me, if I had to literally pick a side on yes or no, without putting circumstances and everything into it, as of right at this moment, I would say no. Only for one factor.
I hope so. You have no right to say yes at this moment.
The only reason why I say no right now is because the numbers don't dictate it should happen. Now, if the numbers were to go on the other side, if the numbers were to go on the other side to where paternity fraud went up to like 50, 60%, then I would say yes.
Okay, well,
but right now the numbers just ain't there.
Cheated on you.
Uncle Fatty coming in with a big 420 says, maybe y'all should donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking money.
$dollar. What's up with the
Yeah,
donos these
listen up.
days? Like, is it me or like
Donate
people
some
have
money.
been like donating shit these days?
I have no complaints at
It's
all.
been a good couple days.
We're
but,
not donating shit.
But the beginning of this month was slow.
Well,
for sure.
it's also kind of the
We're broke
this
bitches.
is the 3 a.m. This is the 3 a.m. and beyond crew, and usually I shut down by 3 a.m. I don't know why I'm even still awake, but I think the conversation was very good.
I
So
miss
we
you,
are
Sarah.
we are entertaining for
Sarah.
free at this point.
Sorry, I love you.
But
Love you,
stop simping, you weirdo.
Simp harder. She loves you too. She tells it to me all the time.
Slide in the
Just say
DMs.
thank you, bro. What the fuck?
You slide into my DMs, I will boot you right back out.
She's been waiting for you to send her a dick pic. She's mad she hasn't got one
Oh,
yet.
Jesus
Gotta
Christ.
just do it right now. Why not just for all of us?
A2 keep on trucking coming with the big five says the UPS man knocked up your girl. Hashtag DNA test. And I kind of feel I'm agreeable. I think that the odds are too far against you on that. That
Life 360, Sarah.
Yeah, 360
Oh my goodness.
doesn't show you
You're
what
making a
you're
mess, ain't you?
doing.
There's more to the story. I'm not going to throw all her business out there, but there's more to the story on why I believe
She's
what I
a
believe.
nun.
Paternity test.
Like, I
You
can't
showed
think
it,
of any
Chuck?
other reason.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, jeez.
Is it floating? Good job.
You can get a paternity test for $14.99.
Damn, that's cheap.
My dude,
That's very affordable.
$9.25 on eBay.
If
Well,
we pay
16
for
bucks.
Yeah, we will raise
goal.
funds. For
And you
to
can
go
do
to
it at
bed
home. It's not
Dude.
even in a lab. You can do it yourself.
We're gonna have Sarah paternity reveals right here.
Hey,
Maury is
listen.
gone, bro.
Yeah.
If
Maury
it
is
comes
gone.
out, if it comes out that you're not the father,
Maury.
Murray, I was gonna say Murray. We're gonna do like a Murray style Punisher Fury. The results are in, and you
Are the father. Boom.
Nice.
Booyah!
Darn, son. No.
Like I told
That
War.
kid look just like me though.
like I told War. I'll have a
he's
sixth
scared
sense
of the
when he's born.
result. He is terrified of the result. That's the
I'm not
reality.
terrified of the
He's
result at
coping.
all.
You're
Do
coping
it,
so
prove
hard.
it.
If you're not terrified, then just do one. It's like $14. We'll fucking pay for it.
It is or it ain't, man. It's all you got. It's a 50-50.
Shit, I'll pay $20 to see that shit happen live here.
That's tax
Like-
and shipping.
Can I pose a question real quick on this whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you marry a woman who has like a toddler,
A woman.
or if you are with a woman and she has a kid and it's at a birth lock and she might have slept around you, right? So you raise the kid as if it's your own. It's 5-10 years old. They love you as a father. And you come to find out it's not yours. Is
You
that
would be a father, you'd be a mother.
Oh, that's your baby, bro.
Yeah, you're.
But at that point,
Is
you
that-
know,
is that really that big of a deal?
They look like you, they think like you, and they feel like you. That's your baby. Yep.
Sport Brand, we did run that hypothetical earlier.
I know. I wasn't involved.
Hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If that's too late of a question, don't. Yeah, just skip over.
Yeah, I feel like we beat that one.
Yeah, just disregard. Disregard it. Yeah, disregard.
And Kieran.
Oh my
comes with
God.
Hey, Kieran.
10,
Hey, Kieran.
says, I got a vasectomy. My missus is pregnant. It's my baby.
It's your baby.
My baby.
Oh my God, it's
My
your
baby.
It's your baby.
Listen, you don't have to
That's
dump
my little
her if
tater.
But that
you don't
goes
have
to the question: can you get a woman pregnant with a vasectomy?
you don't have to like dump her if you're not the father, you know. But I guess y'all too entitled to child support, you know. So I would suggest at least get your bag.
No,
At
just
least.
imagine my old lady.
If I
Has
could,
no
I feel like
reproductive
the main
organs.
thing
What
we're missing is the fact that like, does any of us want to like die without people who love us, regardless if they're related to us or not?
Right.
I don't think any guy does, to be honest.
We all die alone and hate
No, of course, we want to die alone. No one wants to die with other people. That's kind of
Yeah, I don't want nobody else to die with me, man. I do. I want you to live.
Cope I've ever heard.
Well, Flo, you don't want to die with other people. That's kind of screwed up, isn't it? You don't want to have like other your loved ones die along with you. That's like,
That's what the pharaohs did.
Egyptian pharaoh.
That's kind of screwed up.
Hey, hit it. You
Dude,
got
take
it.
a chill pill.
My point being is,
chill.
if you're in a hospital bed and your legs don't work, you can't wipe your own ass. You want people to visit you and tell you, "Hey, I miss you."
I would rather die than having somebody else wipe my own ass.
Are you
old
sure
lady
about
was in a
that?
coma.
for you.
Fuck.
Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, I love Tomato. She's gonna be my queen. She's gonna take care of me.
Damn it, Flo.
But still, that doesn't make it okay to raise a child that you were told since the beginning. I was talking since the beginning that it was yours.
Wait, Jess. Okay,
It doesn't make it okay.
What if the child loves you like a parent?
It doesn't make it okay.
Okay, there's a lot of things in life. There's a lot of things
We
in life
all
that aren't
agree
okay.
that it's fucked up. But you like if
Life-
you've been
life
raising
is
that
fucked
child
up.
for 10 years, like are you just gonna walk away from that child?
I'm not saying walking away from the child.
Holding the mother accountable is fair, but are you just going to walk away from the child?
I'm saying he's entitled to the other dad's child support money at least.
Okay, see now
You
you're
can raise them,
now
but
you're getting
get
into
your
monetary.
bag.
Now you're getting into monetary, and I wasn't going there. That's not like you getting
Well,
into
I'm
money.
going
Money
there.
means love. Well, now
I'm
you're getting into
going
money
there.
means
I did
love.
not mention
No,
anything
that's
about
not-
love. You're putting words in my
I didn't
mouth,
mention
sir.
anything about money.
I did.
I know you did. I didn't.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
where
okay.
I
that's
mentioned
where the
wiping ass.
differentiation is.
I brought up. Okay, hey, you do a paternity test. Let's just say that it's not your kid. It doesn't mean that you have to leave her
Is
and
that- is
leave
that
the
the kid-
child
is that
and
the
not
kid's
love
fault?
it. But
Is
you
that the
know,
kid's
get your
fault?
bag at least.
Is that the my bag is my bag. I'm not like that. Doesn't have anything to do with the people I love.
Must scrotum.
That just means you can get some extra money monthly for that child while you get all the fun daddy duties, you know?
Well,
That's not the point.
if okay, let's presume, let's run the hypothetical and let's actually run it appropriately. Punisher Fury decides when that baby's born, he does a little Q-tip swab, sends it in, finds out I'm not the dad.
Okay, you can do it yourself. You don't even need to send it in.
This
It's-
baby
you
is
do it
my
yourself.
kid. I love that
Okay,
kid.
shut up for a second. Whatever the case, okay? He does the swab. It's not my kid. Then he confronts mommy. Mommy says, "Oh yeah, it was the UPS man. He did come by. Here's his name, number." Can you not interrupt me? So he goes. I'm going to mute him for a second. I don't think he's doing that on purpose. So he goes and they find the UPS man, said, "Hey, we think this is your baby." And UPS man's like, "Oh my God, I've always wanted a kid." Yes, does a paternity test, proves it to be true. So now Punisher's Fury was willing to step in his father role and be the father, but the real daddy says, "No, that's my fucking kid." So now Punisher's Fury's time as daddy is now limited to whatever that visitation is, and he doesn't necessarily take the leading role as father anymore. So if he wants to do that, he certainly can. If you're, because you're just presuming UPS dude's going to be a piece of shit dad and maybe send child support, maybe not. But what if he chooses to step in and be the father? Now the circumstances change. Whereas Josie, you're just going after the money. But what if he doesn't just want to pay? He happily pays the money. But the money's actually not going to be a lot because he's an active father.
Is UPS? Hold on. Is UPS a Dusty?
Okay, so let's
how did you know it was me?
Fight that shit in court.
Since we're using
the point being is how long has the father that wasn't their kid raised this kid, right? If the kid's 5 years old,
we're presuming baby comes out.
Oh yeah, who is the dad? Who is the dad?
Listen, listen to the fucking hypothetical. We're all listening. Okay, everybody shut up for a second. We just heard Punisher's Fury tell us this story about how his fiance is now pregnant. They don't live together, and he's like, I swear it is mine, even though I got a vasectomy over 10 years ago. I still know it's mine, yada, yada, yada. We're all sitting here saying, get a fucking paternity test, dude. So let's pretend he goes that route. And Josie was saying, fine, you want to be the dad, that's fine, but at least go find out who that daddy is so you can make that bag, get that money, at least let him pay for the kid. Well, let's presume Punisher's Fury does do this. He finds out, no, you're actually not the dad. Your sperm hasn't been swimming for 10 years, and neither is it going to be. And they find out it's the UPS is the true father. So they're like, well, let's take him to court and see if, we can get that bag, get that money. Punisher's Fury still wants to... Shut up for a second.
Sorry.
Punisher's Fury still wants to be active because that's his fiance, but they want to get that bag, get that child support. Well, UPS says... Oh my God, I'm a father. Oh, this is great. Yeah, no, child support, no problem. But I'm going to be an active father. I'm going to be here for all of these things. I'm going to be that child's father. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And actually, because my schedule works out better, I can actually take this kid more often than the mother can. Punisher's Fury has no rights here. He has no say, no nothing. Whatever UPS dude says goes. So now, he went after the bag, but he ended up kind of losing the kid too, because he's no longer like the only leading father role in this child's world. And to him, Punisher's Fury is just going to be the stepdaddy. Now you make it.
So we're saying that the child is a newborn. We're saying the child is a newborn in the hypothetical.
It's a newborn baby.
Gotcha. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
I was saying,
okay,
you just fight it in custody. You either fight it in custody court. You just fight it in custody. Either you fight it in custody court, rival custody. You can either do that, or, well, obviously you're like in a committed relationship with that chick, right? You guys live together. Well, you do 1 week at the other house and 1 week at the house, and you get stepdad role. I mean,
see,
he's also entitled to spend time with that child because
they weren't paying attention to the hypothetical. Based on what she was saying, nobody was paying attention because she's saying, go after baby daddy, get that bag. Well, in the instance of going to get that bag, now you are no longer the leading father role because, woohoo, surprise, UPS dude is actually a great guy and actually gives a fuck.
So wait, Sarah, would you like...
I'm just looking out for him like the Jewish way.
Sarah, would you be paying...
Interesting.
Jeez.
In the thing.
Interesting.
What's the question?
So I have a bunch of money, like... Are you gonna be my female in this situation?
What?
Sarah's face.
What the fuck?
No.
Like, no, that shit can happen.
Speaking of people who actually do spend money on me, Kieran coming in with a big 10 hypothetical for the panel.
What do you mean?
Hypothetical for the panel. She cheats on you and gets pregnant. Do you kick her to the curb or step up?
Kick her to the curb.
Be gone,
bitch.
My big question is, are they married?
Be gone.
I think if your boyfriend and girlfriend, she gets knocked up by another dude, I think you should, goodbye. It was fun. Have a good one. Appreciate you. But go fuck yourself. I think if you're married, I think you should be a little more gentle. You should still get your divorce and walk away. But I don't think you should just kick your wife to the curb in that instance. That is still your wife, right? You both still.
Now,
there's other steps you take, but
wait,
I do think you should divorce her and leave, but I don't think you should boot her out of the house, like right on the nose.
I don't even think you can legally do that.
Yeah.
Can I chime in since this is hypothetically my situation here? Okay. First of all, if the guy's really a good dude, he really wants to be there. He wants to be a dad. Go for it, brother. Be my guest. Now, me and her are going to have some words. And for me, there's no oops, it slipped in me. That was intentional. This wasn't
That's
drunk.
fair.
You weren't high. You have no excuses for your behavior. Now, if it turns now, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
If it turns out that this guy wants to do the right thing, but doesn't, yes, I will step up. Me and her are going to have some issues and some various issues to talk about. But at the same time, I was raised in a family where I don't even know if half my cousins are really my cousins, to be completely utterly honest with you. They look nothing like their dad. But that doesn't, to be a dad is not just donation of your sperm. Being a dad is a state of mind and a willingness to be there for a child, whether it's yours or not, period.
But being in a committed relationship is being in a committed relationship.
And I agree.
Maybe
and I don't
step out and get pregnant by somebody else then.
What I hear is ignorance is bliss. Okay.
You can hear what
by that.
You can hear what you want to hear because that's what you're going to take it. So there's nothing I can say to dissuade you of that. But again,
listen, I think that's a smart way to go about it.
Okay, look,
let's ask
tell
this
people.
question in the hypothetical. How long are we presuming you've been dating?
Me and her have been together for almost 4 years.
Damn. Okay, that's a long time.
Yeah, that's pretty well.
I'm not just going to throw her away over a mistake. I've spent too much time, effort. I care about her. A mistake happened. I'm angry. I'm going to tell her that. I'm probably going to be silent on her for a while until I figure out what I want to personally do.
Oh, gosh.
And depending on the guy, depending on the situation, I'm going to take that into consideration
A
as well.
mistake, like what she walked and tripped on the guy's dick.
It was this dude and not that dude.
Dude, women don't accidentally tripped on a dick and cheat on you.
Let me ask you this: you were together 4 years. Why didn't you put a ring on it?
Oh.
Because I won't get married again. I will not be taken for half of mine. No.
Okay. So.
Oh well, that's why she cheated on you.
Yeah, I find that to be kind of
4 years is too long, bro.
Not enough maple syrup on the blood.
I'm being honest. If you within the 2.5 to 3 year mark, if you're not married, you got a problem. Because at that point, you know each other.
I'm not married. I'm with somebody that had like an absolutely like hell of a crazy life that is still crazy till this day. So like it's completely understandable. And honestly, I don't really see like the benefit for him getting married. And I really don't want to get married.
But he was previously married, though.
Yes, I was, and I stayed married. Married.
But that's a different story. I mean, because at that point, you have to take into consideration the fact that hey, you've been through this trauma, you've been through this betrayal of trust. My guy at work, Frank, me and him work together, and he's like that.
If you're not healed enough to,
you got to heal yourself. Yeah,
remarry, then you're not healed enough to be in another relationship.
And that's your personal opinion.
If you cannot trust somebody enough to be wanting to marry them, and take that step, then you just can't trust them.
And that has nothing to do with it.
No,
my parents are not married.
Everything.
What, your parents aren't married?
My
parents are not married. They're still together.
Damn, that's badass. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. That's respect because, like, what the hell? What's holding it together? I'm just being honest. What's holding it together? But they can make it work. Hey, they're not modern. They're previous generations. So that's a lot of respect because
more married for 44 years.
NE Logger coming in with a big 2. Josie, have you seen Super Troopers #2?
No, but I have people tell me that I sound like some people in that.
You do. Yeah, you do.
Okay. K2, keep on trucking with big 5. She slipped and fell.
No worries.
K2, keep on trucking with the big 5. She slipped and fell on the UPS man's D when she answered the door. Oopsies.
No, I'm sorry. I cannot get over the fact that he said that he wouldn't kick her to the curb over a dumb mistake. Motherfucker,
That's a
what?
big mistake.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. As a man, we've all had
As a man,
women
that's
that we
a L,
love.
my dude.
No, but as a
I
man,
would
we've all
forgive
had
as a
women
woman.
that have cheated on us, and we took them and kept them. Like I feel like there's no man that's ever had a woman he really cared about that she cheated on him, and he just threw her out the door.
See,
And she's not gonna respect you anyways after if you take her back.
But that's the hard lesson. That's the hard lesson of life.
I'm
Can I ask
gonna
a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. If a woman cheated on me, should I keep her, Josie?
If a woman never cheated on you?
No, if a woman did cheat on me.
Oh, no, repeat that.
If a woman cheated on me, should I stay with her?
If a woman cheated on you, hell no.
If I cheated on a woman, should she stay with me?
Yeah, probably.
Because you the man, dog. You the fucking man, dude. Yeah. You the fucking man, dude. I'm just playing.
That was not my point. That was not my point at all. But yeah,
He's like, that's not what I expected. Yeah, I figured.
What about this one, Josie?
Well, it
What
depends.
if-
It
let me ask
depends. It
you,
depends.
Josie, if you're dating in his situation, dating someone you're not dating, obviously you're in a relationship for 4 years, and she finds out that her boyfriend knocked another girl up, and now has a baby on the way. Should she stay with him?
Thank you.
I would have to sleep on that one, honestly. If I was like in a
Well,
situation.
If he was truly in Punisher's momentum here, he would leave that current girlfriend and go be the father to the child and marry her.
Huh?
Ishmael's daddy. Ishmael's daddy. Okay,
baby,
if
right?
Abraham gonna cast you out, then I got you, bro. But there's a purpose for every man, though, right? Honestly, at the end of the day, all of us have to have a purpose. Like, there's a man that's going to take care of the woman that has kids already, right? I mean, and that's a beautiful thing. That really is beautiful.
Like,
but it's a thin line between okay, am I that guy or am I just that guy for now?
Yeah.
Right.
I think
That's
I
the question.
I think I misheard what you said. Can you repeat that again?
If a boyfriend and girlfriend have been together for 4 years, and the girlfriend finds out that her boyfriend knocked another girl up, and now that other girl is not pregnant with his child. Let me move.
Daddy can't keep up. I'm
Yeah,
off.
he needs to mute himself whenever.
I don't. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think he's aware of his surroundings in this instance. So, boyfriend, girlfriend, 4 years. A boyfriend goes and knocks a completely different girl up. Should the girlfriend stay with the boyfriend, even though there's a child with another woman presenting?
To be honest, for me, like, that really depends on the dynamic in the situation.
Yeah.
Is it a good one? No. Is it ideal? Far from it. But why would it be okay for a guy to do that and not okay for a woman? That's a double standard.
Because
there.
men and women are different, right? Shouldn't they be held to different standards? There you go.
Okay, so
all right. So the two women are the least feminist of everybody else that's been on panel today besides me. That's crazy.
That's right.
Like, I'm utterly confused here.
We can tell.
You're confused because the plot twist, egalitarianism is bullshit?
She's saying that because men and women's differences, in this instance, the woman should just shut up and tolerate and deal with it. Because men and women are
part of the
I mean, no. If you knock up another chick and the other chick gets pregnant, Sarah, like I said, to be able to answer that, I would need to at least sleep on it. That's a good question. I can't give you an answer.
NE Logger coming in with a big 10. This is funny. Hypotheticals here be like, what if you Looney Tunes paint a D on a cliff wall, and when you run into it, you go through the cliff, but when she does it, acts like a real D, and now she's pregnant? Man. My brain is starting to fry. I'm actually getting to the point where I'm getting like super tired, where I could collapse at any point. So I think it is time to round up and get our final thoughts in from everybody on the panel so that I can go lay my head down, because I did only have a few hours of sleep today. All right. Let's start with you, Sport Brand. Final thoughts to the panel. Anything you feel like saying?
I think the red pill is bullshit, to be honest. And also, thank you for having me on panel. I appreciate it very much. Good conversation. That's all.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Robert. To you.
Yeah, honestly, I think there's cop-out answer. There's good aspects of the red pill. It's got to be based in some moral tradition, some good ethic like Christianity. I mean, I can't say it's 100% perfect, but it's a lot better than a lot of the things you see today. And I wish we would all, strive for something better than what we're currently getting. I also want to thank Sarah and everybody else on the panel and the viewers. It's been awesome.
Wonderful. Josie, to you.
I do, if I have a final thoughts, is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming for a little longer. If y'all wanna come hang out, listen to my prattle nonsense, feel free to hop on. Men and women are not the same. Do not put men and women, do not subject men and women to equal standards. What a man can do does not mean that the woman can do it. I guess it's a double standard. The life is full of double standards. And Punisher, I would say, just do one. Live ignorance is bliss works for women only, unfortunately. I don't really think it applies to men. And you know what? If you happen to be the father, we should maybe throw a stream party or something, because you would be that's like the children's survivor, the one that loopholed the vasectomy. That's a powerful child.
I feel like we do need to be updated on this, Punisher.
Yeah, we need to follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Now the chat wants it.
War Pig, to you. Final thoughts.
I will personally pay for it. That's my final thought.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like as men and women, it's not about red or black pill. It's about be you. Regardless of what you're doing or how you talk or approach somebody, you got to talk. If you're not sociable, you're not going to get laid, or you're not going to get a girlfriend. You're not going to find a wife. You got to stand up on your 2 feet as a man and be like, you know what? My role is I got to find a spouse. I got to find somebody that's going to procreate with me. And that might be ideology in my own part or colloquial plus, but at the end of the day, you got to stand on your own 2 feet. You got to be like, hey, girl, you cute. I like your eyes, or I like your hair. And you got to tell her the simple things, dude. She wants to hear the simple things. Like, she don't want to hear nothing explicit necessarily, but it works. But you don't have to say something explicit. Just be a genuine guy. Walk up, be like, hey, how you doing? How's your day going? My name's such and such. Your name what? And she's going to drop it, or she's going to tell you, ugh, I don't want to fuck with you. And that's all you're going to hear. It's like one of two options. It's a 50-50 shot. And if you're in some way mentally, psychologically, intellectually, and at the same time, attractive wise, you're gonna have a shot. But even the worst looking dudes I've ever seen have a shot. You just got to shoot that shot. Get out there and talk to a woman. Right. She is looking for you as much as you're looking for her. At the end of the day, and a woman wants attention, she wants somebody that gives a damn, and it's about finding the balance and finding out, okay, well, she might have had 10 bodies more than me. Okay, but are you willing to make that shit work or not? Or not? At the end of the day, it don't matter if you had 10 less than her or you had 12 less than her. It don't matter, because she's going to love you if you're going to love her. She knows what her flaws are. But you got to be that some bitch that you can come talk to at the end of the day and say, like, baby, I know I'm a bitch sometimes, most of the times, but at the end of the day, you're a jackass. And I'm here for you. You're either going to be there or you ain't. But you better keep that shit up front and close and personal. No, if you're not going to be there, oh, you know what? I don't want to raise this girl's 3 kids. Well, then, dude, quit wasting her fucking time, dude. Take your bitch ass to work, make your money, and you gonna find one. And at the same time, she gonna take her ass to work, and she gonna find one. But don't waste nobody's time, because time is valuable. Time is money. Ain't nobody up here doing a stream for 8 hours plus for free. Sarah, I mean, I'm just saying because, and even Flo, I know he's out here doing the damn thing. You know what I'm saying? I see a couple of recognizable names. We're all in this shit because we want to make $1 and we want to all have a good time. But this is where we're going to change the narrative right here on YouTube or on Twitch, or it's going to be on Rumble. But we got to say, hey, you know what? Like, hey, that's Tomatoes. I'm going to go like her shit and subscribe. Oh, that's Flo. I'm going to go like his shit and subscribe. Dude,
Yeah,
we could
subscribe to
break
each
their,
other's
we
stuff,
as individuals could break their ass and be rich, everybody. We could all be rich. All we got to do is break their shit, dude. They set their stuff up for the field. All we got to do is like, share, and subscribe, bro.
I'm stealing that.
Dead ass, Giga Chad, bro. That's what I call myself.
War Pig is based.
Flow
Warpig,
State.
you're funny. I like you. You're
I do
funny.
like War Pig. Flow State,
You're
your
such a
final
vibe.
thoughts, please.
I don't want to go after that. I pass.
Fine.
For the people. For the people, man. I love everybody, y'all.
All right. Flow State is passing on his final thoughts. I will speak on his behalf. Send nudes. And as for my final
Bob's in
thoughts,
jeans. It's not nudes, it's Bob's in jeans.
for my final thoughts, I'm incredibly grateful
shit.
to all of our panelists. Please be sure to send some love to I Killed Earl. She started this conversation. It was a great conversation. I know it's definitely a controversial one, but she was willing to come on here and speak stuff against the majority that comes around this panel. And I think that that's a very brave point to take. And she fought the good fight no matter what. And everybody else came up. We had a bunch of great, we had just a wonderful roster of panelists left and right, all far in between. And I couldn't be any more grateful to have this space for people to come and argue, knowing that you have the neutrality on the board to argue it without getting booted just because you're stupid. In any event, thank you to our viewers and our chatters, our donos, and everybody else. I love you all, but outside of that, fuck off.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle. Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style. That's why we chose Nuva Bling. The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina. It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach.
Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that womb.
Glam up that clam.
And shine up that shine.
With Nuva Bling! Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling.